don't create any sort of ruckus over here. But we'll show you the visuals as Karyakartas are in huge numbers who have gathered here, and we have got to know that K Kavitha will be addressing media shortly. She'll be speaking to media before she goes to ED. आप लोग अपना सपोर्ट दर्ज कराने आए हैं, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप लोग? दूसरी बार उनको बुलाया गया है। केसीआर पहले प्रेडिक्शन करते हैं कि कस्टडी में लिया जा सकता है, ये उन्होंने 10 मार्च को प्रेडिक्शन की थी। आज दूसरी बार कविता जी को बुलाया गया ईडी पर, क्या कहेंगे?
Actually, ED people are harassing this BJP government, harassing the people who are belongs to Telangana, the people who are belongs to BRS party. Our Neta KCR announced nationalized party Bharat Rashtra Samiti. In this reason, the people of ED as well as BJP government people harassing the MLC Kavitha. Kavitha is fighting for 33% reservation for women. She is a fighter, but the people are harassing Kavitha. ED, she is not accused.
So Rukma, these are the scenes as we are showing the visuals also continuously. All the member of parliaments from Telangana, the MPs of KCR, the MPs of BRS party have started coming to the residence of K Kavitha to meet her. Till now we have seen 3 member of parliaments from Telangana of BRS who have come here to meet K Kavitha, and right now we also are seeing the visuals of other MPs as well. And also we are getting to know that Buchi Babu was also questioned by Enforcement Directorate yesterday, as there are the information and sources also that he could be made to sit and he could also be confronted along with Anurag Chandan Pillai with K Kavitha. And these all are the things what ED has planned, but this is the second time she is going to appear before ED, and before that she is going to address media and say a few words. We have to see what exactly she says, because last time also we saw the questioning went up to 9 hours. Rukma, back to you.
Right, Harsha and Madhurima, many thanks for joining us. And as viewers, you just heard my colleagues Harsha telling us about, well, all eyes on that media briefing that is most likely to happen, as Harsha just informed us, as K Kavitha leaves for her second round of questioning today. Meanwhile, her close aide, former close aide, as Buchi Babu, questioned and summoned again by the Enforcement Directorate in this particular case. Let's move on now. But ahead of the ED questioning we hear for BRS leader K Kavitha, posters have come up in Hyderabad against BJP National General Secretary BL Santosh. In the posters, BL Santosh, BJP National General Secretary, has been shown as a criminal and with the words "wanted" written above his picture. For more on this, I'm joined by my colleague Aneri. Aneri, a poster war, a new poster now coming out this time on the part of the BRS, and we believe that it's a poster that depicts BL Santosh. If you could take our viewers through what this latest row is.
Well, that's right, Rukma. We have been seeing how there has been a massive face-off amid the questioning for K Kavitha, which is going to happen for the second time by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the liquor scam. But now we also see that how there has been a massive poster war which has been coming up. Earlier also we had seen how there was posters which were put in against the BJP by the BRS leaders, and now this time we see that there are posters which have been put up in Hyderabad against the BJP National General Secretary BL Santosh, where it is written "wanted" as Rukma, let me remind you, when we talk about the Telangana poaching controversy, one of the accused in those whole of the poaching controversy case, BL Santosh was also named in that, and he was asked to appear before the special investigation team which was headed by the Telangana police. But then after they had approached the court, there was a stay which was brought in from the BJP leaders, and now we see that how the BRS has been hitting out, saying that they are not afraid of any sort of questioning. But whereas when we talk about BL Santosh, then why doesn't he appear before the questioning in connection with the poaching controversy? And now that is the reason. On one hand, we are seeing how K Kavitha would be, for the second time, she would be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the liquor scam, whereas on the other hand, we see that the BRS leaders have come up with the posters of BL Santosh, putting it as wanted because he has never appeared for the questioning in connection with the poaching controversy, and that is the reason why we are seeing that there is a massive face-off between the BJP and the BRS. This comes ahead of K Kavitha's questioning by the ED.
Right, so even as K Kavitha's questioning is all set to take place for a second time today, politics plays out down south in Hyderabad. Aneri giving us those details about this recent development, the latest development, a poster war now. The BRS hits back at the BJP through a poster depicting National General Secretary BL Santosh. And this is with a clear reference to the poaching controversy not so long ago. And we'll have to wait and watch what happens next as far as this massive face-off is concerned. Let's move on now to other top stories that we're tracking. In a major setback, BRS MLC and Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter, K. Kavitha, who filed a petition in the Supreme Court on Wednesday challenging the Enforcement Directorate summons in the Delhi liquor policy case, was denied an urgent hearing on her appeal to stay the summons issued by the ED. Following this decision, Kavitha is required to appear before the ED inquiry on the 16th of March. As the Enforcement Directorate custody of Hyderabad-based businessman Arun Ramchandra Pillai ends, he will be produced before Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court today in the Delhi excise policy case. His application to retract the statements made to the ED is also scheduled to be heard today before the court of Special CBI Judge M.K. Nagpal. Amid the continuing deadlock in Parliament, leaders of like-minded opposition parties say they will hold a meeting today at the office of the Leader of Opposition in the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, to draw up a floor strategy for the ongoing second part of the budget session. To mark the British monarch's annual birthday, the British High Commission in New Delhi hosted the King's Birthday Party, the first since 1951. The last time the UK celebrated a King's Birthday Party was in 1951. British High Commissioner to India, Alex Ellis, recalled the visit of the King to India and added that India and the UK are two old countries where he sees a huge opportunity in a much closer relationship.
We are two old countries, India and the United Kingdom, with a deep history. We now have a king who, for the first time in 71 years, and a man who loves India, very passionate about it. He and the Queen Consort have visited many times. When he was, almost one of his first acts when he became king was to receive the community from India and other parts of South Asia, and he went to then visited Gurudwara. So I feel he's a king who really knows and loves India. It's the first thing to say. The second thing is at the start of this new epoch, we have a Prime Minister who, as I said, makes Rangoli outside his home in Downing Street. So it feels like a very different country from the country of 1952 when her late Majesty the Queen came to the throne. So I see huge opportunity in a much closer relationship, and I'm sure that's what the King would want and what the Prime Minister would want.
Massive fire reported at a factory in the Wazirpur industrial area of the national capital. As many as 12 fire engines have been rushed to the scene. Accordingly, fire officials say no casualties have been reported so far. Further details are awaited. On the 10th of March, an American citizen of Indian origin created a ruckus in an Air India flight. Now his video has surfaced and it's being seen how the person bullied a fellow passenger, openly smoking cigarettes during the flight. When crew members of Air India refused to allow him to continue, he started misbehaving with them. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav on Wednesday moves Delhi High Court challenging the summons issued by the CBI for questioning in connection with the Land for Jobs scam case. Hearing in the matter is scheduled for today before Justice Dinesh Sharma. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis will meet representatives of protesting farmers at 3 p.m. in Mantralaya today. This comes amid the ongoing farmers' march under the leadership of All India Kisan Sabha and the Communist Party of India. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant launches first artificial intelligence signal in North Goa, one of the busiest junctions in the coastal state. Goa Chief Minister, after launching AI signals, said that these signals will not only help traffic management, they will also be helpful for security purposes. The Congress's Central Election Committee will meet in the National Capital tomorrow on the 17th of March to pick the candidates for the upcoming Karnataka Assembly elections. According to sources, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi will visit Belagavi on March 20th to campaign for the polls. And more breaking news coming in now as infighting over tickets continues in Karnataka. As in the run-up to the polls there, B.Y. Vijendra has warned Yedurappa's detractors, asking them to learn about B.S. Yedurappa's contribution before commenting on him. Yedurappa's son Vijendra has also hit out at C.T. Ravi, warning him not to criticize a mass leader like his father Yedurappa, saying B.S. Yedurappa never thought about his family while building the party. Let's listen in to what was said exactly.
ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪ ತಮ್ಮ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪರನ್ನ ಟೀಕೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಯಾವ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವರು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವರು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಷ್ಟಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯಿಂದ ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಹಲವಾರು ಬಾರಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನ ಇಲ್ಲದೇದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ 6.5 ಕೋಟಿ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರು ತಮ್ಮ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಶಾಶ್ವತವಾದ ಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು.
उस जमाना में हिम्मत पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स को हिम्मत बहुत कम था. आज ऐसा नहीं है. आज राजकीय नेताओं के साथ भी हिम्मत है. भारत 1962 का भारत नहीं है. आज का भारत हर कदम में हम आंसर देंगे. उतना क्षमता अपना फौज को भी है, अपना पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स को भी है. उस जमाना में हिम्मत पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स को हिम्मत बहुत कम था. आज ऐसा नहीं है. आज
And Prajwal live on this story with us. Prajwal, we're hearing of massive infighting within the BJP over tickets, even though it was announced that most sitting MLAs would be getting tickets. And also it appears from what Vijendra is saying that it's not really being very easy for him to take over the legacy of his father, despite B.S. Yedurappa's stature in the party and his contribution towards its building and its position there.
This entire brawl which has been B.Y. Vijendra, it started off with C.T. Ravi making an unnecessary statement stating that the tickets for the party will not be decided in B.S. Yediyurappa's kitchen or on the table of B.S. Yediyurappa, but it will be decided by the party's high command. But on the other side, now we are looking at B.Y. Vijayendra not taking kindly to it, because he's saying that these are baseless statements and baseless allegations which is being made by so-called senior leaders of the party. And one should also remember B.S. Yediyurappa's contribution in Karnataka, because we all know the fact that it was B.S. Yediyurappa who was responsible for bringing the BJP party into power in Karnataka. And not only that, he built the BJP party from a two-seat party in Karnataka to getting the majority worth over 100 seats today. And all credits to B.S. Yediyurappa is what B.Y. Vijayendra is stating. And he's saying that such allegations should also be made by senior leaders like C.T. Ravi as well. So that statement was made a few days back in Mudgere. Now we also saw the latest bite of B.Y. Vijayendra, where he's again reacted and stated that B.S. Yediyurappa is a mass leader and the people of Karnataka are keenly and eagerly watching as to how anybody is treating him, meaning to say that he's indirectly pointing out at how the party is treating B.S. Yediyurappa, and his detractors should also know the fact that even with no sort of power or no sort of responsibility which has been entrusted to B.S. Yediyurappa, he's taken it upon himself to lead the party into elections in Karnataka, even though it is under Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai's leadership.
Right, Prajwal. So, well, politics heats up. We're hearing now of infighting over tickets. You heard those views expressed, very strong views expressed both by C.T. Ravi as well as by B.S. Yediyurappa, Lingayat strongman there, one of the stalwarts of the BJP, his son commenting. It's time now for a short break. Coming up on the other side, key opposition meet to strategize ahead of parliament proceedings after 3 days of washout.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
अच्छा अनुप जी एक बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है, इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना,
देसी घी का होता है, छोका वगैरह सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज है आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस जो। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए। मैं बताता हूं, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहां?
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resorted to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
अच्छा अनुप जी एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? बोली दाल चावल। तो सोचने का गौरव भाई हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, there were 8 people from whom this.
In the dock for Liquorgate, BRS leader K Kavitha to be quizzed by the ED once again today. Ahead of K Kavitha's quizzing, BRS repeats political vendetta charge, says not scared of the centre. The BJP ramps up protest against Kejriwal's government, set to begin door-to-door campaigning today. Key opposition meeting to strategize ahead of the parliament proceedings after 3 days of a washout. After a 2-year gap, Biden's close aide Eric Garcetti is confirmed as the new US ambassador to India. Violent clashes erupt in Naples ahead of Napoli's Champions League match against Frankfurt. Good morning and welcome. This is live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We are now going to cut across to the questioning that is taking place of K Kavitha, the BRS leader. All right. First up, we're going to cut across to a video that we have now received. This is a man who was booked for allegedly unruly behavior and smoking on an Air India flight. He was sent to jail by a court after he refused to pay 25,000 rupees in bail. Instead, cited an online search to claim that the fine payable under the Indian Penal Code was 250 rupees. Now, the court has granted the accused Ratnakar Dwivedi a cash bail, but he refused to pay the amount and told the court on Monday that he was ready to go to jail. So, pictures on your screen are of a man who was apprehended for smoking inside an aircraft. This is an Air India flight, we are learning, and he was, of course, asked to pay a fine of 25,000 rupees, something that he denied. Let's go across to Sandeep, who has more details on this. Sandeep, good morning. Sandeep, give us more details into the sequence of events as they unfolded. All right, I think we've got a poor audio connection with Sandeep over there. We'll fix that and go back to him in just a bit. But here are the scan details that are now emerging. We are told that pictures on your screen are of a man who has been booked for smoking while on board an Air India flight. I think we've been able to fix that audio connection with Sandeep. Let's go back to him. Yes, Sandeep, you were telling us more about the incident.
Nupur, on 10th of March, there was an London to Mumbai flight of Air India, and in fact on that very flight, the person named Ratnakar Dwivedi misbehaved with the crew members, and in fact he went on to the washroom of this very flight and started smoking e-cigarettes. As the smoke went up, there was an alarm raised, and in fact after the alarm, the crew member asked to the passengers not to smoke, and in fact he was given another cigarette.
All right, I'm going to have to interrupt you there, Sandeep. We'll come back to you in just a bit, but we're now cutting across to a press conference of Kiran Rijiju.
उससे फायदा भी होगा और विषय से हम इधर उधर भी नहीं जाएंगे. सबसे पहले तो पार्लियामेंट में जो चल रहा है उसको लेकर के सबको चिंता होगा, देश को भी और आप सब मीडिया वालों को भी. जब देश का हित का बात होता है तो कोई चुपचाप नहीं बैठ सकता है. मैं आप लोगों को कहना चाहता हूँ कि आप सब भी मीडिया वाले हैं, लेकिन है तो हम लोग सब भारतीय हैं. वी ऑल आर इंडियंस. वी मे बी वर्किंग इन डिफरेंट प्रोफेशन, but we all are citizens of India. Anything related to the nation will be a matter of concern for everyone. श्रीमान राहुल गांधी या कांग्रेस के नेता अपने हिसाब से जो भी काम करते हैं, जो बोलते हैं, वो उनका मर्जी है. लेकिन देश को गाली देने का, देश को बदनाम करने का किसी को अधिकार नहीं है. ये किसी का मर्जी नहीं हो सकता है. राहुल गांधी जो भी बोलता है, अपने पार्टी कांग्रेस पार्टी को नुकसान होता है तो हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है. कांग्रेस पार्टी किस परिस्थिति में है ये उनका अंदरूनी मामला है. और राहुल गांधी के वजह से अगर कांग्रेस डूबता है तो हम उसमें कोई रुचि नहीं रखता है. अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी को नहीं है, कांग्रेस पार्टी किस परिस्थिति में है ये उनका अंदरूनी मामला है. और राहुल गांधी के वजह से अगर कांग्रेस डूबता है तो हम उसमें कोई रुचि नहीं रखता है. अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी को राहुल गांधी ने डुबा दिया, बर्बाद कर दिया, तो हमारे लिए ये कोई रुचि का विषय नहीं है. लेकिन अगर वो देश को डुबाने का काम करेगा, देश को नुकसान कराने का काम करेगा, तो इस देश का नागरिक होने के नाते हम चुपचाप नहीं बैठ सकते हैं. और हम लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में देश के लिए काम करते हैं. उस लोकतंत्र के पार्लियामेंट के मेंबर होने के नाते अगर हम चुपचाप बैठेंगे, कोई देश को गाली देगा तो ये देश कभी माफ़ नहीं करेगा. देश ने देख लिया कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व को और देश ने नकार दिया है. तो देश के वासी अगर राहुल गांधी को, कांग्रेस पार्टी को सपोर्ट नहीं करते हैं तो ये हमारा गलती नहीं है, पार्लियामेंट का भी गलती नहीं है. लेकिन क्योंकि देश के लोगों ने कांग्रेस को नकार दिया है, राहुल गांधी को नकार दिया है, तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि देश को ही बदनाम करे, हमारे लोकतंत्र व्यवस्था को गाली दे, हमारे पार्लियामेंट संसद को नीचा दिखाने के लिए विदेश में जाकर के अनाप शनाप बातें करे. ये हम कभी भी मंजूर नहीं करेंगे और हम चुपचाप नहीं बैठेंगे. मैं बहुत डिटेल से राहुल गांधी ने जो बात लंदन में जाके कही है वो आप सबको मालूम है, इसलिए मैं बहुत नहीं दोहराऊंगा. लेकिन दो बातें मैं बहुत ही क्लियर शब्दों से मैं कहना चाहता हूं. राहुल गांधी ने लंदन में जाके झूठ बोला. इस बजट सेशन के पहली पार्ट में आप सबने देखा है, देश वालों ने देखा है, राहुल गांधी ने भाषण दिया. कांग्रेस पार्टी के जितने तय समय हैं उससे भी ज़्यादा उन्होंने बोला और इतना अनाप शनाप बातें उन्होंने पार्लियामेंट में बोला, झूठ बोला. पार्लियामेंट में रूल को ताक में रख करके उन्होंने बेकार की बातों को पार्लियामेंट के सदन में बोला और फिर लंदन में जाके बोलता है कि उनको पार्लियामेंट में बोलना नहीं दिया जाता है. इस तरह का झूठ ये हमारा देश के लिए बहुत नुकसान होता है. दूसरा, राहुल गांधी ने कहा कि यहाँ कॉलेजों में, यूनिवर्सिटी में जाकर के वो भाषण भी नहीं दे सकते हैं. देश में कहीं भी जाकर के कुछ भी बात नहीं कर सकते हैं, रोक दिया जाता है. आप सबने देखा है
उन्होंने यात्रा किया, अपने ही विचार से मिलने वालों का एक झुंड लेकर के उन्होंने यात्रा किया और हर दिन सुबह शाम बोलते रहा, हर समय बोलते रहा। फिर विदेश में जाके बोलते हैं कि इंडिया में बोलने का आज़ादी नहीं है। इस देश में सबसे ज़्यादा जो बोलता है वही कह रहा है कि बोलने नहीं दिया जाता है। जो भी आप देखिए, सबसे ज़्यादा सुबह से शाम तक रात दिन सरकार को गाली देते रहते हैं, बोलते रहते हैं और वो कहते हैं कि उसको बोलने का आज़ादी नहीं है। ये किस तरह का तमाशा है। देश के लिए ये एक बहुत ही दुखद समय है कि पार्लियामेंट का मेंबर, जिस पार्लियामेंट का खुद मेंबर है, वही उस पार्लियामेंट का गरिमा को गिराने का काम कर रहा है। हम लोग तो जनप्रतिनिधि हैं, जनता का हित में जो भी है हम बोलते हैं, लेकिन कुछ लोग, जनता और देश कोई मायने नहीं रखता है, इसलिए जो एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस है, जितना भी भारत के विरोधी ताकतें हैं, वो सबका भाषा एक है। आप गौर कीजिए, जितना भी एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस के गैंग मेंबर्स हैं, वो एक लाइन में बात करते हैं। जो श्रीमान राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं वही भाषा भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर जितना भी देश के विरोध में काम करते हैं वही भाषा बोलते हैं। इसलिए जब हमने पार्लियामेंट में भी इस बात को कही थी कि रूल के तहत देश के अंदर में जो भी बहस होना है, हम डेमोक्रेसी है, डेमोक्रेसी के अंदर में जो भी प्रावधान है उसी के तहत हम लोग काम करेंगे। हम लोग सत्ता में अपने आप नहीं आए, मोदी जी अपने मर्जी से प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बने। हमारे लगभग 140 करोड़ का आशीर्वाद से मोदी जी इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री बने हैं और आज पूरा दुनिया कह रहे हैं कि मोदी जी का विचार, मोदी जी का दूरदृष्टि और मोदी जी का काम करने का तरीका ये देश के लिए और दुनिया के लिए मिसाल है। बात करके बदनाम करने का कोशिश करते हैं। हमारे पार्टी, हमारा नेता और पॉलिटिकल आइडियोलॉजी में अगर कुछ डिफरेंसेस होता है तो हमारे खिलाफ बोलते हैं तो चलता है, लेकिन भारत के खिलाफ अगर कोई बोलेगा तो हम लोग चुप नहीं रहेंगे। इसलिए ये बहुत क्लियर होना चाहिए कि राहुल गांधी देश के सामने में और लोकसभा में आ करके माफ़ी मांगना ही होगा, वरना हम लोग उसको तवज्जो नहीं देंगे। लेकिन जो भारत विरोधी ताकतें हैं और लंदन के लोग तो सोचते हैं कि राहुल गांधी जो बोल रहे हैं सही है, और लोग सोचते हैं कि भारत में तो बोलने का आज़ादी नहीं है। यहाँ कहते हैं कि प्रेस मीडिया का फ्रीडम नहीं है, जुडिशरी ख़त्म हो गया, लोकतंत्र ख़त्म हो गया। इस तरह का बातें करके देश को नुकसान पहुंचाया है और एक तरीके से भारत के संविधान को भी उन्होंने इंसल्ट किया है, जुडिशरी को इंसल्ट किया है। हमारा जुडिशरी कमज़ोर नहीं है, इंडिपेंडेंट है और बहुत मजबूती से अपना काम कर रहे हैं। और वहाँ कहते हैं कि जुडिशरी भी ख़त्म हो चुके हैं इंडिया में, पार्लियामेंट ख़त्म हो चुके हैं, डेमोक्रेसी ख़त्म हो चुके हैं। इस तरह का जो बातें उन्होंने लंदन में जा कर के दुनिया का सामने में बोला, इससे देश और हमारा लोकतंत्र को बहुत क्षति पहुंचाया है। इसलिए हम तो इसको ये सोचते हैं कि देश के लोग जानते हैं कि ये आदमी किस तरीके के सोच है, लेकिन विदेश के लोग तो नहीं जानते हैं ना। विदेश के लोग तो सोचते हैं कि राहुल गांधी सच बोल रहा है। हमारा देश वाला तो उसको गंभीरता से नहीं लेते हैं, लेकिन जो भारत को अच्छा से नहीं जानता है वो तो सोचेंगे कि राहुल गांधी ने सच बोल दिया है, तो इसका भरपाई कौन करेगा? कांग्रेस पार्टी सारा जाके क्या लंदन में झाड़ू मारेगा और नमस्ते करके बोलेंगे कि राहुल गांधी ने जो बोला है माफ़ कर दो? ये देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा ये गंभीर विषय है। इसलिए मैं जैसे कहा कि मैं बात को लंबा नहीं रखना चाहता हूँ, विषय को हम भटकाने भी नहीं चाहते हैं। एक ही मुद्दा है कि देश के खिलाफ, संसद के खिलाफ जो उन्होंने बात बोला, झूठ बोला, माइक ऑफ कर दिया करके झूठ बोला, बोलने नहीं दिया जाता बोल के उन्होंने झूठ बोला, ये सारा उन्होंने देश के खिलाफ विदेश के धरती में जा कर के झूठ बोला, उसके लिए माफ़ी मांगना होगा। और ये हम अपना दायित्व निभा रहे हैं। और आप सब भी मैं फिर से अनुरोध करता हूँ कि एक बात और कुछ समय के लिए ये छोड़िए कि हम मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है या किसी पार्टी के, कि आप मीडिया के हैं। एक बार हम लोग एक भारतीय होने के नाते भारत को बदनाम करने वाला का खिलाफ में सबको आवाज़ उठाना चाहिए। If the Congress party feels that insulting our own nation is nothing serious, then Congress party doesn't deserve to be representing a section of people in the parliament. Congress party should be eternally indebted to the people of this nation, because people of India had given them the maximum opportunity to rule the country. And the Congress party thinks that India is their fiefdom. So they are unable to digest that the Congress party has been fully and completely rejected by the people of India. But why should they insult India because of that?
So they are actually tweeting out Prime Minister's earlier speeches in Toronto and in Japan, saying it was the Prime Minister, also in Korea, saying it was Prime Minister when he said that, earlier people were ashamed to be called Indians.
This was... Let us not divert. Honorable Prime Minister had stated about what people used to think about the practice of then government, full of corruption. That government's apathy towards the people of India was reflected by the citizens that time. Prime Minister merely quoted that how the government in that time were so corrupt and inefficient. So let us not confuse those matters. Here I am saying the attack against our own democracy, our own nation, our own parliament in a foreign land, that is the main question.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resort to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resort to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
अच्छा अनूप जी, एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? बोली दाल चावल। सोचने का गौरव भाई हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, is where there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight?
All the available instruments under the rules, privilege rules, under the various conventions, these are options, these are matter of things which can be discussed in the coming days. But what I don't want to digress from the main issue right now is that the most serious issue cannot be abandoned. If we don't condemn the anti-national act of a member of parliament, then the country will ask question to us. What are we doing in the parliament? उसका मैं बोलूँगा और उसका आगे हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे, लेकिन मैं विषय को भटकाने नहीं चाहता हूँ कि देश हित में जो आज हमारे पास समस्या है, पार्लियामेंट नहीं चल रहा है, उस पे हम फोकस करना चाहिए। अगर एक मिनट, अगर अच्छा,
अच्छा अनूप जी, एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? तो बोली दाल चावल। तो सोचने का गौरव भाई हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, is where there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए, राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
जो
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जो मांग इन लोगों की है, इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। पीएफआई के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा अनुप जी, एक बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है? इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, चौका वोका सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस है। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना है, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए हैं। मैं बताता हूं, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहां?
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resort to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
अच्छा अनुप जी, एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? बोली दाल चावल। सोचने का गौरव भाई, हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूंगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 1.5-2
China's Sunwalk Group intends to invest $2 billion in crash-strapped Pakistan's telecom sector for the deployment of an optical fiber network. The deployment of the network will cover an area of 100,000 kilometers over a period of time in Pakistan. And coming up next, a key opposition meeting will take place in Parliament ahead of proceedings of the third day.
अच्छा अनुप जी, एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? बोली दाल चावल। सोचने का गौरव भाई, हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूंगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए, राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन 2 को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई, विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जो मांग इन लोगों की है, इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। पीएफआई के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
जितना भी एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस के गैंग मेंबर्स हैं, वो एक लाइन में बात करते हैं। जो श्रीमान राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं वही भाषा भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर जितना भी देश के विरोध में काम करते हैं वही भाषा बोलते हैं।
Kiran Rijiju leads the government's charge against Rahul Gandhi, says Rahul echoing Tukre Tukre gang. Key opposition meeting to strategize ahead of the parliament proceedings after 3 days of washout. In the dock for Liquorgate, BRS leader K Kavitha is to be quizzed by the ED once again today. Ahead of Kavitha's quizzing, BRS repeats political vendetta charge, says not scared of the centre. After a 2-year gap, Biden's close aide Eric Garcetti is confirmed as the new US ambassador to India. Violent clashes erupt in Naples ahead of Napoli's Champions League match against Frankfurt. Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV. Now, with 3 days of a complete washout in Parliament, the opposition is set to hold a key meeting shortly to strategize ahead of the parliamentary proceedings. Ahead of the key meet, a government versus Congress face-off has now erupted, with the Union Minister launching an unrelenting attack against Rahul Gandhi and the Congress coming to the Gandhi Science defense once again. Kiran Rijiju, of course, repeated the demand that the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi must apologize for his remarks that he made in the United Kingdom. Now, do remember, so far the Congress party, of course, has said that he will not be apologizing over it, and also going on to say that Rahul Gandhi's words have been twisted by the BJP. But the BJP, of course, has been very adamant. They want Rahul Gandhi to apologize for the remarks that he made during his various visits. During his visit to the United Kingdom at various venues, rather. And so far, of course, what we've heard from the Congress is that an apology is not going to be forthcoming.
मैं बहुत डिटेल से राहुल गांधी ने जो बात लंदन में जाके कही है वो आप सबको मालूम है, इसलिए मैं बहुत नहीं दोहराऊंगा। लेकिन 2 बातें मैं बहुत ही क्लियर शब्दों से मैं कहना चाहता हूं। राहुल गांधी ने लंदन में जाके झूठ बोला। इस बजट सेशन के पहली पार्ट में आप सब ने देखा है, देश वालों ने देखा है, राहुल गांधी ने भाषण दिया। कांग्रेस पार्टी के जितने तय समय हैं उससे भी ज़्यादा उन्होंने बोला और इतना अनाप शनाप बातें उन्होंने पार्लियामेंट में बोला, झूठ बोला पार्लियामेंट में रूल को ताक में रख करके उन्होंने बेकार की बातों को पार्लियामेंट के सदन में बोला और फिर लंदन में जाके बोलता है कि उनको पार्लियामेंट में बोलना नहीं दिया जाता है। इस तरह का झूठ ये हमारा देश के लिए बहुत नुकसान होता है। दूसरा, राहुल गांधी ने कहा कि यहाँ कॉलेजों में, यूनिवर्सिटी में जाकर के वो भाषण भी नहीं दे सकते हैं। देश में कहीं भी जाकर के कुछ भी बात नहीं कर सकते हैं, रोक दिया जाता है। आप सबने देखा है, उन्होंने यात्रा किया, अपने ही विचार से मिलने वालों का एक झुंड लेकर के उन्होंने यात्रा किया और हर दिन सुबह शाम बोलते रहा, हर समय बोलते रहा। फिर विदेश में जाके बोलते हैं कि इंडिया में बोलने का आज़ादी नहीं है। इस देश में सबसे ज़्यादा जो बोलता है वही कह रहा है कि बोलने नहीं दिया जाता है। जो भी आप देखिए, सबसे ज़्यादा सुबह से शाम तक, रात दिन सरकार को गाली देते रहते हैं, बोलते रहते हैं और वो कहते हैं कि उसको बोलने का आज़ादी नहीं है। ये किस तरह का तमाशा है। देश के लिए ये एक बहुत ही दुखद समय है कि पार्लियामेंट का मेंबर, जिस पार्लियामेंट का खुद मेंबर है, वही उस पार्लियामेंट का गरिमा को गिराने का काम कर रहा है।
In fact, the Congress party has hit back saying that there is no question of an apology. Mallikarjun Kharge made these remarks earlier.
पार्लियामेंट में डिस्कशन नहीं होना ये उनका मंशा है। कभी सुने आप, रोज उठ के रूलिंग पार्टी के लोग ही गड़बड़ करते हैं। अभी अपोजिशन के उठते नहीं बोलने के लिए, लेकिन सरकार के लोग पहले ही उठते हंगामा, माफी मांगो माफी मांगो। ये क्या है? क्या खुद इंस्टिगेट कर रही सरकार और दूसरों को डेमोक्रेसी जो बात सुनाती है। माफी मांगने का सवाल ही नहीं। चलो।
Well, in fact, Mallikarjun Kharge over there making it extremely clear that there is no question of an apology, but also going on to say that this is a tactic that the government is adopting to avoid discussion. And let's take that across to Piyush Mishra, who is joining us on the broadcast. Piyush, good morning. Piyush, we just heard the Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge over there making it very clear that forget an apology. The Congress believes that this is just a ploy by the government not to have any discussion in Parliament. Do you think that that's going to be the line that will be adopted by the opposition today?
Well, certainly, Nupur, and right now as you are speaking, opposition is also holding a crucial meeting. You remember that yesterday they took out a march from inside the parliament. In fact, they wanted to go to ED headquarters to submit a memorandum to ED director to begin the investigations into the Adani matter. But today what opposition is doing is again holding another meeting. A strategy meeting is right now underway. Remember that a couple of days back, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has also hit back at Rahul Gandhi. In fact, he has made it very clear that the government, in fact, the BJP is not going to sit mum over what Rahul Gandhi has said. They have also demanded that Rahul Gandhi must come into the house and apologize to what he has said. He also goes on to say that what Rahul Gandhi has said dents the image of nation worldwide, and he must apologize. In fact, Congress party should come out and issue a statement against Rahul Gandhi. This is what the Kiran Rijiju is saying. At one side, BJP continues to press for an apology from Rahul Gandhi. On the other side, opposition political parties are now, in fact, saying that there is no point of apologizing on this entire matter. Nupur.
Absolutely. Piyush Mishra reporting on that. Thank you for joining us for the moment. So as Piyush is pointing out, obviously this is going to, this is perhaps looking like another washout today, because both sides seem to have dug in their heels. Let's listen into another comment that we are getting in.
तक क्या किए हैं ये सरकार और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी। हमारे देश की प्रधानमंत्री को मौन मौन बोलते हुए शर्म नहीं आते थे उनको? हमारा देश को छवि बाहर जाके हमारा देश की धज्जियां उड़ाते थे। शंघाई से लेके, टोरंटो से लेके, साउथ कोरिया से लेके चले जाइए अमेरिका में जाके। इसके बाद ट्रम्प सरकार की नारा लगाने वाले हमारे प्रधानमंत्री हमें ज्ञान दे रहे हैं।
सर, आखिरी सवाल आपसे। किरण रिजिजू अभी सामने आए, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी और कहा कि राहुल गांधी को माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी, हम चुप नहीं बैठेंगे, जुडिशरी का अपमान कर दिया।
जिंदगी भर तपस्या कर ले और अरुणाचल जाके पहाड़ में तपस्या कर ले और रेगिस्तान में जाके कोई दूसरा नेता तपस्या कर ले। राहुल गांधी जी के सर झुकाने का हिम्मत ये सरकार की नहीं है। राहुल गांधी ये सच्चा ईमानदार तरीके से अपना काम करते हैं, अपना जिम्मेवारी निभाते हैं। जिस परिवार हिंदुस्तान के लोग जानते हैं, जिस परिवार के साथ जुड़े हुए हमारे 2 फॉर्मर प्राइम मिनिस्टर, स्वर्गीय प्राइम मिनिस्टर इंदिरा जी, राजीव जी, जिस देश के लिए अपने जान गंवाई, उसी परिवार के लिए, उस परिवार की हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी जी को इस तरीके की बेबुनियाद, आधारहीन, नापाक इरादे के साथ ये जो इल्जाम लगाए जा रहे हैं, हिंदुस्तान के आम लोग देख पड़े। अगर हिम्मत है, जिगर है, दम है तो आ जाओ मोदी जी, सदन के अंदर चर्चा हो। आप
Well, in fact, as far as the Congress is concerned, they've made it very, very clear that there is no question really of an apology coming in from Rahul Gandhi. Moving on now to another story that we are tracking right now. The Kashmiri hangul is a critically endangered species. The census carried out in the Datigam National Park by the Wildlife Department revealed that the population of hangul has showed a significant rise. Presently, the population is at 263 as per the 2021 census.
We all must have heard about Datigam National Park, and this time the Wildlife Department is going to conduct a census of endangered species known as hangul or Kashmiri stag. And this census will begin from 15th of March and end on 20th. And in this time, the census will be conducted because this census is conducted almost after 2 years to check the population of the hangul, which earlier was almost receding, but now they are using many methodologies to increase the number of this hangul. If we talk about the hangul in Jammu and Kashmir, it is usually sighted in Kishtwar, Bhadarwah, and also in 2020 it was sighted in central Kashmir's Ganderbal. But this is the home of hangul, and as per the figures of 2021, it has almost touched 2070, and this time the Department of Wildlife is quite hopeful that the numbers must have increased. With VJ Mubashir Hussain, I'm Zina Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
And Republic TV has accessed a fresh CCTV tape in the Umesh Pal case. Now, in these pictures, it does appear that there was an altercation between two people. One of them, of course, appears to be the attacker in this case. And thereafter, what we can see in these visuals is that he does go inside. These visuals have just been accessed by Republic TV. We're going to try and go across to our correspondents to make us, to give us a clearer picture of what actually happened and how this case is progressing. But this is fresh CCTV footage that has been accessed by Republic TV. Now, on these visuals, essentially, Umesh is seen struggling with one of the people over there. He's also seen to be moving in towards his home. That's what we can see in these pictures. So these are CCTV visuals that have been accessed by Republic TV. This is moments, it appears, after the shootout. Republic TV has accessed these fresh visuals that would, in a sense, act as evidence in this case. So the altercation between the two has been caught on tape. So it appears to be, it appears in these visuals that Umesh, of course, is shot at, and then he tries to escape I'm going to still wait for our correspondents to confirm for us if this is what is being suspected by the police in this particular case. But it does appear that there was a bit of an altercation, and after being shot at, Umesh tries to go into the house. I think there appears to be a third person also in this. Piyush Ori is joining us. Piyush, explain to us what's happening in these pictures.
So yes, Nupur, as you can see over here, that this is the second CCTV image that has now been retrieved by the Prayagraj police over the murder of Umesh Pal, in which you can see that there are 3 people that have been involved. Now, this can prove to be yet another evidence for the Prayagraj police, which is probing into this matter, and this can result in more trouble for Atiq Ahmed, because as what we can see over here in the latest CCTV image that has been retrieved by the Prayagraj police and which has now been released to the media, you can see that the person who is in the black shirt and who is assaulting the person is believed to be the son of Atiq Ahmed. So yes, the investigation in this entire case is being done. In fact, there have also been certain encounters that have been done by the UP police in this case. So it is going to be interesting to watch from here on that will this CCTV image bring in more leads for the UP police to conduct its action on the murder of Umesh Pal, who was gunned down in the broad daylight. Back to the studio.
All right. So as Piyush is pointing out, pictures on our screens appear to have been accessed by and released rather by the police in Prayagraj. This is an altercation that has been caught on CCTV. Piyush continues to be with us now. Piyush, give us an overall sense of how the investigations are faring in this.
So yes, Nupur, as you could see that this incident of gunning down Umesh Pal occurred on February 24th. And following this, there was a lot of question that was raised on the law and order of the state. However, there was swift action that was taken by the Uttar Pradesh police, and you could see that the main accused, Atiq Ahmed, who is right now being lodged in a jail in Gujarat, his goons who were allegedly involved in this entire incident, most of them, some of them got killed in the encounter by the police. Some of them are being tracked very aggressively by the UP police. So this is being done by the UP police as far as this entire incident is concerned. Again, as I said, the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has already said very categorically that he will take a very stern and strict action against the mafia, which has been there in the state for long. So this incident where a witness called Umesh Pal was gunned down in the broad daylight, and the accused in which has been believed to be Atiq Ahmed, the UP police is taking very stern action against the people who have been involved in this case. In fact, there have also been some encounters that have occurred following this incident. Back to you in the studio.
Oh yes, absolutely. So as Piyush is telling us, the UP police has been hot in pursuit in this case, and pictures that have been released right now seem to suggest that this incident has been caught on CCTV. Now, give us more details of what the police are saying about these CCTV visuals. It does appear that there were 3 people involved in this altercation, as we can see in these pictures, and the assailant also did try to escape after this happened.
Incident had resulted in a lot of people being shocked, because in the last couple of years where we have seen that following a very strict and stern action that has been taken by the Uttar Pradesh government machinery, normally you don't see such incidents where a person is being gunned down in the broad daylight. So when this incident occurred in the mid week of February, it had resulted in many people being shocked and scared. But following this incident, the UP police was swift in its action. They first immediately found out that the main accused in this case could be Atiq Ahmed. There were encounters in which the people who were involved in this incident was gunned down after a fight and altercation between the police. The also there was an action that was taken on the houses being razed of the people who were involved in this incident. So yes, there has been a lot of swift action that has taken place, but one definitely cannot deny this fact that a person being gunned down in the broad daylight was a very shocking incident. And following this, there has been a very swift action, not only by the Uttar Pradesh police, but also by the government machinery of Uttar Pradesh. Back to you, the studio.
All right. Piyush Ori reporting on that. Thank you for joining us. So as Piyush is pointing out, it appears that there has been swift action in this case. Now, the Uttar Pradesh police have released these videos that seem to show what happened. And joining us on the broadcast is Vivek Rai. Vivek, give us more details in terms of what these pictures seem to suggest. Now, we can see, that there are 3 people who were involved, and we also see Umesh Pal coming into his home after he's shot at and trying to hide. So explain to us what the police are telling you about this.
देखिए, सबसे पहले बात तो इस वीडियो के बारे में जिक्र करें। ये वीडियो जो 32 सेकंड का वीडियो है, ये आज नया वीडियो निकल के सामने आया है और ये उमेश पाल के घर पर लगा हुआ ये वीडियो था। और इस वीडियो में जो तस्वीरें निकल के सामने आई हैं उसमें दिख रहा है कि किस तरीके से उमेश पाल घर के अंदर आना चाहता था और उस दरमियान उसको शूटर ने रोका, उसको मारने की कोशिश करी। हमने ये भी देखा वीडियो में कि किस तरीके से शूटर उसको माथे में गोली मारना चाहता था, पर उस दरमियान उमेश पाल नीचे झुक गया। और इसी दरमियान हमने देखा कि एक लड़की बगल के घर से निकल के बाहर आती है। वो लड़की जाती है उन जगहों पर बचाने के लिए, लेकिन चूंकि शूटर्स के हाथों में बंदूक होती है, फिर लड़की वहाँ से वापस भाग जाती है। फिर हमने ये भी देखा किस तरीके से जो इनका सिक्योरिटी गार्ड था पुलिस वाला राघवेंद्र, वो किस तरीके से वहाँ पे भागने की कोशिश करता है और उस पर गुड्डू मुस्लिम किस तरीके से जो बम है वो फेंक देता है। और उसके बाद सीसीटीवी फुटेज में पूरी तरीके से जो धुआं है वो पूरी तरीके से वो दिखने लगता है। और इस दरमियान एक बात ये भी कही जा रही कि जो शूटर है उसकी शक्ल असद से मिल रही, यानी कि असद जो कि अतीक का बेटा है उससे उसकी शक्ल मिल रही है। तो ये ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो 32 सेकंड के वीडियो में कई चीज़ें पुख्ता हो रही, क्योंकि असद को लेकर के शक काफ़ी पहले से चल रहा था। सबसे पहले एक फ़ोटो आई थी जो बताई जा रही थी कि असद की फ़ोटो है, और उसके बाद फिर आज जो वीडियो जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज में जो वीडियो निकल के सामने आए उसमें भी एक शख्स असद जैसा दिखाई दे रहा है। हालांकि पुलिस इस बात के आने वाले समय में पुष्टि करेगी, लेकिन अभी जो शख्स है वो असद जैसा दिखाई दे रहा है। गुड्डू मुस्लिम इसमें बम फेंकते हुए दिखाई दे रहा है और ये भी दिखाई दे रहा है कि किस तरीके से उमेश पाल अपने घर में जाने की कोशिश कर रहा था और उसको जो शूटर थे वो किस तरीके से उसको पकड़े हुए थे, जकड़े हुए थे, उसको आगे नहीं बढ़ने देना चाहते थे। इस दरमियान एक शूटर उसको माथे में गोली मारना चाहता था, लेकिन इस दरमियान जब उमेश पाल नीचे झुका तो उसके बाद उसके बाकी हिस्सों में गोली मारी गई। तो कुल मिलाकर के एक बड़ी प्लानिंग और निर्भीक तौर पर ये करने की कोशिश शूटर्स की थी। और हालांकि ये वीडियो अपने आप में ये चीज़ें दर्शाता है कि किस तरीके से राघवेंद्र जब अंदर अपनी जान बचा के भागा तो एक बम अंदर की तरफ में भी फेंका गया। एक जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज में जो शक्ल निकल के असद जैसी शक्ल निकल के सामने आ रही है उसके बारे में भी पुलिस जांच करेगी। जी।
All right, Vivek, of course, is bringing us details of what appears to have transpired at the spot of the shooting. Thank you, Vivek, for joining us on that. We now move on and take a look at what else is making news this morning. In a major setback, the BRS MLC and Chief Minister K Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter K Kavitha, who filed a petition in the Supreme Court on Wednesday challenging the Enforcement Directorate summons in the Delhi liquor policy case, was denied an urgent hearing on her appeal to stay the summons issued by the ED. Now, following this decision, Kavitha is required to appear before the ED today. And the ED's custody of the Hyderabad-based businessman Arun Ramachandra Pillai ends today. He will be produced before Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court in the Delhi excise policy. Amid the continuing deadlock in Parliament, leaders of like-minded opposition parties will hold a meeting today at the office of the Leader of the Opposition in Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, to draw up a floor strategy for the ongoing second part of the budget session. To mark the British monarch's annual birthday celebrations, the British High Commission in New Delhi today hosted the King's birthday party, the first since 1951. The last time the UK celebrated a King's birthday bash was in 1951. The British High Commissioner to India, Alex Ellis, recalled the visit of the King to India and added that India and the United Kingdom are two old countries where he sees a huge opportunity in much closer relationships. A massive fire has broken out at a factory in Wazirpur industrial area of the national capital. As many as 12 fire engines were rushed to the scene. According to fire officials, no casualties were reported. Further details are awaited. On the 10th of March, an American citizen of Indian origin created ruckus in an Air India flight. Now his video has surfaced. It was seen in the video how the person bullied the crew on board and smoked e-cigarettes on the flight. Bihar's Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav on Wednesday moved the Delhi High Court challenging the summons issued to him by the CBI for questioning in connection with the Land for Jobs scam. Now, the hearing in the matter scheduled for today before Justice Dinesh Sharma. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis will meet representatives of protesting farmers at 3 at Mantralaya today. This comes amid ongoing farmers' stir under the leadership of the All India Kisan Sabha and the Communist Party of India. The Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has launched the first artificial intelligence signal in North Goa, which is one of the busiest junctions in the coastal state. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant, after launching the AI signal, said that AI signals will not only help traffic management but will also be helpful for security.
Paris is at unrest. Thousands continue to throng the streets against Macron's controversial pension bill. Protesters were accompanied by heavy security force as they moved through the left bank along unencumbered streets. Watch how the police and protesters clashed on the streets of the French capital. "22 people were also detained. And as the showdown in Paris continues, it remains to be seen whether or not the controversial bill will be amended. Agency report, Republic TV.
You're watching Republic TV. We are live and breaking on the exclusive from the K Kavitha residence. And this is her second summon to appear before Enforcement Directorate. Now it's time to slip into a short break. But on the other side of the break, we'll give you more update on the second day summon of K Kavitha. Right now, stay tuned with us.
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If you look at the history of this scam, there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए। राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई, विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जो मांग इन लोगों की है, इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। पीएफआई के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा अनुप जी एक बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है, इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, चौका वगैरह सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज है आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस है। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live in Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma with you, and we start off by taking a look at the headlines we are tracking at this hour.
जितना भी एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस के गैंग मेंबर्स हैं वो एक लाइन में बात करते हैं। जो श्रीमान राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं वही भाषा भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर जितना भी देश के विरोध में काम करते हैं वही भाषा बोलते हैं।
Kiren Rijiju leads government charge against Rahul, says Rahul echoing Tukre gang. Key opposition meet to strategize ahead of parliament proceedings after 3 days of washout. In the dock for Liquorgate, BRS leader K Kavitha to be quizzed by the ED once again today. Ahead of Kavitha quizzing, BRS repeats political vendetta charge, says not scared of centre. After a 2-year gap, Biden's close aide Eric Garcetti confirmed as the new US ambassador to India. Violent clashes erupt in Naples ahead of Napoli's Champions League match against Frankfurt. And we start off with our main focus today, the second round of questioning by the ED of BRS leader and MLC from Telangana K Kavitha, who is also the daughter of the Chief Minister of Telangana KCR. She is to appear before the Enforcement Directorate today for questioning in a second round. In a parallel Liquorgate development, former auditor of K Kavitha, Buchi Babu, has also been summoned once again by the Enforcement Directorate. Joining me are my colleagues Madhurima and Harsha for the latest updates on this story. First of all, coming to you, Harsha, when we talk about the scene outside K Kavitha's house, when is she expected to leave or has she left already? What are you hearing about her latest stance now? Earlier, she had pitched herself as a voice for women empowerment when the charges against her were of being the key member, a key leader of the South Group, which is involved, which was implicated in Liquorgate by the ED. What is the scenario outside her home now? Well, Harsha will have to connect with you later, but well, joining me now is Madhurima. Madhurima, tell us more about the summoning by the ED once again of Buchi Babu, Gorantla.
Well, yes, Rukma, after a very long session of grilling yesterday, Buchi Babu has once again been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. I'll also take you straight to the pictures over here while I speak. As you can see, heavy deployment of security forces, Delhi police along with the CRPF have been deployed here to make sure that the law and order situation is not compromised. As you can see, the entire vicinity has been enveloped using the barricades as well. So now, as we talk talk about the grilling that is going to take place today, it would be of Gucci Babu and K Kavitha. You know, there are multiple instances also that could happen during the grilling, because Gucci Babu has already been grilled yesterday. A lot of evidence and a lot of content has already been combed out by the Enforcement Directorate, and they are going to continue with it. It is highly likely that K Kavitha will be presented with all those evidence which she will be confronted. Could there be a face-to-face as well? That is also a possibility. We'll have to wait and watch as to see how the grilling will take place. And as we know that K Kavitha though has been crying foul, Rukma, but the Enforcement Directorate time and again has come forward and pinpointed the South Lobby and K Kavitha being at helm of it as far as the kickbacks linked to the liquor policy is concerned. 100 crores alleged kickbacks have been put forth by the Enforcement Directorate even in front of the Rouse Avenue Court multiple times at the time when they were seeking Manish Sisodia's remand for a detailed interrogation. And now that Ms. K Kavitha will be interrogated here. A couple of days back she was interrogated for over 10 hours. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what kind of grilling will happen today, because when we talk about Mr. Arun R. Pillai, he has also faced multiple grillings, and the kind of statements that have come forward, Rukma, are also of solid importance. And remember that the statements that are given in front of Enforcement Directorate hold much more weightage than that of the Central Bureau of Investigation. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens. K Kavitha will be addressing a conference and then leaving for the ED for the interrogation. Rukma.
Right, Madhurima, stay with us. Joining me now is Harsha. Harsha, it's over to you to take our viewers through the, what the scene is like outside K Kavitha's residence. That's her father, KCR's residence, of course, in which she also resides when she's in Delhi. Give us a sense of the situation there, the atmosphere there. What are her followers saying if they are present there? Also, when is that press conference, that press briefing, when is it expected?
Rukma, right now reporting from outside the KCR residence only. As you stated, Kavitha also resides here. Just a short while after K Kavitha will address the media, as you can see, the Karyakartas are all in place, and the media podium has already been made, and we are expecting that before she leaves for the Enforcement Directorate office, which is, the question is at 11 o'clock, she has to appear before ED at around 11 o'clock, and before that only we are assuming that while she leaves from ED, she will address the media and she will state about this entire ED questioning, because today is going to be a tough grilling with K Kavitha. What we are learning is that because Gucci Babu was yesterday summoned by Enforcement Directorate, he was questioned till 10 o'clock late at night, and there were several things, because Gucci Babu is the former auditor of K Kavitha. He was with Arun Pillai in Hyderabad in a 5-star hotel when the GOM of Aam Aadmi Party formulated this entire liquor excise policy, and how the kickbacks were given to the Aam Aadmi Party official and bureaucrats. So what we are learning today is that with Arun Pillai and Gucci Babu, K Kavitha could be confronted by making her sit face to face, and the entire evidence which Enforcement Directorate has gathered till now against K Kavitha. But what we are learning is that K Kavitha has been denying all the allegations. Right. She has earlier also stated she didn't meet Arun Pillai or Gucci Babu in any of the hotel or 5-star property. She has denied all the meetings, and she also has stated that this is a political vendetta and tactics of intimidation which the central government is trying to do, and they are all doing it before the Telangana elections. Rukma, again giving you the sense of the residents, because K Kavitha is expected to be here in another 10 to 15 minutes, and then she will come and address media and will speak about the entire ED questioning and what she has to say about the second time she has been summoned to appear before Enforcement Directorate, because earlier also she stated that she is going to cooperate with the agencies, but she has denied all the allegations. Rukma, back to you.
Right, Harsha and Madhurima, well, stay with us. Let's listen in to what K Kavitha said in her own words, because of late she has been pitching herself as a leader who's fighting for implementation of women's reservation in Parliament. Let's listen in to what she has to say.
Women Parliament में या Assembly में आपको बात करते हुए, अपने विषय रखते हुए, हर एक क्षेत्र के महिला के बारे में बात करते हुए दिखेंगे तो सारे महिलाओं का वो एक तरीके से एम्पावरमेंट है। और जिस तरीके से विजिबिलिटी पॉलिटिक्स में मिलता है, बाकी क्षेत्रों में कम मिलता है, तो महिलाएं जब पॉलिटिक्स के बारे में बात करेंगे, पार्लियामेंट में बात करेंगे, सो सर्टेनली इट विल इंक्रीज द एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ वुमेन इन एवरी अदर सेक्टर। तो इट इज़ एसेंशियल, बहुत ही ज़रूरी है और हाई टाइम है। 27 साल से पेंडिंग है और इस गवर्नमेंट ने दो बार भी इन्होंने वादा किया है, 2014 में, 2019 में। तो हमारा डिमांड बस बीजेपी के गवर्नमेंट से इतना ही है, आप महिला आरक्षण बिल पेश कीजिए। इतने सारे पार्टियां लगातार हर एक टाइम राउंड टेबल में बोल रही है, धरना में बोल रहे हैं, हम सपोर्ट करेंगे। तो ज़रूर इस गवर्नमेंट को बिल लेके आना चाहिए।
It's a very important day in the investigation into Liquorgate. K Kavitha's second round of questioning, for which she's been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, and all eyes on that press briefing that my colleague Harsha has been telling me about. Harsha and Madhurima with us on this story. We'll be getting you all the updates on this, but let's move on now. Before we get back to the latest on Liquorgate and the ED investigation and summoning, to other top stories. China's Sunwalk Group intends to invest $2 billion in cash-strapped Pakistan's telecom sector for the deployment of an optical fiber network. The deployment of an optical fiber network will cover an area of 100,000 kilometers over a period of time in Pakistan. Eric Garcetti, President Joe Biden's close aide, confirmed as U.S. ambassador to India after the Senate on Wednesday voted on his nomination, filling a key diplomatic position after a gap of 2 years. The former Los Angeles mayor's nomination was pending before the U.S. Congress since July 2021, when he was nominated for the prestigious diplomatic posting by President Biden. U.S. President Joe Biden on Wednesday said his administration was focused intensely on lowering healthcare costs and took aim at MAGA Republicans, who he said are intent on dialing back Medicare coverage for millions of Americans. New York Attorney General Letitia James, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, and New York Drug Enforcement Task Force have announced the takedown of a firearm and drug trafficking operation that illegally sold guns, including ghost guns and assault weapons, in New York City and Westchester County. Police clashed with protesters in Paris on Wednesday as demonstrations took place against controversial government proposals to change pension plans, which were validated by a committee of lawmakers meeting behind closed doors. Paris police say 37,000 participated in the protest in the French capital, 11,000 less than on Saturday, even as polls show widespread opposition to the pension bill. North Korea launched another ballistic missile toward its eastern waters on Thursday, South Korean officials said, the third such weapons test this week. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff said the launch occurred in the morning but did not immediately give further details, such as how far the missile flew. Pyongyang has already staged 2 launch events this week, amid joint military exercises being held by South Korea and the United States. Floodwaters were sweeping through the streets of 26 areas of Lima on Wednesday after unusually heavy rains the day before. Authorities reported that heaving rains and mudslides affected the drinking water in the most populated area of the country, a Lima district with more than 1 million residents. Malawi's president appealed on Wednesday for support as he attended the funeral of some of the victims of Cyclone Freddy in the southern city of Blantyre. The cyclone has killed at least 225 people in Malawi's southern region, including Blantyre, the country's financial hub, according to local authorities. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky commented on the 10th Ramstein meeting, saying it had discussed ammunition for our soldiers, artillery, tanks, protection of the Ukrainian sky. Speaking during his nightly video address, he said pressure must be kept up against Russia, both legally and politically. Nepalese Prime Minister Pushpa Kamal Dahal's official Twitter handle was hacked in the early hours of Thursday. In his Twitter account, instead of Dahal's profile, the Blur account, which is a non-fungible token marketplace for pro traders, was seen. And stay tuned. Coming up in a short while in other news, Rijiju leads government charge against Rahul, says Rahul echoing Tukre Tukre gang. Also coming up, violent clashes erupt in Naples ahead of Napoli's Champions League match against Frankfurt.
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए, राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जिम्मा इन लोगों की है। इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। पीएफआई के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा अनुप जी, बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है, इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, छोका होगा सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस है। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए। मैं बताता हूं, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहां?
The side of police is taking stock.
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए, राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
And breaking news coming in here, PDP chief and former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti, we here visited Navagraha Temple and offered prayers at Poonch. A big political storm has now erupted over Mehbooba's temple visit, with the BJP calling it appeasement politics. So a massive row has now been stoked by Mehbooba Mufti's visit to a Navagraha temple in Poonch. Let's listen in to the political storm, to various reactions that have come in regarding her visit.
वही महबूबा मुफ्ती हैं जिन्होंने बाबा अमरनाथ के पवित्र स्थान को एक स्थायी तौर पे जमीन दिए जाने पे एक बवाल खड़ा किया। पहले कश्मीर में, फिर जम्मू में आग लगाई, हिंसा के साथ साथ नफरत जम्मू और कश्मीर खित्ता में जिसे कहते हैं गैप क्रिएट करने की कोशिश की, लेकिन आखिरकार सत्य की जीत हुई। ध्यान रहे, ढोंग और दिखावे की राजनीति से अगर जम्मू कश्मीर में के लोगों का भला हो सकता तो जम्मू कश्मीर आज तक एक स्वर्ण नगरी, जिसके गली और कूचों में जिसे कहते हैं दूध, दही और शहद बह रहा होता।
And well, joining me now is my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, we're hearing about a massive row that has erupted over Mehbooba Mufti's visit to the temple. Leaving aside the politics, first of all, Gursimran, tell us about this visit. When did this happen? Is it a first for Mehbooba Mufti? Did she actually have anything, or her party have anything to say about this visit on its part?
See, Mehbooba Mufti was on visit to the Chenab, to the Pir Panjal region, and during her visit, she visited the Navgraha temple, wherein she offered the jal to the Shivling there, and that has now stricken the row. Now the BJP is saying what the BJP claims, that it is the Mehbooba Mufti that was striving the ruckus and the violence in 2008 when the land was to be allocated to Amarnath Shrine Board. But now she is offering the Shivling, the jal to the Shivling, which is clearly a show off, and she is pretending it's dhong and dikhawa. This is what the BJP is terming to this action of the PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti, saying that this all is being done only for the political gains.
Right, Gursimran. So, well, the BJP has slammed Mehbooba Mufti for this particular visit, terming it appeasement politics. Many thanks, Gursimran. We'll have to leave it at that because we are really running short of time. Thank you once again for joining us. It's time now for a short break here as we bring you all the latest updates. First, let's listen in to another reaction coming in from BJP leader Kavinder Gupta from Jammu.
देखिए, मैं भी मंदिर से आ रहा हूँ, जल चढ़ा करके आया हूँ। खबर उन लोगों की बनती है क्योंकि कारण ये है कि वो कुछ अलग सा कर रहे हैं। तो स्वाभाविक बात है, जब समय इस प्रकार का आता है या इलेक्शन वगैरह सामने आते हैं तो वो इस प्रकार की बातें करना शुरू कर देते हैं। अगर सच में वो इस प्रकार से कर रहे हैं, भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे और वो देश के हित में काम करें और जम्मू कश्मीर के हित में काम करें, ना कि पाकिस्तान के समर्थन में हमेशा से जो उनका एक फेवर रहती है या मिलिटेंट्स के समर्थक बनकर वो करती हैं। मैं यही भगवान शिव से प्रार्थना करूंगा कि उनको सद्बुद्धि दें।
Well, Kavinder Gupta there, massive row erupting and now coming up in a short while. As far as the investigation of Liquorgate are concerned, BRS leader K Kavitha to be quizzed by the ED once again today. Stay tuned as we get you all the updates.
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जो मांग इन लोगों की है, इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। पीएफआई के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा अनुप जी, एक बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है? इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, चौका वगैरह सब देसी घी। दूसरा, रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस है। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए। मैं बताता हूं, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहां?
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resort to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
broken windows and walls. Building turning into ashes. This is what Russia's fresh offensive against Ukraine looks like. In a fresh strike, Russian forces hit a civilian infrastructure in Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv. While no casualties were reported, emergency service workers are operating on site and the scale of destruction is still being assessed. As Russia intensifies attack, at least 3 civilians were killed and 23 more were wounded in Ukraine over the past 24 hours. Agency report, Republic TV.
अच्छा अनूप जी एक बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है? इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है? ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, चौका वगैरह सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज है, आप ले सकते हैं। चॉइसेस योर्स। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना है, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए। मैं बताता हूं, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहां?
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so, they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resorted to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
अच्छा अनूप जी एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? बोली दाल चावल। तो सोचने का गौरव भाई हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी। दूसरा, हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए। राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी। एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब। जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
Fidget
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जो मांग इन लोगों की है, इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। पीएफआई के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा अनुप जी, एक बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है? इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, चौका वगैरह सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस है। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना है, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए हैं। मैं बताता हूं, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहां?
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resort to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
जितना भी एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस के गैंग मेंबर्स हैं वो एक लाइन में बात करते हैं। जो श्रीमान राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं वही भाषा भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर जितना भी देश के विरोध में काम करते हैं वही भाषा बोलते हैं।
Rijiju leads government charge against Rahul Gandhi, says Rahul, echoing Tukde Tukde gang.
पर्याप्त समय, पर्याप्त अवसर दिया है, आपको भी इतना अवसर दूंगा। आप बेल में आकर फिर आप ये कहें कि बोलने का मौका दें, आप सीट पे जाएं, मैं आपको बोलने का मौका दूंगा। हाउस ऑर्डर में आएगा, मैं आपको मौका दूंगा। इधर बात नहीं करते। आप बेल में आते हैं और चर्चा करना चाहते हैं, आप जाइए, सीटों पे बैठिए, आप भी बैठिए, आपको मैं मौका दूंगा। आप सदन नहीं चलाना चाहते, बजट पे चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, प्रश्नकाल पे चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, नारेबाजी करना चाहते हैं, क्या उचित है ये? मैं उनको भी कहूंगा बैठिए, आपको भी कहता हूं बैठिए, मैं आपको मौका दूंगा। आप सीट पे बिठाइए, अपने लोगों सीट बिठाए, मौका दूंगा आपको। आप बाहर जाकर चर्चा करते हैं, मौका नहीं देते, और बेल में आके नारेबाजी करते हैं, गलत गलत। संसद की मर्यादा होती है, हम मर्यादा को बनाए रखें, हम सबको मौका दें। सदन की कार्रवाई 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Today.
All right, so both the Houses of the Parliament have been adjourned till 2 p.m. today. Of course, another day of sloganeering and ruckus, which continued in the Parliament, as a result of which both the Houses, the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, have been adjourned till 2 p.m. today. And our top focus remains the face-off that continues over Rahul Gandhi's remarks in UK, with the centre maintaining its stance that Rahul Gandhi must apologise for his remarks that he made while he attended those key events in London. In fact, the opposition meanwhile continues to back Rahul Gandhi, saying that Rahul Gandhi has said nothing wrong and that there is no way that Rahul would apologise for his remarks. Meanwhile, these are the visuals that are coming in of the strategy meet that was held by the opposition leaders at 10 a.m. this morning, and following which, of course, the House resumed at 11 a.m., which has now been adjourned till 2 p.m. today. Let's listen in to what Anurag Thakur had to say just a short while back, reiterating government's stand that Rahul Gandhi must apologise on the floor of the House for attempting to tarnish India's image on foreign soil.
देश में सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबके प्रयास से देश आगे बढ़ रहा है। तभी तो भारत 10वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था से 5वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था बना। जिस हाल में कांग्रेस छोड़ के गई थी फ्रेजाइल 5 इकोनॉमीज में, आज फर्स्ट 5 इकोनॉमीज में आई है। लड़खड़ाती चरमराती अर्थव्यवस्था नहीं, आज एक सशक्त 5वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था दुनिया की बनी है। आज दुनिया ने भारत के नेतृत्व को माना है, लेकिन शायद कांग्रेस मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं। लेकिन कम से कम संसद का अपमान तो ना करें, सांसदों का समय बर्बाद ना करें, और देश के बारे इस तरह के विचार रखना ये दुर्भाग्य है जी। ये पार्टी जो खुद 60 साल सत्ता में रही, और अब उनको भी विदेश में जाकर किसी ने ज्ञान दिया कि जब इंदिरा जी भी विदेश आई थी तब देश के बारे में कुछ नहीं कहा था। लेकिन आप उनसे ही कुछ सीख लीजिए।
All right, so there you heard Anurag Thakur seeking an apology from the Gandhi sign, saying that Rahul Gandhi has to apologize, and of course the showdown which continued in the parliament today as well. In fact, listen in to what Kiran Rijiju also had to say earlier today.
लोग तो जनप्रतिनिधि है, जनता का हित में जो भी है हम बोलते हैं, लेकिन कुछ लोग जनता और देश कोई मायने नहीं रखता है, इसलिए जो एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस है, जितना भी भारत के विरोधी ताकतें हैं, वो सबका भाषा एक है। आप गौर कीजिए, जितना भी एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस के गैंग मेंबर्स हैं, वो एक लाइन में बात करते हैं। जो श्रीमान राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं वही भाषा भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर जितना भी देश के विरोध में काम करते हैं वही भाषा बोलते हैं। इसलिए जब हमने पार्लियामेंट में भी इस बात को कही थी कि रूल के तहत देश के अंदर में जो भी बहस होना है, हम डेमोक्रेसी है, डेमोक्रेसी के अंदर में जो भी प्रावधान है उसी के तहत हम लोग काम करेंगे। हम लोग सत्ता में अपने आप नहीं आए, मोदी जी अपने मर्जी से प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बने। हमारे लगभग 140 करोड़ का आशीर्वाद से मोदी जी इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री बने हैं, और आज पूरा दुनिया कह रहे हैं कि मोदी जी का विचार, मोदी जी का दूरदृष्टि और मोदी जी का काम करने का तरीका ये देश के लिए और दुनिया के लिए मिसाल है। राहुल गांधी देश के सामने में और लोकसभा में आ करके माफ़ी मांगना ही होगा, वरना हम लोग उसको तवज्जो नहीं देंगे। लेकिन जो भारत विरोधी ताकतें हैं और लंदन के लोग तो सोचते हैं कि राहुल गांधी जो बोल रहे हैं सही है, और लोग सोचते हैं कि भारत में तो बोलने का आज़ादी नहीं है। यहाँ कहते हैं कि प्रेस मीडिया का फ्रीडम नहीं है, जुडिशरी ख़त्म हो गया, लोकतंत्र ख़त्म हो गया। इस तरह का बातें करके देश को नुकसान पहुंचाया है, और एक तरीके से भारत के संविधान को भी उन्होंने इंसल्ट किया है, जुडिशरी को इंसल्ट किया है। हमारा जुडिशरी कमज़ोर नहीं है, इंडिपेंडेंट है और बहुत मजबूती से अपना काम कर रहे हैं। और वहाँ कहते हैं कि जुडिशरी भी ख़त्म हो चुके हैं इंडिया में, पार्लियामेंट ख़त्म हो चुके हैं, डेमोक्रेसी ख़त्म हो चुके हैं। इस तरह का जो बातें उन्होंने लंदन में जा कर के दुनिया का सामने में बोला, इससे देश और हमारा लोकतंत्र को बहुत क्षति पहुंचाया है। इसलिए हम तो इसको ये सोचते हैं कि देश के लोग जानते हैं कि ये आदमी किस तरीके के सोच है, लेकिन विदेश के लोग तो नहीं जानते हैं ना। विदेश के लोग तो सोचते हैं कि राहुल गांधी सच बोल रहा है। हमारा देश वाला तो उसको गंभीरता से नहीं लेते हैं, लेकिन जो भारत को अच्छा से नहीं जानता है वो तो सोचेंगे कि राहुल गांधी ने सच बोल दिया है, तो इसका भरपाई कौन करेगा? कांग्रेस पार्टी सारा जाके क्या लंदन में झाड़ू मारेगा और नमस्ते करके बोलेंगे कि राहुल गांधी ने जो बोला है माफ़ कर दो? ये देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा ये गंभीर विषय है। इसलिए मैं जैसे कहा कि मैं बात को लंबा नहीं रखना चाहता हूँ, विषय को हम भटकाने भी नहीं चाहते हैं। एक ही मुद्दा है कि देश के खिलाफ, संसद के खिलाफ जो उन्होंने बात बोला, झूठ बोला, माइक ऑफ कर दिया करके झूठ बोला, बोलने नहीं दिया जाता बोल के उन्होंने झूठ बोला, ये सारा उन्होंने देश के खिलाफ विदेश के धरती में जा करके झूठ बोला, उसके लिए माफ़ी मांगना होगा।
3 days of complete washout in the parliament, the opposition also held a key meet to strategize ahead of the parliament proceedings. Ahead of a key meet, a government versus Vadra Congress face-off has erupted, with Union Minister launching an unrelenting attack against Rahul Gandhi and Vadra Congress, coming out in defence of the Gandhi side.
पार्लियामेंट में डिस्कशन नहीं होना ये उनका मंशा है। कभी सुने आप? रोज उठ के रूलिंग पार्टी के लोग ही गड़बड़ करते हैं। अभी अपोजिशन के उठते नहीं बोलने के लिए, लेकिन सरकार के लोग पहले ही उठते हंगामा, माफी मांगो माफी मांगो। ये क्या है? क्या इंस्टिगेट, खुद इंस्टिगेट कर रही सरकार और दूसरों को डेमोक्रेसी बात सुनाती है। माफी मांगने का सवाल ही नहीं। चलो।
So there you heard the Congress president saying that there is no question of Rahul apologizing in the parliament. Moving on then to the other big story we've been tracking, this one, the controversy surrounding the involvement of BRS leader and MLC from Telangana K Kavitha in the Liquorgate would now be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate today for questioning in the second round. Remember, the first round of questioning has already happened, and now it's going to be a second round of questioning which would happen by the Enforcement Directorate. So remains to be seen what exactly comes out of this. K Kavitha, who would be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate today. Remember, liquor baron Arun Pillai, who's also under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, the liquor baron Arun Pillai from Telangana, who's also being grilled, in fact, who is also under the scanner of the central agencies. Several accused, including Buchi Babu, the former aide of K Kavitha, Vijay Nair, businessman who's linked to the Aam Aadmi Party, along with Abhishek Bopanpalli of Hyderabad. In fact, let's listen into a reaction that's come in from K Kavitha ahead of being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate.
बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि विमेन पार्लियामेंट में या असेंबली में आपको बात करते हुए, अपने विषय रखते हुए हर एक क्षेत्र के महिला के बारे में बात करते हुए दिखेंगे तो सारे महिलाओं का वो एक तरीके से एम्पावरमेंट है और जिस तरीके से विजिबिलिटी पॉलिटिक्स में मिलता है बाकी क्षेत्रों में कम मिलता है। तो महिलाएं जब पॉलिटिक्स के बारे में बात करेंगे, पार्लियामेंट में बात करेंगे, सो सर्टेनली इट विल इंक्रीज द एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ वुमेन इन एवरी अदर सेक्टर। तो इट इज एसेंशियल, बहुत ही जरूरी है और हाई टाइम है। 27 साल से पेंडिंग है और इस गवर्नमेंट ने दो बार भी इन्होंने वादा किया है, 2014 में, 2019 में। तो हमारा डिमांड बस बीजेपी के गवर्नमेंट से इतना ही है, आप महिला आरक्षण बिल पेश कीजिए। इतने सारे पार्टियां लगातार हर एक टाइम राउंड टेबल में बोल रही है, धरना में बोल रहे हैं, हम सपोर्ट करेंगे। तो जरूर इस गवर्नमेंट को बिल लेके आना चाहिए।
All right, so there you heard K Kavitha again crying that vendetta claim, saying that the opposition leaders are being targeted by the central agencies. In fact, let's go across to Harsha as well as Madhurima. Madhurima, who's there outside the ED office, and Harsha there outside K Kavitha's residence. Madhurima, to you first, if you can take us through the ED remand copy in this case, which mentions that Arun Pillai, one of the accused, represented the interests of K Kavitha.
Well, yes, absolutely, Samiksha. Arun Ramachandran Pillai, who's a liquor baron from the state of Telangana, the Enforcement Directorate has asserted time and again that how Arun Ramachandran Pillai's participation and in the entire kickback process that was allegedly given in the excise policy is massive, and which is why the arrest has also been made. Also at the same time today, Buchi Babu, who's the former auditor of K Kavitha, has also been summoned, and he was grilled yesterday for a very long time as well. So Samiksha, it will be important to see that how these two, the evidence that have been calmed down after the grilling of these two, and once again that it will happen alongside K Kavitha. Will there be any confrontation? We'll see that soon, as K Kavitha is all about to reach the Enforcement Directorate office. Samiksha.
Yes, stay with us, Madhurima. Let's go across to Harsha as well, who's there at K Kavitha's residence. Harsha, we understand that K Kavitha would also be addressing the media ahead of ED grilling. Has it already happened? And how's the line of questioning going to be like in round 2 of ED grilling of the BRS leader?
Samiksha, we all are waiting for K Kavitha to leave her residence, as we'll show you the visuals of the residence where she resides. It's a KCR residence. All are waiting for K Kavitha to come out and address the media. All the media persons are already in place. The mics have been put up, but till now it's more than 11 o'clock. It's almost 11:15, but till now K Kavitha has not come out of her residence. The supporters, the Karyakartas, and in fact the legal team of K Kavitha is also inside the residence, and it's been communicated to us that before she leaves for Enforcement Directorate, she will address the media, and she will put her point, that the points which she has been stating since the first time of the questioning on March 11th. Also, she stated that all the allegations against her are false. She's nowhere related to Arun Pillai or Buchi Babu, and she doesn't know that what meeting is being talked about, which took place in Hyderabad. She has denied all the allegations, but we are waiting what she is going to speak to the media before she goes to Enforcement Directorate, because it's the round 2 questioning of K Kavitha in front of Enforcement Directorate, and today the questioning is going to be very intense also, as Buchi Babu and Arun Pillai could be made to sit in front of K Kavitha, and confrontation could take place, because Buchi Babu was also interrogated by Enforcement Directorate last night till 10 o'clock, and Buchi Babu is also the former auditor of K Kavitha. Not to forget that he was involved in the meeting which took place in Hyderabad at the time when GOM was constituted and this entire liquor policy was formulated. Samiksha, back to you.
All right, thank you for taking us through all those details. So Harsha, they're reporting live from outside K Kavitha's residence, and Madhurima there, of course, outside the ED office where the questioning of K Kavitha would happen. Remember, K Kavitha would also be addressing the media ahead of being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. But for now, let's move on to more news break that's just coming in. And news break coming in on Imran Khan, the former Pakistan Prime Minister, which we're given to understand that it's yet another setback for Imran Khan, as a Lahore court has now denied permission for the PTI rally that was slated to be held on Sunday in Lahore, while hearing has been adjourned for tomorrow. So that's the latest that's just coming in. Court denying permission for the PTI rally, which was supposed to be held on Sunday in Lahore. Remember, Imran Khan had asked all his supporters, his loyalists to gather in large numbers for the PTI rally that was to be held on Sunday. The court having denied the permission for that rally that was supposed to be held, while the hearing of the court in the court has now been adjourned for tomorrow. So there's no relief as of yet for the former Pakistan Prime Minister, who's being scanned underway for various charges. So that's of course the latest coming in. Imran Khan, who called out, he'd asked his supporters to gather in large numbers for that PTI rally. It has now, the permission for which has now been denied by the Lahore court. Alright, let's go across to Kaswar also, who's joining us from Islamabad. Kaswar, while the permission for the rally has been denied by the court, we've been seeing the supporters of Imran Khan who've been gathering in large numbers, not just in Lahore, in other parts of the country as well. How is the situation looking like as of yet, as of now, and any reaction that's come in the latest from Imran Khan?
Well, a huge setback to Imran Khan and also to his party workers, as we heard that the court has actually stopped them from holding a rally in Lahore because Imran Khan wanted to show his power, and definitely he has already and very beautifully cornered the government and all the institutions as well. But today it was unexpected for all of us, including Imran Khan. They were not expecting that the court can issue such type of orders as well, because today we all know that his arrest warrant was suspended by 10 a.m. today. But on the other hand, the preparation for Sunday's rally was on the card, and as you have rightly pointed out, the tens of hundreds of people of his party have already converged on Lahore as well. But it's a huge setback. But so far, we don't know why did court pass this judgment. Now, one thing is very important that I will definitely tell you. That is, the court issued the order that even when someone has to marry, someone has to get married in Pakistan, but still he takes 15 to 20 days earlier to make arrangements. And how can PTI and Imran Khan announce a huge rally, because it's a popular rally and crowd-fetching people as well? So how can Imran Khan decide just 3 or 4 days earlier that I'm going to hold another rally? That was really interesting remark coming out of the court. But as you have rightly pointed out, it's a huge setback for Imran Khan. I think the institution
All right, Kaswar, thank you for getting us all those details. Of course, let's not forget all of this comes in the backdrop of the violent clashes we've seen in Lahore and Rawalpindi, where several of the supporters of Imran Khan have been resorting to violent means, with the police also resorting to shelling and tear gas shells and water cannons to disperse the protesters. And in some more global news, the police clashed with protesters in Paris as demonstrations took place against controversial government proposals to change pension plans, which were validated by a committee of lawmakers meeting behind closed doors.
Paris is at unrest. Thousands continue to throng the streets against Macron's controversial pension bill. Protesters were accompanied by heavy security force as they moved through the left bank along unencumbered streets. Watch how the police and protesters clashed on the streets of the French capital. "22 people were also detained. And as the showdown in Paris continues, it remains to be seen whether or not the controversial bill will be amended. Agency report, Republic TV.
And we slip into a very short break for now, but live and breaking to continue on the other side of the break. After a gap of 2 years, Biden's close aide, Eric Garcetti, confirmed as a new US ambassador to India. And violent clashes erupt in Naples ahead of Nepalese Champions League match against Frankfurt.
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resorted to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
अच्छा अनूप जी एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? तो बोली दाल चावल। तो सोचने का गौरव भाई हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है।
Right, we start with the news break that's just coming in from Tamil Nadu, where a pro-DMK outfit is staging a protest against the governor of the state for not giving assent and returning the prohibition of online gambling bill to the state government. We're given to understand that DK has planned to send ash of the people who committed suicide due to online gambling by post to the governor. So that's the latest that's just coming in, that the DMK is planning to up the ante for the governor not giving his assent and returning the prohibition of online gambling bill to the state government. So it's a face-off between the DMK and the Tamil Nadu governor over not giving assent to the online gambling bill to the state government. The visuals on your screens right now of a pro-DMK outfit who've gathered in large numbers to stage protest against the Tamil Nadu governor for refusing to give his assent to the online gambling bill. Alright, we slip into a very short break, but we'll continue with more news breaks on the other side and more from Chennai, where showdown is happening over the online gambling bill against the state government.
अच्छा अनूप जी एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? बोली दाल चावल। तो सोचने का गौरव भाई हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, is where there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए। राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते थे, 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
जितना भी एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस के गैंग मेंबर्स हैं, वो एक लाइन में बात करते हैं। जो श्रीमान राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं वही भाषा भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर जितना भी देश के विरोध में काम करते हैं वही भाषा बोलते हैं।
Minister of Finance Ratna Rijidu leads a government charge against Rahul, says Rahul echoing Tukre gang. And talk for Liquorgate, BRS leader K Kavitha to be quizzed by ED once again today. Ahead of Kavitha quizzing, BRS repeats a political vendetta charge, says not scared of centre. After a 2-year gap, Biden's close aide is now confirmed as the new US ambassador to India. And violent clashes erupt in Naples ahead of Champions League match against Frankfurt. Viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest on India's #1 news network, Republic TV. Getting you the top update right now. BRS leader and MLC from Telangana K Kavitha will appear before the ED today for a second round of questioning in Liquorgate. In a parallel Liquorgate development, former auditor of K Kavitha has also been summoned again by the ED. Let's go straight across to my colleagues. We're being joined by senior editor Shravan Sen. I just want to come across to Shravan first, and then I'll come across to Harsha. Shravan, what can we expect today? Because we know the ED will be quizzing K Kavitha today. A lot on the table, a lot of questions also being raised on how will that questioning go, Shravan?
Well, in fact, Shivangi, we are broadcasting outside the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters here in the National Capital, where just let me give you a sense of what's really happening right now, and then perhaps we'll get into the details of the investigation that's being carried out in the liquor scam. As you can see, I'll ask my video journalist to give you a closer look up for all the bandobast that's been done, keeping in mind that it's expected that the party would essentially demonstrate this show of strength, and that is exactly why there have been preparations that have been done by the Delhi police at this point in time, so that she can enter smoothly inside the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters. Now, what's important to point out is that this is for the second time K Kavitha is now going to be examined by the Enforcement Directorate. But what perhaps could be different than the first time when she was actually questioned? One with regards to a joint interrogation, just look at the way this has now been prepared by the Enforcement Directorate. First, you have Arun Ramachandra Pillai, an alleged close associate of K Kavitha, whose custody has now been extended for 3 days, which means there is a high possibility that yet another round of joint interrogation with K Kavitha can take place. Now, I'll tell you what's the significance of that. Secondly, with regards to her former auditor, Buchi Babu, who was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday, he too has now been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. What it appears is that the Enforcement Directorate has a larger plan. The plan essentially being of a joint interrogation between all three. Why is it so very important at this particular stage? That is because, if you remember, the statements that have been given so far under Section 50 of the PMLA Act by Buchi Babu as well as Arun Ramachandra Pillai, they've all indicted K Kavitha in terms of her role in the liquor scam, starting from the fact that the Benami investments that was being represented all this while by Arun Ramachandra Pillai, he claims it is of K Kavitha. Buchi Babu too has basically disclosed the fact that there have been multiple meetings that have taken place not only in the national capital but also in Hyderabad, and there too it does turn out that all of this was essentially happening at the behest of at the behest of K Kavitha. In fact, they're specifically talking about a meeting that has taken place at her residence, where her husband, along with Samir Mahendru and others, were also present. I'll ask my video journalist to just keep a closer watch at the entrance of the Enforcement Directorate. Anytime now, we're expecting K Kavitha to basically come in. A lot of hectic developments taking place right now, with officers also entering the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters right now. In a short while from now, we're expecting K Kavitha to come in. She's also addressed the media before coming in. Remember, the opposition parties have essentially taken this position that the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation are essentially working at the behest of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they're basically targeting the opposition parties, and there is no concrete proof that they have. In fact, K Kavitha has also basically distanced herself from the statements that have been given by Arun Ramachandra Pillai, saying that as a political leader, she essentially has come across, met multiple people. That does not essentially mean that she perhaps can take responsibility for the alleged crimes that have been committed by those people whom she has met in the past. Now, that's exactly the position that has been taken by K Kavitha. But will that really cut eyes with the Enforcement Directorate? That's not known at this stage, because it's important to point out here that they are essentially looking at these statements that have already been recorded, in which they are basically giving full details of the multiple meetings that have taken place, and the fact that a company called Indo Spirits, which there too they believe that it was K Kavitha who had stakes in that very company that was given the license for carrying out the liquor business here in the national capital. In fact, they're also citing the fact that Samir Mahendru of Indo Spirits had a FaceTime call with K Kavitha. This was the time when Indo Spirits wasn't really given the license in the first place, and it basically required the involvement of the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, and it was only after his intervention that perhaps Indo Spirits was basically granted the license. So all that put together, we are looking at yet another session between all three, K Kavitha, Buchi Babu as well as Arun Ramachandra Pillai. So it's going to be quite significant, this entire second examination of K Kavitha.
Right, Shravan. And Shravan, you're getting us all the details right now. Now we know that it's the second round of questioning. Let's go to Harsha as well. And Harsha, like Shravan was telling us, that a lot is expected today. You are reporting outside K Kavitha's residence as of now. What can be expected later in the day outside K Kavitha's residence?
If we talk about right now, the situation right now outside the residence, the Karyakartas have gathered, the crowd is all inside. She's meeting her Karyakartas inside, and she was already expected to leave from her residence at 11 o'clock, but it's more than 11:30 and she's yet not out of her residence. What we have been told is that police escort vehicle has already gone inside, and anytime now, in the span of 10 to 15 minutes, she would be leaving for Enforcement Directorate office. Now, security is on alert, as you can see the visuals outside the residence. All the member of Parliament parliamentarians, all the MPs of BRS who come from Telangana have already come and met K Kavitha at her residence. This all started from 8 o'clock in the morning. Until now, you can see the sea of the Karyakartas could be seen. They are all inside and outside. And on March 11th also, we saw the similar scenes outside her residence. The similar scenes are right now also. And they stand with their leader. They have been continuously stating, like K Kavitha is already stating, that she has denied all the allegations. She says that the allegations are baseless and it's completely tactics of intimidation by the central government, and it is doing this on the behest of central government. And the supporters are also stating that this is all because there are Telangana elections this year. And right now you can also see the visuals. We are waiting because she was supposed to address the media at 10 o'clock, but it's already now 11:30. She's not out of her residence. Till now she has not spoken to media. No one she has spoken yet. Yesterday what she spoke was on women reservation bill, but she spoke nothing from since yesterday to till now on the ET round 2 of questioning. We are waiting for her to come out and address the media as she was supposed to earlier. Shivangi, back to you.
Right. And I just want to go back to our senior editor, Shravan Sen, who's getting us all the details. Now, we know that the former auditor of the BRS leader, K Kavitha, he made some allegations. Now, what he said was that, in fact, he said that there was an understanding, so-called understanding between K Kavitha and the CM of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, former Deputy CM Manish Sisodia in Delhi. In that process, K Kavitha also had a meeting with Vijay Nair on 19th and 20th of March 2021, Shravan. But these allegations have been completely rubbished from K Kavitha's side. And Arvind Kejriwal has also called these allegations fake. So right now, where do things stand? Any kind of reactions coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party when it comes to K Kavitha's questioning? All right, we keep getting you the top updates coming in right now. So as you can see, viewers, right now that ED will be questioning K Kavitha today. We're getting you all the details. We have both Harsha and we also have a senior editor, Shravan Sen, who's reporting live from outside the ED office. Round 2 of Kavitha quizzing today. Shravan, if you can hear me, I'm coming back to you. We, of course, will be waiting for that quizzing to start. Let's take our viewers through exactly what the ex auditor of BRS leader K Kavitha said when he was summoned by the ED. In fact, we know that he said that there was a so-called understanding between K Kavitha, Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia as well. And there was also a meeting which took place between K Kavitha and Vijay Nair.
So right now, Shivangi showing you the visuals from outside K Kavitha residence. As you can see, lot of hustle could be seen outside her residence because Delhi police officials, the security, her own security, and the police escort vehicle which has gone inside, all are on alert. And yesterday also, Shivangi, as you were stating, that Buchi Babu was questioned by Enforcement Directorate and he was questioned till 10 p.m. in the night. And today the questioning with K Kavitha becomes very important because today there is
the office, and big news is coming in right now that Kavitha will be skipping the quizzing. Shravan, I'm coming to you right now. Big news coming in. What do we know about this? Kavitha is skipping the ED summons.
The exact reasons for accused of not coming to ED office is yet not known to us, but ED sources are saying that once they receive the communication.
All right, we will be going across to Shravan Sen in just a moment. So this is the big story we're tracking for you right now. Harsha, I'm coming back to you. Now we're getting these multiple updates coming in right now. This is something which is breaking K Kavitha to skip ED summons. Harsha, what is very interesting to note is that K Kavitha earlier had said that I will cooperate with the questioning. I will cooperate with the ED. But today we're coming to know just right now that she's skipping the ED summoning. Harsha.
Exactly, Shivangi, and situation over here also changed because she was supposed to address the media at 10 o'clock. She was supposed to leave for Enforcement Directorate at around 10:45. But now, if you see the situations outside the residence and the breaking news which you are getting is that K Kavitha has planned to skip this Enforcement Directorate questioning today. Yesterday we saw after the women reservation roundtable conference, she came to her residence. There was a meeting with lawyers of K Kavitha. K Kavitha met her lawyers and asked her what they could do and how they could further proceed. And now we have got to know just now that K Kavitha is going to skip the Enforcement Directorate questioning today, and this could be taken in a reverse way by Enforcement Directorate, because today was the important day of grilling as she was to be confronted with Arun Pillai and Buchi Babu. Today the grilling had to be intense because the evidence which Enforcement Directorate had is very clear that K Kavitha was involved in the kickbacks which was given to Aam Aadmi Party bureaucrats and officials. The meeting with the K Kavitha had with Vijay Nair, and not only this, how K Kavitha was being represented by Arun Pillai and Abhishek Boinpalli and Buchi Babu, who is the former auditor of K Kavitha, and how the formulation of the Delhi liquor excise policy was done was in the behest of K Kavitha as well. How in Indo-Spirit she got her stakes, which is 65%. This is also one of the evidence which Enforcement Directorate has. And today the important day of grilling was there, but right now again showing you the visuals from outside her residence. Till now no sign of Kavitha coming out, and we have got to know that she is going to skip the AD questioning today. Shivangi, back to you.
Right, I just want to go across to Shravan Sen. Shravan, if you can hear me right now, this is a big update coming in, and like Harsha was saying that K Kavitha has not even stepped outside her residence right now. And like I was asking Harsha, K Kavitha has said again and again, I will cooperate, I will go ahead with the questioning, I have nothing to hide. So why is she skipping the summons?
Well, in fact, K Kavitha is certainly entitled to certain legal options, and she's certainly weighing that on. Right now, remember, this particular matter has already been taken up by the Supreme Court. In fact, it is posted for 24th of March when the hearing is essentially going to take place. But she's taken the advantage of that entire legal option that is available before her. Given the fact that she's essentially moved the court, number one, to quash these summons. Importantly, all this while, K Kavitha has been maintaining that she does not want to perhaps give this impression to anyone that she's not going to cooperate with the agency. In fact, in the interview that she had given to Republic TV, she had made it abundantly clear that unlike the BJP leaders who have taken the recourse of running behind the court and delaying investigations against their own leaders, she's not going to do that. And that's the reason why when the first summons was sent out, she's basically appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. Now she's basically saying that she's a lady and she should not perhaps be subjected to be called at the headquarters of the Enforcement Directorate. The team of the ED can perhaps come to her residence and record the statement just the way the Central Bureau of Investigation has done. Remains to be seen how exactly this pans out in the court. Will this really go against K Kavitha as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned? One will have to wait and watch, because the Enforcement Directorate may not want to act at this point in time. They'll wait for to see what exactly happens at the Supreme Court and which way does the court basically goes at this stage, because remember, the investigation is at a very critical stage. They've already got a further extension of people who have indicted K Kavitha in the statements that they have given so far, starting from Arun Ramachandra Pillai to former chartered accountant of K Kavitha, Buchi Babu, who have also appeared before the Enforcement Directorate here. It now turns out that one of her representatives did actually go inside the Enforcement Directorate office. Perhaps it is to inform that she's not going to appear before them, and since the matter is sub judice and she's already approached the Supreme Court, it's only based on what the Supreme Court directs, only then she will take further steps in this entire case. It remains to be seen how exactly the Enforcement Directorate responds to this, whether at all they are going to issue another set of summons to her, or they're going to simply wait till the time the Supreme Court hears this entire matter on 24th of March. But it does seem that this is only intensifying. On the one hand, you have the Land for Jobs scam, in which a similar predicament for the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejaswi Yadav, who too has now moved the court for quashing the FIR and also the summons that have been issued against him. Three summons have already gone to Tejasvi Yadav. And now, on the other hand, you have another opposition leader, that is BRS leader K Kavitha, who's essentially battling these summons that have been sent out by the Enforcement Directorate. So both sides, the central agencies have also been on an overdrive right now, ensuring that what they believe is a full-fledged investigation that's been carried out without any biasness. Now, that's the position that has been taken by the central agency, but this also comes in when the parliament is basically underway. The government is being cornered by the opposition parties by saying that they've not essentially spoken on other issues, but focusing more on the opposition parties. We'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we continue our coverage of this massive development taking place in the national capital, with BRS leader now skipping the summons sent out to her.
अच्छा अनूप जी, एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? बोली दाल चावल। सोचने का गौरव भाई, हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी। दूसरा, हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए। राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी। एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन 2 को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई, विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जुबान इन लोगों की है। इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। PFI के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है तमाम स्कैम।
Viewers are live and breaking and getting some top developments coming in. It seems as if K Kavitha is not going to appear today before the ED. She's likely to skip the summons. Let's go across to Harsha is joining us live. Harsha has been reporting outside K Kavitha's residence. Harsha, what are you seeing right now, especially after this big breaking came in that K Kavitha is not appearing before the ED today? It's very likely not to come. Harsha, can you hear me? All right, we will be getting back to Harsha in just a moment, but let's take you through exactly what's happened so far. Now, K Kavitha is very likely to skip the ED summons today in connection with the Delhi liquor policy case, and she had also, in fact, moved the Supreme Court challenging the ED summons in Delhi excise policy case. Taking a very short break right now, viewers. We continue getting the top updates. It seems to be a story which is moving very fast here on Republic TV. Much more coming up on the other side. Liquorgate explodes as K Kavitha skips ED summons for today. Stay tuned.
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If you look at the history of this scam, is where there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए, राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते हैं तो 2 रुपए 10 रुपए 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
विजय चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई, विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जो मांग इन लोगों की है, इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। पीएफआई के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा अनूप जी, एक बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है, इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, चौका वगैरह सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस है। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना है, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए। मैं बताता हूं, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहां?
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resorted to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
अच्छा अनूप जी, एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? बोली दाल चावल। तो सोचने का गौरव भाई, हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If you look at the history of this scam, is where there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए, राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसा।
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए, राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with a look at the headlines we are tracking here at noon.
जितना भी एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस के गैंग मेंबर्स हैं वो एक लाइन में बात करते हैं, जो श्रीमान राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं वही भाषा भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर जितना भी देश के विरोध में काम करते हैं वही भाषा बोलते हैं।
Kiran Rijiju leads the government's charge against Rahul Gandhi, says Rahul echoing Tukre Tukre gang. Demand for an apology from Rahul Gandhi grows louder. Logjam in Parliament for the 4th consecutive day. In the dock for Liquorgate, sources suggest BRS leader K Kavitha is likely to skip summons from the ED today. The BJP versus BJP infighting in Karnataka over tickets continues. Yediyurappa's son now slams C.T. Ravi. With relief to Imran Khan set to end today, will he now be arrested? Well, it looks like it is a big setback for the Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav. Now, the court has said that he will have to appear before the CBI on the 25th of this month at 10:30. However, it may come as partial relief to him. Since the CBI has said that it will not arrest Tejashwi Yadav this month. Do remember that Tejashwi Yadav has been summoned by the CBI to answer questions in the Land for Jobs scam. The Land for Jobs scam essentially is allegations that revolve around the Yadavs and their family, that Lalu Prasad Yadav, when he was the railway minister from 2004 to 2009, had given jobs to people in lieu of land which was either sold to the Yadav family at very low prices, which is much below the market value, or was essentially given to them for free. So this is coming as a setback for Tejashwi Yadav. The Deputy Chief Minister will have to make an appearance before the CBI at 10:30. That's on the 25th of March. However, the CBI has informed court that it will not arrest him till then. Let's go across to Prakash Singh, our editor, Special Projects. He joins us on the broadcast. Good afternoon, Prakash. Prakash, this will come at least as partial relief for Tejashwi Yadav. But the other side of the story is that he will have to come before the CBI and answer questions related to the scam.
Well, yes, he has been appearing in the court as and when it has been required by the special CBI court in Delhi. And the case is ongoing, both the Land for Job as well as the USPTC case, in which Tejashwi has been interrogated by the CBI as well as the ED. Last time also, the ED had raided the premises of Tejashwi Yadav in Friend Colony in Delhi, and thereafter simultaneous interrogation had taken place of Misha Bharti, Rabi Devi and Lalu Yadav. And in that context, Yadav had also been summoned, but citing various reasons pertaining to the Vidhan Sabha session as well as other personal reasons related to his wife, he did not appear, and the CBI had summoned him to appear in the court on 25th March at 10:30 a.m. And a big reprieve has been that the CBI has assured that Tejasvi will not be arrested, but now the investigation in the line of job scam has been invited by the CBI, and an significant allegations being labeled by both the and RBD in the context.
All right, so that was Prakash Singh joining us from Patna, giving us details in terms of Tejasvi Yadav having to appear before the CBI. Now, do remember that he'd gone to court on this, saying that he needs perhaps to be the CBI questioning that has to happen can happen in Patna, and that he shouldn't be going to Delhi for that. But that's something that this court has now quashed. So he will have to make an appearance before the CBI on the 5th of March. All right, just to give our viewers a brief sense of what this is largely about, this is the land
prayer that we made on behalf of Mr. Tejasvi. We had moved the petition for washing off the notices under 160 CRPC issued to Deputy CM Tejasvi Yadav. So we had stated that the summons are without jurisdiction, as the IO cannot call any person outside his 3 a.m. to appear before CBI headquarters in Delhi. Any other directions that were passed by the High Court? No, the High Court has given us liberty that in case they give you a fresh summon or they ask you to come again post-March, because this protection is till March 31st, we can come back to the High Court again. Thank you.
Right, so that was Tejasvi Yadav's lawyer over there speaking about what the court has said. So essentially there is protection from arrest. That is, the investigating officer in this case from the CBI's side cannot arrest him till the 25th of March. But what we understand is that Tejasvi Yadav can go back to court thereafter. However, he will have to appear before the CBI in connection with the land for jobs scam, which has mired the Yadav family in Bihar. And moving on, it's spring in Kashmir and the almond trees are in full bloom, and Badamwari Garden in Srinagar has become the latest attraction for tourists, thousands of whom are thronging the Kashmir Valley only to witness these beautiful visuals. Meanwhile, the government is also planning to open Kashmir's famous tulip garden earlier this year.
It's springtime in the Kashmir Valley, and we are seeing the tourists as well as the locals thronging these different gardens. Right now we are reporting from the Badamwari, where the almond trees are in full bloom, and one can see the bloom in white as well as pink color. Although this garden has a rich tradition, culture, and also has its heritage, it is located on the foothills of Hari Parvat, which is giving a spectacular view to the garden. We are seeing the locals as well as the tourists from the different parts of the country visiting this garden. Department of Tourism is also planning to hold festivals related to spring, and we are picking from the sources now that the tulip garden, which is Asia's one of the largest garden in the Kashmir Valley, will be reopened for the tourists by the month end. With Vijay Firdoswani, I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
Well, 3 days of complete washout in Parliament, the demand for an apology from Rahul Gandhi is growing louder. Now, government versus Congress party face-off has erupted, with the Union Minister launching an unrelenting attack against Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress coming to the Gandhi Science defense once again.
राहुल गांधी जी का कैम्ब्रिज क्राइस, लंदन लाइस, इससे साफ तौर पर दिखता है कि वो देश को अपमानित करने का कोई भी क्षण नहीं छोड़ रहे। अरे आपके भ्रष्टाचार की चर्चा दुनिया भर में है, और आप दुनिया भर के देशों में जाकर भारत को बदनाम करने का काम करते हो। वापस आइए और देश से माफी मांगिए। समय आ गया है माफी मांगने का।
Rahul Gandhi attacked not only the magnificence of the Indian Parliament, but also the supremacy of institutions such as the Supreme Court of India. It is shameful that Rahul Gandhi, instead of coming to Parliament and apologizing for his undemocratic rant against India, today seeks to be absent from Parliament.
बड़े शर्मनाक तरीके से एक विपक्षी नेता विदेशी देश में जाकर और भारत के लोकतंत्र पे अनाप शराब बातें करते हैं। भारत की प्रेस, भारत की जुडिशरी, भारत की मीडिया, भारत के इलेक्शन कमीशन, भारत की सेना सभी के ऊपर आरोप लगाते हैं। सर, वो लोकतंत्र बचाने के लिए इनको सबसे पहले सदन में आके इनके नेता को माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी, देश की माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी, देशवासियों की माफी मांगनी।
Part has come out in defense of Rahul Gandhi once again, with Mallikarjun Kharge saying that there is no question of Rahul Gandhi apologizing.
तो जनप्रतिनिधि है, जनता का हित में जो भी है हम बोलते हैं, लेकिन कुछ लोग जनता और देश कोई मायने नहीं रखता है, इसलिए जो एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस है, जितना भी भारत के विरोधी ताकतें हैं, वो सबका भाषा एक है। आप गौर कीजिए, जितना भी एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस के गैंग मेंबर्स हैं, वो एक लाइन में बात करते हैं। जो श्रीमान राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं वही भाषा भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर जितना भी देश के विरोध में काम करते हैं वही भाषा बोलते हैं। इसलिए जब हमने पार्लियामेंट में भी इस बात को कही थी कि रूल के तहत देश के अंदर में जो भी बहस होना है, हम डेमोक्रेसी है, डेमोक्रेसी के अंदर में जो भी प्रावधान है उसी के तहत हम लोग काम करेंगे। हम लोग सत्ता में अपने आप नहीं आए, मोदी जी अपने मर्जी से प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बने हैं। हमारे लगभग 140 करोड़ का आशीर्वाद से मोदी जी इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री बने हैं। और आज पूरा दुनिया कह रहे हैं कि मोदी जी का विचार, मोदी जी का दूरदृष्टि और मोदी जी का काम करने का तरीका ये देश के लिए और दुनिया के लिए मिसाल है। राहुल गांधी देश के सामने में और लोकसभा में आकर के माफ़ी मांगना ही होगा, वरना हम लोग उसको तवज्जो नहीं देंगे। लेकिन जो भारत विरोधी ताकतें हैं और लंदन के लोग तो सोचते हैं कि राहुल गांधी जो बोल रहे हैं सही है, और लोग सोचते हैं कि भारत में तो बोलने का आज़ादी नहीं है। यहाँ कहते हैं कि प्रेस मीडिया का फ्रीडम नहीं है, जुडिशरी ख़त्म हो गया, लोकतंत्र ख़त्म हो गया। इस तरह का बातें करके देश को नुकसान पहुंचाया है और एक तरीके से भारत के संविधान को भी उन्होंने इंसल्ट किया है, जुडिशरी को इंसल्ट किया है। हमारा जुडिशरी कमज़ोर नहीं है, इंडिपेंडेंट है और बहुत मजबूती से अपना काम कर रहे हैं। और वहाँ कहते हैं कि जुडिशरी भी ख़त्म हो चुके हैं इंडिया में, पार्लियामेंट ख़त्म हो चुके हैं, डेमोक्रेसी ख़त्म हो चुके हैं। इस तरह का जो बातें उन्होंने लंदन में जा कर के दुनिया का सामने में बोला, इससे देश और हमारा लोकतंत्र को बहुत क्षति पहुंचाया है। इसलिए हम तो इसको ये सोचते हैं कि देश के लोग जानते हैं कि ये आदमी किस तरीके के सोच है, लेकिन विदेश के लोग तो नहीं जानते हैं ना। विदेश के लोग तो सोचते हैं कि राहुल गांधी सच बोल रहा है। हमारा देश वाला तो उसको गंभीरता से नहीं लेते हैं, लेकिन जो भारत को अच्छा से नहीं जानता है वो तो सोचेंगे कि राहुल गांधी ने सच बोल दिया है, तो इसका भरपाई कौन करेगा? कांग्रेस पार्टी सारा जाके क्या लंदन में झाड़ू मारेगा और नमस्ते करके बोलेंगे कि राहुल गांधी ने जो बोला है माफ़ कर दो? ये देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा ये गंभीर विषय है। इसलिए मैं जैसे कहा कि मैं बात को लंबा नहीं रखना चाहता हूँ, विषय को हम भटकाने भी नहीं चाहते हैं। एक ही मुद्दा है कि देश के खिलाफ, संसद के खिलाफ जो उन्होंने बात बोला, झूठ बोला, माइक ऑफ कर दिया करके झूठ बोला, बोलने नहीं दिया जाता बोल के उन्होंने झूठ बोला, ये सारा उन्होंने देश के खिलाफ विदेश के धरती में जा कर के झूठ बोला, उसके लिए माफ़ी मांगना होगा।
But the Congress party, of course, is coming out in defense of Rahul Gandhi. Mallikarjun Kharge has made it extremely clear that it is not going to apologize over those comments.
पार्लियामेंट में डिस्कशन नहीं होना ये उनका मंशा है। कभी सुने आप, रोज उठ के रूलिंग पार्टी के लोग ही गड़बड़ करते हैं। अभी अपोजिशन के उठते नहीं बोलने के लिए, लेकिन सरकार के लोग पहले ही उठते हंगामा, माफी मांगो माफी मांगो। ये क्या है? क्या इंस्टिगेट, खुद इंस्टिगेट कर रही सरकार और दूसरों को डेमोक्रेसी जो बात सुनाती है। माफी मांगने का सवाल ही नहीं। चलो
Well, we're now getting to hear that K Kavitha has decided to skip the summons that were given to her by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, she has issued a statement on this, and in that statement she has said that she is a people's representative and seizing a phone is a breach of privacy. Then going on to say that if the ED wants to question me, I'm available at my residence and I'm not running away. Now, do remember that this comes right in conjunction with the fact that she has also approached court over there saying that since she's a woman, the ED must come to her home to question her. She has no problems with questioning, but she will not come to the ED's office to answer those questions in Liquorgate. Now, this, of course, was the second time that the ED was supposed to question K Kavitha. We are still awaiting for a word from the Enforcement Directorate on in terms of how this investigation is going to go forward now. Let's go across to Harsha, who joins us now. Harsha, tell us more about what K Kavitha has said in her statement. We believe that she wants the ED to come to her residence to question her.
Exactly, Nupur. Not to forget, she yesterday also took the Supreme Court route to ask that the entire questioning should be done at her residence and she should not attend by going to the agency's office. But yesterday, Supreme Court denied the stay. And today, what we are getting to know is that K Kavitha has skipped the ED questioning. And what message we have been sent through her legal team is that I am a people's representative. It is a breach of my privacy. My phone was seized. If ED wants to question, I am available at my residence and I am not running away from it. She also states that her representation to the ED cited section 50(3), which states that it is a discretion of notice to attend personally or through authorized agent. She has stated that she is available for questioning at her residence, and right now, Nupur, she is not going to attend the ED questioning today at the agency's office. And also the visual from outside her residence, there was a sea of Karyakartas, but right now, majorly, most of the Karyakartas have left from her residence, and in fact, the police security, the Delhi police official security which were deployed here earlier could not be seen anywhere, because it's very clear that now K Kavitha is not going to an agency's office for questioning today. She has escaped it, and also the press conference which was lined up at 10 o'clock,
Right.
she was supposed to address a press conference at 10 o'clock before leaving for Enforcement Directorate office. That also stands cancelled. It is now
All right.
cancelled, and she has clearly stated that it's a right to cooperate. She's cooperating with the agency, but agency had to question at her
All right.
residence. She's not going to go to the agency's office, and she states section 53. Nupur, back to you.
All right, Harsha, do stay on with us. Harsha, of course, is bringing us the latest details in terms of the statement that has been made by K Kavitha, where she has said that she wants to cooperate with the agencies. However, her phone has been seized, and she also wants the agencies to come to her residence to question her. Do remember that there was another appeal, essentially, that she had filed in the court, and it was similar to the one that she has made today, saying that since she's a woman, she must be questioned at her home.
के खिलाफ हम उपराज्यपाल महोदय के यहाँ जाना चाह रहे हैं और राष्ट्रपति महोदय को ये कहना चाहते हैं, इसमें आप संज्ञान लें, इसमें सरकार को आप निर्देश दें, इसमें जेपीसी का गठन होना चाहिए।
बहुत धन्यवाद। जेपीसी का गठन करो। अनिल चौधरी थे अपने।
All right, so visuals on your screens are of the Congress party protesting in the national capital. Now, this protest appears to be against the Adani group, saying that the government must form a joint parliamentary committee against the Adani group and the allegations that have been made in the Hindenburg report against the Adani group of companies. So the Congress party, of course, taking its protest to the streets. Do remember that opposition parties have been asking the government to essentially form a JPC. The government so far has said that there is already an inquiry that's looking into the allegations that have been made by Hindenburg.
चौधरी जी के नेतृत्व में, दिल्ली कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष अनिल जी के नेतृत्व में हम एक प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे और बड़ा सिंपल प्रोटेस्ट है कि हमें एलजी साहब से मिलने दिया जाए। हमारा लोकतांत्रिक हक है एलजी साहब से मिलना और उनके पास अपनी बात को रखना। संसद में जब राहुल गांधी जी सवाल उठाते हैं तो प्रधानमंत्री जी को प्यास लग जाती है, घबराहट हो जाती है, सवालों के जवाब नहीं होते। जब सड़क पर हम लोग प्रोटेस्ट करते हैं, हम लोग एलजी साहब से मिलना चाहते हैं, जो कि हमारा हक है, हमें एलजी साहब से मिलने नहीं दिया जाता। ये बैरिकेड की लंबी कतार, ये पुलिस, वाटर कैनन्स, लाठी डंडे, सब कुछ हमारे ऊपर ये लोग उतारने के लिए तैयार रहते हैं। तो मैं आपके चैनल के माध्यम से कह देना चाहती हूँ, ये वो कांग्रेस पार्टी है जिसका कि इतिहास रहा है कि इन्होंने बलिदान दिया है। बलिदान देने से हम सब महिलाएं भी, कांग्रेस का एक एक कार्यकर्ता पीछे नहीं हटेगा, क्योंकि ये समय आ चुका है कि हमें सड़क से संसद तक की लड़ाई और उससे आगे तक की लड़ाई भी लड़नी है, क्योंकि इनको घुटने टिकाना है। मदद सिर्फ आप लोगों से इतनी चाहिए कि चौथा स्तंभ जो है वो भी मजबूत खड़ा रहे हमारे साथ में और हमारी चीज़ों को, विपक्ष की बातों को जनता तक पहुंचाए, दिखाए, सरकार के कान खुले। जी
थैंक यू। यू आर टू स्वीट टू आस्किंग क्वेश्चन यार। बहुत स्वीट हो तुम। थैंक यू।
All right, so those are Congress workers who are protesting right now over the Adani issue. Let's go across to Piyush, who's reporting on this. Piyush, give us a sense of what we are expecting today. Now, the Parliament, of course, has been washed out for about 3 days already, and there appears to be no compromise between the Treasury benches and the opposition. The Congress hitting the streets. How do you see today going?
Well, certainly, once again, we are now seeing as to how the Lok Jam continues in the parliament. These are the pictures coming in of the Congress party leaders along with other opposition political parties who are now protesting, demanding for the formation of JPC. So at one side, the opposition is demanding JPC to be formed in the Adani matter. On the other side, the BJP continues to press for an apology from Rahul Gandhi. And none of either side's demands are being fulfilled. And that's right. The Lok Jam continues to take place in the parliament. Right now, the opposition is protesting, demanding the formation of JPC into the Adani case. We'll have to wait and watch for how long it will continue. Remember that today in the morning, the Union Minister also slammed Rahul Gandhi for, making statements against India on foreign land. And the opposition has now made it very clear that what Rahul Gandhi said, there's nothing wrong in that. And Rahul Gandhi and especially Congress party, they are not going to apologize for what he said. Yesterday, there was a meeting also which was chaired by Jagdeep Dhankar, chairman of Rajya Sabha, vice president and the chairman of Rajya Sabha, with the opposition leaders, in which Mallikarjun Kharge, Jairam Ramesh and other leaders of opposition party, they were present. But still, even after that meeting, there is no solution coming in of the Lok Jam, which continues to take place in the parliament. 3 days have already been washed out, and today, once again, the moment both the houses resumed, we saw massive ruckus taking place, and the house is again adjourned till 2.
All right, so the House being adjourned till 2 o'clock after there were uproarious scenes in Parliament. This, of course, will be the 4th consecutive day if no business is transacted in both houses of Parliament. Pictures on your screen right now are of the protest that was held by the Congress party. This is about the Adani Rao. The Congress, of course, and other political parties as well, those are in the opposition at least, have been demanding that there be a joint parliamentary committee that's formed to investigate allegations that have been laid out against the Adani group of companies by Hindenburg. News just coming in. We are now learning that the CBI has registered a case against Manish Sisodia in the feedback unit case. Now, just to remind our viewers, this is a case that pertains to a special unit essentially being formed by the Delhi government to what are allegations that they were trying to do political snooping. So in this particular case, we are given to understand that a second case has been registered against Delhi's former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Now, just to tell our viewers that this was a special unit that was formed by the Delhi government. Its primary aim was to collect feedback from voters. However, political parties in the opposition alleged that this essentially was a snooping unit which was found by the Delhi government and worked under the guidance of the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The essential role of this unit was to snoop on political opponents, and so another case being filed against Manish Sisodia in this case. Shravan Sen joining us live from outside the ED's office on this. Shravan, give us more details with regards to the second case that has been registered against Manish Sisodia in this. Now, this of course pertains to that unit that was essentially formed, which political parties allege was meant for political snooping.
Well, in fact, Nupur, perhaps someone from our newsroom can put out the details of the FIR, the copy that has now been accessed by Republic TV, which perhaps gives you more details of the investigation that is likely to take place now, and what are the basic charges that have been leveled. Now, this is based on, number one, what the LG had essentially recommended after a preliminary inquiry that was done by the Central Bureau of Investigation for several months put together. We'll try and put this out for our viewers to understand what exactly is this case all about. But this happens to be the second case that has been registered against the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia. This is with regards to what was being run as the feedback unit. In fact, this unit was started by the Aam Aadmi Party soon after they came to power. The allegation that has now been leveled by the Central Bureau of Investigation is that this particular unit was basically carrying out snooping activities against political rivals. That's the allegation that has been leveled. We do not know at this point in time whether at all any of the opposition leaders, for that matter, any Delhi BJP unit leaders, were they being snooped by this particular unit. But what is very clear from that preliminary inquiry that was carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation, that while this was largely being touted as a unit that was supposed to get feedback on several of the government departments about their functioning, it turned out that in the garb of carrying out this kind of surveillance, this was more like snooping activities on snooping being carried out on political leaders, on especially opponents of the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, this is yet another allegation that has been denied by the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that this was primarily being done with the simple objective that was to improve the functioning of every government department as to how exactly they were functioning, whether at all there was any corruption that was being carried out by these departments. Because remember, the plank at which the Aam Aadmi Party came to power was to weed out corruption, and that is the reason why they say that this feedback unit was primarily created with a single point agenda that they were going to tackle corruption in government departments. But the allegation that has now been leveled is that without informing any of the other ministries, for example, if at all any such of snooping activity was to be carried out, it had there was a requirement of permissions coming in from the Ministry of Home Affairs, but that wasn't really the case as far as this feedback unit is concerned. But what's important to point out here is the fact that this was being carried out at the behest of top political leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Now, Shravan, the other part of the story essentially is that this unit seemed to function in a vacuum of sorts, if I could use that word, because it did not report, it did not have any sort of a legal standing, in the sense that it seemed to almost function extrajudicially.
One, necessary permissions were not taken. Remember, if any sort of snooping activity is to be carried out by any particular arm of the government, there is a necessary protocol that is to be followed. It is not possible that you can carry out any snooping activity without taking due permissions. For instance, even if a central agency wants to carry out any sort of surveillance, they need to take permission from the Union Home Secretary. And only after permissions that have come in, perhaps even the central agencies can do. Contrary to popular perception that the government is free to carry out any sort of surveillance without much of scrutiny, that's not how it actually happens. Even an agency like the National Investigation Agency perhaps cannot carry out any sort of surveillance without prior permission being taken from the Home Ministry. As far as this particular feedback unit is concerned, it turns out from the preliminary inquiry that has been carried out, the alleged, the allegation here is the fact that, political opponents were being snooped on. And that's the, allegation that has been leveled against this unit, which was formed soon after the Aam Aadmi Party came to power. However, having said that, the Aam Aadmi Party, maintains that yes, such a unit actually existed. There is an admission of the fact that there was such a unit that was created, but with a single point agenda, that this was to only curb corruption in government departments, was to keep an eye on the functioning of the government departments and submit this particular report to the top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party in order to improve the functioning of the government. Now, that's the premise at which, on which this unit was actually created.
Right, Shravan, and we have heard from the Aam Aadmi Party before they refrain that this is political vendetta. Shivangi also joining us on the broadcast from our Delhi studios. Shivangi, obviously it's going to be a similar sort of defense that would be put up by the Aam Aadmi Party as far as this new case is concerned. Absolutely, Nupur. Aam Aadmi Party keeps maintaining that all its leaders are very, very authentic and they have helped society to a great extent. Even though we see what happened with Satyendra Jain and Manish Sisodia, both of them have also resigned as ministers. I just want to go across to Samiksha, is also joining us live from the Mumbai newsroom. Samiksha, now we know that the CBI has launched FIR against Manish Sisodia and others in the snooping case. Take our viewers through what we're learning about this development.
Well, Shivangi, let me just quickly read out this FIR that we've accessed. It's, of course, the second case to have been registered against Manish Sisodia, the former Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital. He's been named in this FIR along with Sukesh Kumar Gupta, the then Secretary Vigilance of the National Capital, Rakesh Kumar Sinha, retired DIG CISF, working as Special Advisor to the Chief Minister and Joint Director of Feedback Unit, GNCT of the National Capital, along with the fourth one accused here, who is Pradeep Kumar Punch, retired Joint Deputy Director, IB, working as Deputy Director, Feedback Unit. Satish Ketrapal, who's retired Assistant Commandant, CISF, working as Feedback Officer, GNCT of the National Capital, and Gopal Mohan, Advisor Anti-Corruption of the Chief Minister of Delhi, along with others who have not been named. But yes, FIR has been registered. It's the second case, Shivangi, to have been registered against the former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia.
Right, Samiksha is getting us all the details right now, where we are seeing that CBI has put a case against Manish Sisodia in the snooping case. Let's go ahead to Shravan, also, who's joining us live right now. Shravan, if you could take our viewers through exactly what this FIR said. Now, we know that Samiksha took us through it, but take us through exactly what we can expect next in the snooping case.
Well, at this point in time, Shivangi, it's difficult to second guess what the central agency is essentially going to do. But having said that, what we can safely assume that since there have been multiple people who have been named in this particular FIR, you would expect the Central Bureau of Investigation to send out the initial summons and record the statements of those who have been linked to this particular case. Now, the very fact that you have one of the representatives or a close advisor of the Chief Minister who's been named in this FIR, who's carrying out the vigilance or what they're calling it as snooping, the behest of the Deputy Chief Minister as well as the Chief Minister in this particular case, in all likelihood you would expect their statement to be recorded to find out what was the mandate in the first place and what are the necessary permissions that were basically taken, whether at all they had or not. But the FIR was registered on the basis of a preliminary inquiry that was carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation, which is what happens in almost all cases of the CBI, that there is a preliminary inquiry that is done, and only if there is some sort of an FIR that is registered, that is just a minute. Only if there is some sort of a requirement in this particular case and there is a scheduled offence, the FIR is essentially registered. Important to point out here is the fact that in this particular case, it turns out that the Deputy Chief Minister has also been named because this feedback unit was exactly reporting to the Deputy Chief Minister, and that is exactly why in this particular case you see Manish Sisodia being reported. Now, in the documents that have been accessed by Republic TV, there is a clear mention of the fact that this was created soon after the Aam Aadmi Party came to power. It turns out that they were not only given sweeping
लगभग 80 लाख मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा यहाँ पे मौजूद था उस टाइम। अभी तक 2019 से लेके आज तक 30 लाख मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा हटाया जा चुका है। 50 लाख मीट्रिक टन अभी बाकी है। लगभग 2-2.5 साल हो गए। 2.5 साल के अंदर 30 लाख मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा हटाया, लेकिन अब दिसंबर तक हम लोगों ने टारगेट रखा है कि अगला 30 लाख मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा हटाने का, और हमें उम्मीद है कि अगले साल मार्च अप्रैल तक पूरा जो 50 लाख मीट्रिक टन यहाँ कूड़ा बचा है, उस 50 लाख मीट्रिक टन पूरे कूड़े को हटा दिया जाएगा अगले साल मार्च अप्रैल तक। जो टारगेट था उससे दुगनी स्पीड पे अभी यहाँ पे काम चल रहा है, और अभी मैंने उसका रिव्यू लिया था, और टारगेट इनका था कि डेली 6,500 मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा उठना चाहिए, लेकिन 6,500 की बजाय कल जैसे 9,000 मीट्रिक टन उठा है, और बाय द एंड ऑफ दिस मंथ इसको बढ़ा के 12-13,000 मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा डेली उठना चालू हो जाएगा। तो टारगेट से डबल स्पीड पे काम चल रहा है, और हमें उम्मीद है कि दिसंबर तक 30 लाख उठा देंगे और उसके बाद मार्च अप्रैल तक इसको कंप्लीट कर देंगे।
सर, नया जो कूड़ा लगातार आ रहा है यहाँ पे, क्या
उसका 2000 उसका अलग से वो एडिशनली उसको डिस्पोज किया जा रहा है, उसका कोने में इंतजाम किया हुआ है। वो इसके ऊपर सोल्यूशन है। जैसे अभी दिल्ली में लगभग 11,000 मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा डेली बनता है, उसमें से 8100 के करीब का इंतजाम है अभी ऑलरेडी हम लोगों के पास। कहीं वेस्ट टू एनर्जी में जाता है, सेग्रीगेशन होता है, वो सारा मिला के देयर इज अ डेफिसिट ऑफ रफली 2800 मीट्रिक टन एवरी डे। उसके लिए ओखला में 1000 मीट्रिक टन का एडिशनल कैपेसिटी एक्सपेंशन चल रहा है, और लगभग 2000 मीट्रिक टन का वेस्ट टू एनर्जी प्लांट वो कहाँ पे आ रहा है, जो बवाना में आ रहा है, जो कि 2026 तक बन के तैयार हो जाएगा। तो तब तक जो है इसका जो फ्रेश कूड़ा आ रहा है, फ्रेश कूड़े को डेली डिस्पोज करने के लिए हमने टेम्पोररी अरेंजमेंट किया, जैसे 2000 मीट्रिक टन यहीं पे कोने में इंतजाम किया हुआ है। सो जो मैंने बताया, यहाँ पे 10,000 मीट्रिक टन लीगेसी वेस्ट उठता है, और 2000 मीट्रिक टन जो डेली कूड़ा आता है उसको डिस्पोज किया जाता है।
All right, viewers, so we're just trying to get a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party right now. So this is Arvind Kejriwal's briefing just after we saw there's a new FIR which has been launched against Manish Sisodia. That news has come in. That essentially means it's more trouble for Manish Sisodia, who is already being investigated for Liquorgate. CBI has registered one more case against Sisodia, and snooping case this time. Let's move ahead to the other story we're talking right now. In fact, we're getting some breaking news coming in. Now, this breaking update is from Karnataka. Karnataka Chief Minister has slammed the politics over Bengaluru-Mysuru highway. alleged that Congress and the KPCC president are politicizing the issue. Meanwhile, there was a mega showdown on National Highway as more JDS workers gathered on National Highway led by Nikhil Kumaraswamy. Now those visuals are coming in there for you. It's a big showdown happening on the Bengaluru-Mysuru E-way, and you can see how a lot of chaos has erupted there. Now to understand what exactly happened, what is the main bone of contention, Prajwal is joining us live. Prajwal, a very good afternoon to you too. Just take our viewers through exactly what they're watching on their screen and what is this issue regarding the Bengaluru-Mysuru highway.
The Bengaluru-Mysuru Expressway, this has turned out to be a huge ruckus because after the inauguration which was made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the National Highway Authority of India opened up all the toll plazas as well. And once they opened up the toll plazas, there was a lot of malfunction in the machines as well, which resulted in many of the vehicles being damaged, many of the people being injured. But apart from that now, majority of the people are going on and questioning as to why should they go on and pay 135 rupees for a distance of 20 or 30 kilometers that they should travel, because we also need to understand that this particular highway also passes through around 6 or 7 districts as well, and there are no exit ways or no proper structuring of the service roads which has been made to. And the Karnataka High Court also took cognizance of this and has given 3 weeks time to the National Highway Authority of India's authorities to go on and reply, because according to the guidelines which was laid out by the NHAI itself in 2008, it clearly mentioned that until and unless the service roads are established, they should not open the toll plazas, and even if they open the toll plazas, the commuting should be free for the motorists who will pass by as well. But around 85% of the work has already been completed, but many of the service roads are yet to be completed, and this is turning out to be a major problem. So therefore, the pro-Kannada activists and the JDS workers along with the Congress workers too have been staging protest, and today we saw that Nikhil Kumaraswamy, who is the son of former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy, and the Ramnagar JDS candidate going on and stating that he will do a sit-in protest. But he was detained just a few minutes ago, and he has now been taken off, because now they are stating that this is the problem with every person who is travelling across all these 6 districts, and the state government needs to act on it as quickly as possible, because this is turning out to be quite a huge sum of money for the commuters who will have to pay around 135 rupees even if they will have to travel around 5 to 10 kilometers with no service roads or no exits that are being placed to. So this is a huge problem out here, Shivangi. And to just give you a better lowdown on how this entire area looks like, this is the toll plaza where I am standing right here from, and you can clearly go on and look at it, that now the police have cleared this completely. Just a few minutes ago, there were hundreds of JDS workers who were here creating a sit-in protest. So from this toll plaza till Mysuru, it is just one single road. There are service roads at 2 districts, but again, the service roads are not properly constructed is what the JDS workers went on to allege over here. And also now, because of the local registration, we see a lot of people from Ramnagar, Mandya, Maddur, Srirangpatna, Chanpatna and Kanakpura also travelling via the Bengaluru-Mysuru Expressway too. And them being charged 135 rupees on a daily basis in itself is a huge sum of money which they will have to shell out from their pockets, and there should be something done, because according to the rules again which has been laid out by the NHAI itself, it clearly mentions that vehicles which are bearing local registration number will have to be charged anywhere between 15% to 20% of the regular toll fee. And as of now, there are no specific cards which have been provided even for local residents as well. So this is something which needs to be looked into, is what their demand is. But then they have already started charging at the toll fee plaza, which is causing quite a problem for the commuters as well. And political parties are bent on making sure that this problem is highlighted and solution is given to all of them.
Right. And Prajwal, there's also some questions being raised about tolls being collected from the people. That's what some of the allegations have come in, as well as workers, JDS workers keep protesting. Now, has there been any kind of reaction coming in from the government itself on how this issue can be addressed?
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai spoke earlier this morning to the media. First and foremost, he's spoken on 3 important points. First and foremost, this entire issue should not be politicized. Secondly, the service roads have already been created and there has been no sort of toll charges that are being charged for those people who travel via the service roads as well. And thirdly, now, the way that people are politicizing this matter, they should have already known that if the National Highway was coming here on this particular way, there would definitely be toll charges, which everybody knew as well. And all these days, the people never complained because commuting was free on this particular road. But now they have started complaining because they are being charged as well. So this is something which needs to be understood. But on this quick note, we will also go on and quickly spin to a short break as well as we go on and continue this live and rolling coverage on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए, राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जो मांग इन लोगों की है, इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। पीएफआई के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा अनुप जी, बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है, इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, चौका होगा सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस है। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना है, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए हैं। मैं बताता हूं, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहां?
Breaking updates coming in right now. Getting in K Kavitha statement on skipping ED summons. She said that she's a people's representative and seizing her phone is a breach of privacy. If ED wants to question, I am available at my residence. I'm not running away from it.
రీజన్ 160
ఇల్నెస్ కాదండి, ఎందుకు ఇల్నెస్, దేనికి ఇల్నెస్ అబద్ధాలు ఎందుకు మాట్లాడుతున్నారు? ఇల్నెస్ కాదు, సుప్రీం కోర్టులో ఏ అయితే హక్కులు ఉన్నాయో అంటే ఈడీ ప్రశ్నించే వాళ్ళని
All right, viewers, so we were just trying to get a reaction from the aide of K Kavitha, but right now what we can tell you is that a statement has come out and she's saying that if ED wants to question, I'm available at my residence and I'm not running away from it. Republic has also accessed K Kavitha's letter to the ED. So remember that she has skipped the summons for today. And we're also learning that she has said that I'm available at my residence for any kind of questioning. Or that is a statement which has come out from her. Let's go straight to Madhurima joining us. Madhurima, it has been a dramatic turn of events when K Kavitha has decided not to appear before the ED. Now, she has also given a statement. Take our viewers through what that statement says and what is she saying? What is her reason for not turning up at the ED office today?
Well, Shivangi, if we look at the statement, she has made it categorically clear that she is not running away from the interrogation, whereas she is pointing out that how she is a people's representative and that it is the breach of her privacy, that how her phone was seized, and if ED wants to question her, she is available at her residence. She says that under the relevant section, a representative who's just now come out and speaking in the legal language, is using some of the words like fabricated and vendetta. So what we can make a sense out of, the rough sense out of what the aide is saying, that the entire case is fabricated and it's political vendetta, as in when this is the same lines and the similar sentiments that K Kavitha was echoing. Also, she says that she's available at her residence, and she's saying that under the section of 53, she has in her representation to the Enforcement Directorate, which states that it is discretion of the noticee, that is in this case K Kavitha, to attend personally or through authorized agent. So now she has chosen the latter option. She has stated that she is available for the questioning at her residence, but under the section 53 of the Enforcement Directorate, she has made it abundantly clear that she is not going to come here and has sent a representative to send this message, and she has said that she is available at her home, but as of today, and also let me tell our viewers that according to our sources and how this entire effort of sending a representative was done, she had a hint that she could, that the entire investigation could take, could be taken up a notch further, hinting towards the arrest. That is, she was hinting, according to her sources, this particular route has been taken by K Kavitha because, what happens with Enforcement Directorate is that under the PMLA clause, it becomes the responsibility of the accused.
All right, themselves. Madhurima, keep getting us those details. I just want to go across to Samiksha from the Mumbai newsroom, joining us live right now. Samiksha, take us through what we can expect right now, because we know that she's saying if ED wants to question, I'm available at my residence, not running away from it. We also know the matter is at the Supreme Court, so we can expect many fast developments in the next few hours to few days.
Well, if that's if the question is to me, Shivangi, let me just quickly read out the letter that's been written by K Kavitha, where she said that she wouldn't be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate and that she's available at her residence for questioning. Now, remember, this was round 2 of the questioning, which has been skipped. Of course, round 1, which happened where K Kavitha went to the ED office. Here, she said that in response to your earlier summons dated 7th of March, I had vividly brought about your kind notice that I, being a woman and protected by postulates of law, may not be called to the office of Directorate, and that I was willing and ready to appear through video mode and had also invited the officers at my residence, which is as per the mandate of law. However, your good self has denied my request, stating as under it is not possible to consider your request of adjournment or recording of the statement at your residence. So, in the first round of questioning which happened, K Kavitha did go to, beg your pardon, at the ED office for the interrogation. It was the second round which she has now skipped, saying that her phone was seized in the round 1 of quizzing which happened. She goes on to say that on account of a aforesaid stand taken by you, despite elucidating the clear position of law in detail and depth, my representation dated in order to cooperate with the investigation, I have appeared before your office as desired and directed. Now, the proceedings on 11th of March would leave no manner of doubt that I have rendered all due assistance and cooperation within my reach and knowledge. I had furnished all relevant information as well, answered all your queries to the best of my knowledge, ability and understanding. However, in a manner alien to the settled tenets of law, your good self chose to impound my phone. This is the point here that she's also highlighted, saying that her phone was seized during the round 1 of questioning which had earlier happened, and that nothing was brought on record as to how my phone was connected with the alleged offence, if any. So, Shivangi, yes, those are the details we are picking up. K Kavitha making it very clear that she will not be appearing before the ED at their office, while she would be available at her residence for further questioning.
All right, thank you so much, Samisha, for getting us all the details. So, Republic accessing that letter of K Kavitha to the ED. Kavitha has sent her representative to the ED, and she's saying, I'm not running away from it. I'm available for questioning at my residence. Well, we are taking a very short break right now. We are seeing a dramatic twist of events when it comes to K Kavitha's questioning. Much more is expected as the hours and the day progresses. Taking a very short break, much more coming up on the other side of this very short break on India's #1 news channel. A big demand for an apology from Rahul Gandhi grows louder. Logjam in Parliament for the 4th day in a row.
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जो मांग इन लोगों की है, इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। पीएफआई के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा अनुप जी, बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है? इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, चौका वगैरह सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस है। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए। मैं बताता हूं, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहां?
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resort to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
Top global updates. A massive clash broke out in Naples on Wednesday ahead of Napoli's Champions League last 16-second leg against Frankfurt as supporters set a police car there on fire and threw stones at buses in the city centre. The Italian authorities banned fans living in Frankfurt from travelling to the stadium for the match amid concerns about possible violence. But a group of the German club supporters made the trip to Italy anyway. At least 11 people have been killed in a coal mine explosion in central Colombia. The governor of the province said that rescue workers raced to save 10 other miners who were trapped underground. Viewers, we are live and breaking and much more coming up. With relief to Imran Khan set to end soon, will Imran Khan be arrested soon? That's the big question. Stay tuned.
अच्छा अनुप जी, बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है? इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, चौका वगैरह सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस है। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए। मैं बताता हूं, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहां?
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resort to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
अच्छा अनुप जी, एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे, मदन ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते। तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है, बोली दाल चावल। सोचने का गौरव भाई हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है कुछ करना है, बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए, राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए 10 रुपए 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन 2 को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई, विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जिम्मान इन लोगों की है। इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। PFI के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा अनुप जी, बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है, इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, चौका वगैरह सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस है। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना है, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए हैं। मैं बताता हूं, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहां?
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resort to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse.
Good afternoon, we are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our top focus remains the showdown inside the parliament. It is expected that the remarks that were made by Rahul Gandhi would reverberate in the parliament today as well. The house in fact would resume shortly at 2 p.m. with Rahul Gandhi also now arriving for the parliament session, which would resume at 2 p.m. today. Remember, the central government has maintained its stand that Rahul Gandhi should apologize on the floor of the house. We begin first with the top headlines.
जितना भी एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस के गैंग मेंबर्स हैं वो एक लाइन में बात करते हैं। जो श्रीमान राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं वही भाषा भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर जितना भी देश के विरोध में काम करते हैं वही भाषा बोलते हैं।
Rijiju leads government's charge against Rahul Gandhi, says Rahul echoing Tukde Tukde gang. Demand for an apology from Rahul Gandhi grows louder. Logjam in Parliament for the fourth day in a row. Trouble mounts for Kejriwal's deputy as after Liquorgate, Sisodia is now booked in snooping case. In the dock for Liquorgate, K Kavitha skips ED summons, cites breach of privacy by the Enforcement Directorate. Infighting in Karnataka, BJP over tickets. Yediyurappa's son now slams CT Ravi. With relief to Imran Khan set to end, will Imran Khan be arrested soon is the question. And it's been 3 days of complete washout in the parliament. The demand for apology from the Gandhi sign has only been growing louder after several central government leaders, in fact, the ministers have come out in the open saying that Rahul Gandhi must apologize on the floor of the House. In fact, Rahul, having been confronted on the anti-India statement, says that he has not said anything wrong. Remains silent over the questions he was asked over his remarks he earlier made in those events he attended while on his UK visit. So completely unapologetic, remains silent over the issue being raised in the parliament, and several of those ministers also saying that Rahul Gandhi must apologize on the floor of the House. Meanwhile, Rahul remains brazen, refuses to apologize, saying that he's done nothing wrong. In fact, the Parliament House would resume shortly at 2 p.m. when both the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha would resume. The issue that would reverberate in the Parliament today as well. Remember earlier today, both the Houses of the Parliament were in fact adjourned till 2 p.m. As the issue was raked again by the central government in the Parliament. The visuals there on your screens of Rahul Gandhi having arrived in the Parliament for the session that would begin at 2 p.m. In fact, the pointed question that was put to him as to whether he still stands by his remarks that he had earlier made, he said that he has nothing to apologize and that he said nothing wrong. Listen into that confrontation sequence.
राहुल जी लगातार बीजेपी आपसे माफी की मांग कर रही है, मांगेंगे क्या? राहुल जी माफी मांगेंगे क्या? आपसे राहुल जी लगातार बीजेपी आपसे माफी की मांग कर रही है, मांगेंगे क्या? राहुल जी माफी मांगेंगे क्या? आपसे राहुल जी लगातार बीजेपी आपसे माफी की मांग कर रही है, मांगेंगे क्या? राहुल जी माफी मांगेंगे क्या?
So there you heard Rahul Gandhi refuses to apologize for the remarks he made while he attended those events in UK when confronted, when asked as to whether he's apologetic, whether he stands by his earlier remarks. He said that he's nothing to apologize, refused to answer, in fact, which speaks volumes that he maintains his stand and that he said nothing wrong. Remember, the statement has drawn criticism from across the board, with the central government making it clear that Rahul Gandhi must apologize on the floor of the House. The House, of course, would be resuming at 2 p.m. today. Remains to be seen the kind of reactions that come in later in the day from the Congress. But let's listen in to what the central government has been saying on Rahul Gandhi's statements while he gave those lectures in UK.
राहुल गांधी जी का कैम्ब्रिज क्राइस, लंदन लाइस, इससे साफ तौर पर दिखता है कि वो देश को अपमानित करने का कोई भी क्षण नहीं छोड़ रहे। अरे आपके भ्रष्टाचार की चर्चा दुनिया भर में है और आप दुनिया भर के देशों में जाकर भारत को बदनाम करने का काम करते हो। वापस आइए और देश से माफी मांगिए। समय आ गया है माफी मांगने का।
Rahul Gandhi attacked not only the magnificence of the Indian Parliament, but also the supremacy of institutions such as the Supreme Court of India. It is shameful that Rahul Gandhi, instead of coming to Parliament and apologizing for his undemocratic rant against India, today seeks to be absent from Parliament.
बड़े शर्मनाक तरीके से एक विपक्षी नेता विदेशी देश में जाकर और भारत के लोकतंत्र पे अनाप शराब बातें करते हैं। भारत की प्रेस, भारत की जुडिशरी, भारत की मीडिया, भारत के इलेक्शन कमीशन, भारत की सेना सभी के ऊपर आरोप लगाते हैं। सर, वो लोकतंत्र बचाने के लिए इनको सबसे पहले सदन में आके इनके नेता को माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी, देश की माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी, देशवासियों की माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी, सेना की माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी।
आप गौर कीजिए, जितना भी एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस के गैंग मेंबर्स हैं वो एक लाइन में बात करते हैं। जो श्रीमान राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं वही भाषा भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर जितना भी देश के विरोध में काम करते हैं वही भाषा बोलते हैं।
All right, so there you heard a lot of reactions coming in from the central government, from the ministers. Let's go across to BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa also joining us. Mr. Sirsa, how do you view this? The Congress continues to back Rahul Gandhi over his statements.
The Congress has no choice. उनको तो अपने इस अनक्राउंड किंग की सपोर्ट करनी है। उनको तो पता है कि हमारे पास चॉइस कोई नहीं है, लेकिन आज ये देश देख रहा है किस तरह से राहुल गांधी की ये जो एरोगेंस है, पहले तो भारत को विदेश में जाकर बदनाम करते हैं, भारत की डेमोक्रेसी के बारे में बोलते हैं और कहते हैं भारत की डेमोक्रेसी को खतरा। भारत की डेमोक्रेसी को तब खतरा था जब इंदिरा गांधी जी ने इमरजेंसी लगाई थी। खतरा तब था जब राजीव गांधी उनके पिता ने 1984 में सिखों के ऊपर जिस तरह से हमला किया और उनके ऊपर शरेआम उनको मरवाने का काम किया। डेमोक्रेसी को तब खतरा हुआ जब राहुल गांधी मनमोहन सिंह जी का बिल शरेआम फाड़ देते हैं और आज वो कहते हैं कि मैं आगे माफी भी नहीं मांगूंगा। आप पहले गलती करेंगे और फिर माफी भी नहीं मांगेंगे। तो आपकी ये बड़ी स्पष्ट सोच है कि आप देश के विरुद्ध काम कर रहे हैं। आपके अंदर फ्रस्ट्रेशन है क्योंकि आप गांधी परिवार सत्ता में नहीं आ पा रहा, इसलिए आप आज जो सब कुछ कर रहे हैं। और कांग्रेस पार्टी कितनी बड़ी पुरानी पार्टी है जो डेमोक्रेसी की आज बात कर रही है, और किस मुंह से बात कर रही है जिसने डेमोक्रेसी को बार बार तार-तार किया और फिर इस देश की आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ करने का काम कर रही है, देश के लोगों की आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ करने का काम कर रही है विदेश। और वहां कहां जाकर जिस मुल्क ने हमें गुलाम रखा, आज उस मुल्क के आगे जाके फरियाद कर रहे हैं कि हमें इस डेमोक्रेसी को खतरा और आप आके बचाओ। बताइए, इससे बड़ी शर्म की बात इस देश के लिए क्या हो सकती है और राहुल गांधी के लिए क्या हो सकती है? उनको माफी मांगनी होगी, हर हाल में माफी मांगनी होगी और देश के 125 करोड़ लोग उनसे माफी मंगवाएंगे।
Yes, Mr. Sirsa, stay with us. In fact, let's also listen into what Rahul Gandhi had to say about what he said was mics being turned off inside the parliament, a remark which has, of course, also been backed by the Congress. But let's cut across to these live visuals also coming in. Well, we'll just play out those visuals again. But remember, Rahul Gandhi, another such...
Sir, speak in parliament, then I will say what I think. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
I'll keep you updated.
सर बोलिए, इधर इधर।
All right, so Rahul Gandhi there refusing to apologize for his remarks Remains to be seen the kind of defense he puts up while he, if at all, he speaks in the parliament on these matters. The issue, of course, that would resonate in the parliament today as well. Remember, Rahul Gandhi, in another scathing remark that he'd made in UK, said that big decisions are not debated inside the parliament and that mics are turned off. A statement that has been strongly refuted by the central government. Pawan Khera, meanwhile, also making a big claim that cameras were turned off during farm bills debate. Now, remember, we saw those unruly scenes that unfolded while that farm bills debate happened inside the parliament. A claim that is again false by the Congress leader, where he says that cameras were turned off during farm bills debate inside the parliament. All right, we'll try and get more reactions, but let's once again listen in to those remarks that were made by Rahul Gandhi on foreign soil, where he said that big decisions not debated, mics turned off, a claim backed by Pawan Khera of the Congress, who says that cameras were turned off during farm bills debate.
गांधी जी का कैम्ब्रिज क्राइस, लंदन लाइस, इससे साफ तौर पर दिखता है कि वो देश को अपमानित करने का कोई भी क्षण नहीं छोड़ रहे। अरे आपके भ्रष्टाचार की चर्चा दुनिया भर में है और आप दुनिया भर के देशों में जाकर भारत को बदनाम करने का काम करते हो। वापस आइए और देश से माफी मांगिए। समय आ गया है माफी मांगने का।
Rahul Gandhi attacked not only the magnificence of the Indian Parliament, but also the supremacy of institutions such as the Supreme Court of India. It is shameful that Rahul Gandhi, instead of coming to Parliament and apologizing for his undemocratic rant against India, today seeks to be absent from Parliament.
बड़े शर्मनाक तरीके से एक विपक्षी नेता विदेशी देश में जाकर और भारत के लोकतंत्र पे अनाप शराब बातें करते हैं। भारत की प्रेस, भारत की जुडिशरी, भारत की मीडिया, भारत के इलेक्शन कमीशन, भारत की सेना, सभी के ऊपर आरोप लगाते हैं। सर, वो लोकतंत्र बचाने के लिए इनको सबसे पहले सदन में आके इनके नेता को माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी, देश की माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी, देशवासियों की माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी, सेना की माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी।
आप गौर कीजिए, जितना भी एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस के गैंग मेंबर्स हैं, वो एक लाइन में बात करते हैं। जो श्रीमान राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं, वही भाषा भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर जितना भी देश के विरोध में काम करते हैं, वही भाषा बोलते हैं।
All right, so there you heard a lot of reactions coming in from the central government saying that Rahul Gandhi has to apologize inside the parliament. Meanwhile, the Congress, of course, refuses to accept that Rahul Gandhi did make those anti-India statements. Now, remember, Rahul Gandhi, in another such scathing remark that he made in UK, said that mics are turned off inside the parliament. Listen.
So the conversation, the voice that was free-flowing, the debates, those have all stopped. Some of the biggest decisions taken, demonetization, which is demonetization of the Indian currency, we were not allowed to debate in Parliament. Right? The farmers' bills, where large numbers of farmers were out in the street, we were not allowed a conversation in Parliament. The GST, we were not allowed. When Chinese troops entered our territory, we were not allowed to have a conversation in Parliament. So that's stifling.
आपको याद है, अभी तो सिर्फ राहुल गांधी जी ने वो बोला कि माइक्स ऑफ कर दिए जाते हैं। किसान कानून कैसे पास किए थे राज्यसभा में, कैमरे तक ऑफ हो गए थे। फिर कहते हैं लोकतंत्र कोई खतरा नहीं है। लोकतंत्र को सबसे बड़ा खतरा आपसे है प्रधानमंत्री जी और आपके दोस्तों से है।
All right, we have BJP's Shehzad Poonawala also joining us. Mr. Poonawala, how would you want to respond to this statement that has come in from Pawan Khera, where he says that cameras were turned off during the farm bills debate inside the parliament?
You know, the Congress party is a persistent purveyor of propaganda and trickery and especially the Vajra Congress exceptionally manufactures industrial scale lights and levels them on all platforms. The first and foremost issue is that Rahul Gandhi has demanded foreign intervention into India's affairs by asking for Europe and US side to intervene into India. Secondly, he's done it over and over again with Nicholas Bond and with other instances that the Congress party demanding this. The Congress should tell us that do they stand with a statement that directly targets our national sovereignty? Do they stand by a statement that demands intervention into India's affairs from a foreign power? If they do not support this, they must first apologize for this. As far as the conversation that Mr. Khera was having, Mr. Khera should tell us that the only time Indian democracy actually suffered was during the 1975 emergency period, where institutions like the Supreme Court were run roughshod, where Mr. Khanna was superseded by Mr. A.N. Ray, where judges like Bharul Islam were sometimes MPs and sometimes judges, the manner in which the media was suppressed, Kishore Kumar was not allowed to sing. So I don't think that those who have the DNA of emergency should be telling others about wholesale capture of institutions. But be that as it may, the simple question is, why doesn't Rahul Gandhi apologize for demanding foreign intervention into India's affairs? Does Pawan Khera take any matter that happens in his family to his Padosi? Obviously not. So Mr. Pawan Khera should be more mature. I understand Rahul Gandhi's problem, but at least Pawan Khera should show a modicum of maturity.
All right. Mr. Poonawalla, we leave it at that. Also remains to be seen whether at 2 p.m. when Rahul Gandhi speaks in the parliament, apologizes for his remarks, and how does he really justify in those remarks that he'd earlier made in London. But remember, Congress has once again come out to Rahul Gandhi's defense, reiterating that there is no question of Rahul Gandhi apologizing.
पार्लियामेंट में डिस्कशन नहीं होना ये उनका मंशा है. कभी सुने आप? रोज उठ के रूलिंग पार्टी के लोग ही गड़बड़ करते हैं. अभी अपोजिशन के उठते नहीं बोलने के लिए, लेकिन सरकार के लोग पहले ही उठते हंगामा, माफी मांगो माफी मांगो. ये क्या है? क्या खुद इंस्टिगेट कर रही सरकार और दूसरों को डेमोक्रेसी बात सुनाती है. माफी मांगने का सवाल ही नहीं. चलो.
So several such reactions that have been coming in from the Congress leaders, saying that there is no question of Rahul Gandhi apologizing. In fact, the visuals there on your screens of Rahul Gandhi arriving for the parliament session that would resume at 2 p.m. today. Remains to be seen whether he's going to speak in the parliament, and if he tenders an apology, and how does he really go about. If he does not apologize, how does he go about in justifying those remarks where he peddled open lies in those speeches that he made in London. Now in news from Kerala, we're taking to the streets against the Pinarayi Vijayan government in Thiruvananthapuram. The Congress leaders burnt effigies for denying of rights of opposition leaders in the Legislative Assembly.
The Youth Congress is taking out a protest as we speak outside the Legislative Assembly, where they are protesting against the alleging that the Speaker has in fact acted against the interest of democracy and not giving the due rights to the opposition, especially in terms of adjournment motion, not allowing the adjournment motion to take place. Now there has been a series of protests that has begun since yesterday. What we saw, dramatic visuals unfolding outside the Speaker's office in the Legislative Assembly. Today, the Youth Congress is seen taking a protest outside the Assembly. They burned the effigy of the Speaker and some of the ministers as well, and they are demanding that their democracy must reign supreme. And this protest has been intensifying for some time. As you can see, 3 rounds of water cannons have been used. There is a scuffle that is ongoing between the Youth Congress workers and the police at the moment. The police has been trying to stop the Youth Congress workers from getting inside the barricade. They are trying to break the barricades. About 30 to 40 Youth Congress workers are continuing in their attempt to break the barricade and go inside the Legislative Assembly. That is what the intention is. Now what we see is that there has been water cannons used. The entire conflict has been going on for almost 10 minutes, and the Mahila Congress members have also joined the stir. Initially they had started it, and now the Mahila Congress workers have also joined. two or three rounds of water cannons have been used against these protesters. So what we see is like a really intense protest that has been ongoing for the last 15 minutes. The Youth Congress workers are trying to break the barricades. Whether the police will resort to using tear gas or grenade needs to be seen. With video journalist Mani S from Thiruvananthapuram, Ashwin Kumar, Republic TV.
And slipping into a very short break, coming up on the other side, in the dock for Liquorgate, K Kavitha skips ED summons, cites breach of privacy by the Enforcement Directorate. And infighting in Karnataka, BJP over tickets, Yediyurappa's son now slams CT Ravi.
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resorted to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
अच्छा अनूप जी एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? बोली दाल चावल। सोचने का गौरव भाई हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, is where there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए, राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जिम्मा इन लोगों की है। इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। पीएफआई के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा अनूप जी एक बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है, इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, चौका होगा सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस योर्स। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना है, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए हैं। मैं बताता हूं देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहाँ?
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so, they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resort to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
अच्छा अनूप जी एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? बोली दाल चावल। सोचने का गौरव भाई हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If you look at the history of this scam, there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009.
अच्छा अनूप जी एक बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है? इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है? ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, चौका वगैरह सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज़ है आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइस इज योर्स। एक आदमी जो वहाँ आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीज़ें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूँ। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना है, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए हैं। मैं बताता हूँ देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहाँ?
Viewers, top headlines right now. Rijiju leads the government's charge against Rahul Gandhi. Says Rahul echoing Tukre Tukre gang. Demand for an apology from Rahul Gandhi grows louder. Log jam in Parliament for the 4th day in a row. Trouble mounts for Kejriwal's deputy as after Liquorgate. Sisodia is now been booked in the snooping case. In the dock for Liquorgate, K Kavitha skips ED summons, cites breach of privacy by ED. In fighting in Karnataka, BJP over tickets, Yediyurappa's son now slams CT Ravi. And with relief to Imran Khan set to end, will Imran Khan be arrested soon? Viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest at this point of time. In fact, let's go ahead to the top story we're tracking right now on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. Trouble mounts for Manish Sisodia. CBI has now registered second case against Manish Sisodia. This time, Sisodia has been booked in Snoopgate. Responding to the news, Kejriwal hit out and said that the government's plan is to keep Sisodia jailed. That is right, viewers. Once again, Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party coming to the defense of Manish Sisodia, who has already resigned as a minister. He has already resigned as a deputy CM of Delhi. The trouble keeps mounting for Manish Sisodia, who is already being investigated in the Liquorgate policy. CBI has gone ahead registered a second case against Manish Sisodia. This time, Sisodia has been booked in Snoopgate. Now, responding to the news, Kejriwal has hit out, and a short while ago, he had held a press conference where he has reiterated the same thing again and again, that the government's plan is to keep Sisodia jailed. We're getting many reactions coming in on this developing story. Let's go ahead and play them out.
मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ आज सीबीआई ने एक और मुकदमा दर्ज किया। याद रहे, ये अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अपने राजनीतिक विरोधियों के खिलाफ जासूसी कराने के लिए एक फीडबैक यूनिट बनाया था। इस यूनिट में करोड़ों रुपया दिल्ली के खजाने से लूटा गया और इसका एक ही पर्पस था कि जो उनके विरोधी काम कर रहे हैं उसकी जानकारी रखी जाए ताकि पॉलिटिकल तौर पर उनको नुकसान पहुंचाया जा सके। अरविंद केजरीवाल एक कट्टर बेईमान आदमी है। उन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया से हर वो काम करवाया है, चाहे वो खजाना लुटवाना हो, चाहे वो शराब के नाम से पैसे इकट्ठे करने हो, चाहे वो स्कूल बसों के नाम से पैसे इकट्ठे करने हो, चाहे वो स्कूल के कमरों के नाम से पैसे इकट्ठे करने हो। अब बहुत स्पष्ट हो गया, अरविंद केजरीवाल कट्टर बेईमान आदमी है, कट्टर बेईमान। और इस बेईमानी इस हद तक करते हैं कि अपने विरोधियों की सारी की सारी जासूसी करने के लिए भी दिल्ली की सरकार का पैसा लुटा रहे थे। मुझे उम्मीद है जैसे मनीष सिसोदिया से अरविंद केजरीवाल ने रिजाइन लिया था, आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को भी खुद इखलाकी तौर पर इस पद पर रहने का अधिकार नहीं है। उनको भी तुरंत इससे इस्तीफा देना चाहिए ताकि ये सच्चाई लोगों के सामने आ सके कि राजनीति के लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल किस स्तर तक गिर सकते हैं।
Viewers, let's go straight across to Shravan Sen as senior editors joining us on the phone line for more. Now, Shravan, can you tell us a little bit more about this Snoopgate case? What is the role the CBI says Manish Sisodia could have possibly played in Snoopgate? We know this time it means it's double trouble for Manish Sisodia, who's already being investigated in the Delhi liquor policy case. Well, Shravan, I'm just coming back to you again. Shravan, if you can hear me, all our viewers are watching this big development coming in, and like we were telling our viewers, Manish Sisodia already in trouble, in big trouble for Delhi liquor policy case, already in jail right now. But this means there's more trouble for the former Delhi deputy CM. Take us through exactly what the Snoopgate case is and what are the allegations against the former deputy CM in the Snoopgate case. All right, we're getting some trouble getting to our senior editor, Shravan Sen. He'll be joining us in just a short while. Viewers, just in just a short while. Let's take you through exactly what happened so far. Now, we know that Manish Sisodia was the #1 in the FIR registered against when it comes to Delhi liquor policy case. Right now, he's being investigated. He is right now in behind bars in this case. But we also know that CBI has registered a second case against Manish Sisodia. This time, Sisodia has been booked in a Snoopgate case, and Kejriwal has come out in the open once again. He has hit out and said that the government wants to keep Sisodia in jail. That is why multiple cases have been lost against Manish Sisodia. Now, CBI has registered a fresh corruption case against the former Delhi deputy CM Manish Sisodia and others over alleged irregularities in Delhi government feedback unit. Let's move ahead to other breaking news coming in at this point of time, viewers. And now what we are learning is that Mehbooba Mufti has compared the situation in Pakistan with India. That is right. Now listen in to the shocking comment which has come once again from Mehbooba Mufti.
में डालते हैं तो ये तो मसला तो कोई मुझे लगता है डिफरेंट नहीं है। अगर वहां पर इमरान खान को बंद करना चाहते हैं जो एक्स प्राइम मिनिस्टर है, आपको याद होगा नरसिम्हा राव जी वो भी जेल गए हमारे यहाँ, और ये तो कानून की बात है। मगर हमारे यहाँ तो इस वक्त जो हो रहा है, जो ईडी और सीबीआई का जिस तरह से गलत इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, जो अपोजिशन के लीडर्स को जेलों में डाल दिया जाए, जैसे सिसोदिया की बात कर रहे हैं, ये जो के कविता की बात करें जिसको बुलाया गया है, ये लालू प्रसाद यादव की बात करें, शिवसेना के जितने भी अपोजिशन लीडर हैं उनको जेलों में डाल दिया जा रहा है। तो ये तो मुझे लगता है कोई पाकिस्तान में कोई नई बात नहीं हो रही है जो यहाँ नहीं हो रही। पर हमारे यहाँ तो लोग मिनिस्टर्स, एक्स मिनिस्टर्स, होम मिनिस्टर उनको अरेस्ट करके जेल में डालते हैं। तो ये तो मसला तो कोई मुझे लगता है डिफरेंट नहीं है। अगर वहां पर इमरान खान को वो बंद करना चाहते हैं जो एक्स प्राइम मिनिस्टर है, आपको याद होगा नरसिम्हा राव जी, वो भी जेल गए हमारे यहाँ। और ये तो कानून की बात है, मगर हमारे यहाँ तो इस वक्त जो हो रहा है, जो ईडी और सीबीआई का जिस तरह से गलत इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, जो अपोजिशन के लीडर्स को जेलों में डाल दिया जाए, जैसे सिसोदिया की बात करें, ये जो के कविता की बात करें जिसको बुलाया गया है, ये लालू प्रसाद यादव की बात करें, शिवसेना के जितने भी अपोजिशन लीडर हैं उनको जेलों में डाल दिया जा रहा है। तो ये तो मुझे लगता है कोई पाकिस्तान में कोई नई बात नहीं हो रही है जो यहाँ नहीं हो रही। नहीं, डबल स्टैंडर्ड की क्या बात है इसमें। हम एक सेक्युलर मुल्क में रहते हैं जहां गंगा जमुना तहजीब है। वहां हमारे जो यशपाल शर्मा ने वो मंदिर बनाया है और उनके बेटे चाहते थे मैं अंदर जाके देखूं, तो मैंने मंदिर देखा जो उन्होंने बनाया, बड़ी मेहनत से बनाया, बड़ा पुंछ बाबू ने बहुत दिल खोल के पैसा दिया है। और उसके बाद वहां किसी ने मेरे हाथ में बड़ी श्रद्धा से पानी का लोटा रख दिया कि आप इस पे डालिए। तो जब कोई इतनी श्रद्धा से, इतनी प्यार से आपसे कोई बात करे तो आप तो उसको दिल तो नहीं तोड़ेंगे, नहीं मैं नहीं डालूंगी। तो उन्होंने कहा तो मैंने डाल दिया, खत्म बात।
All right, viewers, so we heard that comment, a shocking comment coming in from Mehbooba Mufti. Now, this time she is clearly comparing the situation in Pakistan with India, drawing a India-Pakistan parallel once again. Now, this is not the first time that Mehbooba Mufti has made these comments. She has been making controversial comments in the past, once again stoking controversy, saying controversial things. She has spoken a lot of controversial, statements have come out from her. Sometime back, she had said that no matter how many troops are deployed in Jammu and Kashmir, the government will not see positive results until Kashmir issue is resolved. So that was a previous comment which had come in from her. She's also questioned the army and the Jawans as well in the past. So Mehbooba Mufti is stoking a row, big row. That is not something which is very uncommon. She has done this in the past time and again, viewers. This time she is drawing a parallel between India and Pakistan, viewers. Nothing new coming in from PDP's Mehbooba Mufti, but then again, it's a very controversial comment being made by PDP's Mehbooba Mufti. She has also in the past politicized Independence Day fervor, and she had mentioned a couple of controversial things in the past when it comes to Independence Day. Not the first time, like we told you. Mehbooba Mufti in the past has also wanted dialogue with Pakistan. So these are just very, very shocking comments coming in. This time, even after being criticized for her comments, which are very controversial, she once again has made a very, very controversial comment, a shocking comment which has come in. This time, Mufti has compared the situation in India with Pakistan. That is right. Remember, Pakistan is already going through a financial crisis at this point of time, as Imran Khan, the former Pakistan PM, is facing arrest. We're getting these back-to-back updates coming for you right now here on Republic TV.
पर हमारे यहाँ तो लोग मिनिस्टर्स, एक्स मिनिस्टर्स, होम मिनिस्टर उनको अरेस्ट करके जेल में डालते हैं। तो ये तो मसला तो कोई मुझे लगता है डिफरेंट नहीं है। अगर वहां पर इमरान खान को वो बंद करना चाहते हैं जो एक्स प्राइम मिनिस्टर है, आपको याद होगा नरसिम्हा राव जी, वो भी जेल गए हमारे यहाँ। और ये तो कानून की बात है, मगर हमारे यहाँ तो इस वक्त जो हो रहा है, जो ईडी और सीबीआई का जिस तरह से गलत इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, जो अपोजिशन के लीडर्स को जेलों में डाल दिया जाए, जैसे सिसोदिया की बात करें, ये जो के कविता की बात करें जिसको बुलाया गया है, ये लालू प्रसाद यादव की बात करें, शिवसेना के जितने भी अपोजिशन लीडर हैं उनको जेलों में डाल दिया जा रहा है। तो ये तो मुझे लगता है कोई पाकिस्तान में कोई नई बात नहीं हो रही है जो यहाँ नहीं हो रही।
You heard that comment once again from PDP's Mehbooba Mufti. And remember that Pakistan is going through a tough crisis at this point of time. And even after that, we're seeing that Mufti is going ahead and she is actually comparing India, drawing a parallel with India and Pakistan together. Very, very shocking. Kavitha Gupta is joining us on the phone line. A very, very good afternoon to you. Now, this is not the first time that Mufti has made a controversial comment, stoked a big row. One point she wanted a dialogue with Pakistan, and now she's comparing India and Pakistan and drawing parallels between them.
देखिए सरकार को ना तो महबूबा मुफ्ती का सर्टिफिकेट लेने की जरूरत है और जिस तरह से महबूबा मुफ्ती हर बार इस प्रकार के कमेंट्स कहती है, कभी पाकिस्तान कभी मिलिटेंट इन लोगों का समर्थन करती हैं। इनके कारण से ही कश्मीर में पहले भी खराबी हो चुकी है, तो आज भी ये वहां पर माहौल खराब करना चाहती है। कश्मीर की जो बदलती हुई परिस्थिति है, वहां डेवलपमेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट का जो दौर चल रहा है, जिस प्रकार से शांति का माहौल है, यही लोग थे जो पत्थरबाजी भी यहाँ पर इंडिया में करवाते थे, मिलिटेंट्स की सपोर्ट करते थे। आज इनको वो रास्ता नहीं नजर आता, तो ये फ्रस्ट्रेशन है महबूबा मुफ्ती की। तो कभी ये असल में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी के नेतृत्व में जो देश आगे बढ़ रहा है, आज उन लोगों पर शिकंजा कसा जा रहा है जो भ्रष्टाचारी थे, जो एंटी नेशनल थे। तो महबूबा मुफ्ती को तकलीफ होना स्वाभाविक बात है, ये उसी में उनका बयान है।
Right. Mr. Gupta ji, also we are seeing that these comments coming again and again and not stopping. ये बंद ही नहीं होते उनके comments, वो controversial comments हैं। आपको क्या लगता है? What do you think about this? Do you think it's time that these kind of comments should not be made by Miss Mufti?
देखिए इनके कमेंट्स किसी के इशारे पर रहते हैं, ये कोई अपनी भाषा नहीं बोलते हैं। पाकिस्तान से जो इन लोगों को जो मदद आती है, जो मिलिटेंट्स के सपोर्टर्स ये हमेशा से रहे हैं, उसी के कारण से इनकी आवाज है। अदरवाइज तो मुझे लगता नहीं कि जहां जहां भी ये आज लोगों को इनकी जो दुकानदारी थी, पॉलिटिकल दुकानदारी, वो बंद हो चुकी है। उसी के कारण से इनकी परेशानी झलक करके सामने आती है।
All right, thank you, Kavitha Gupta, former Jammu and Kashmir Deputy CM, for joining us here on the phone line. I'm also going across to Gursimran, who's joining us live right now. Gursimran, now we're seeing that this comment has been made by Mehbooba Mufti, and not the first time where she has made a controversial comment. Now, just take our viewers through exactly what she said, on which points was she drawing a parallel between India and Pakistan this time around.
See, it was our question. We Republic asked her about the situation that is prevailing in the Pakistan, and to which she replied that laughingly that in Pakistan the Prime Minister is being arrested, but here the cabinet ministers and other sitting ministers and the former chief ministers, they were also arrested. But not only to this, that pertains to the law and order, but here the agencies are also arresting. She named Manish Sisodia and also the questioning of K Kavitha and many others. So she is trying to, she said that the situation in Pakistan is no different than that of India. She tried to draw a parallel without considering the facts that what is happening in Pakistan is complete a failure of law and order, wherein when it comes to the India, it is the investigating agencies that are probing the matter, and that is all with the facts. But being in the opposition, and today since the opposition is holding a march and also holding several meetings in the national capital, Mehbooba Mufti has pitched it again that there are atrocities that are being committed by the agencies on the opposition parties. Mehbooba Mufti also went on to say...
I'm just coming back to you in a moment. In just a short while. Just want to go across to Sushil Pandit, who's also joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here. And the big question is that these comments are very, very controversial, but they are also, in a way, they kind of, could spoil the harmony when it comes to India. Drawing a parallel between India and Pakistan, a country which is going through so much of financial crisis that they need loans from the IMF. That is very questionable, isn't it, Mr. Sushil Pandit?
But what else do you expect from Mehbooba Mufti? She has a pair of jaundiced eyes. She doesn't care for the facts. She should have not been released from the jail at all. She should have been kept in detention after August 5. The fact that no charges have been slapped on her, she has not been prosecuted, this is the result of the large-heartedness of this government, who have not prosecuted her for all her misdemeanors. She should have been in jail for the corruption, for huge amount of losses that she's inflicted on Jammu and Kashmir during her rule. She has not met the consequences of those misdemeanors. And today, she is let loose to do these things. One statement each day. Each day she has something stupid to say about India and to say about the democracy of India. We are bearing the consequences of being liberal about it.
All right. Sushil Pandit for joining us. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. So this is a big breaking development that has come in where Mufti has made a comment which has stoked a big row once again, comparing the situation in Pakistan with India. And viewers, let's move ahead to other stories. Protesting farmers who are on their way to Mumbai have reached Thane. They are holding a protest march over issues including onion prices and waiving of Kisan loans. Notably, the farmers' representatives are likely to meet CM Shinde and Deputy CM Fadnavis today at around 3 p.m. Here is the full report.
Massive protest has been called by the farmers of Maharashtra, and in fact a long march is being carried from Nashik towards Mumbai, and in fact today is the 5th day of this very protest. As you can see, the 5th day of the protest, and in fact this protest is gonna move from Shahpur to Mumbai. And in fact yesterday Dada Bhuse, the cabinet minister, and Atul Save from the Maharashtra cabinet in fact had met the farmer leaders out here, and after meeting them, a meeting is in fact is being scheduled with the farmer delegation in Mumbai today at around 3 p.m. We'll speak to the women farmers in fact who have joined out here and will get their reaction. आज जो है आप लोगों का शिष्टमंडल मुख्यमंत्री से उप मुख्यमंत्री से मुलाकात करेगा, क्या कुछ उम्मीदें हैं?
उम्मीद तो बहुत सारी है कि हमारी सरकार ने, हमारी ही सरकार है वो, हमारी सरकार ने किसानों का ये जो दर्द है वो समझना चाहिए और जल्दी से जल्दी सारी मांगे किसानों की पूरी की जाए। जो हम आदिवासियों की वन जमीन है वो हमें मिलनी चाहिए, वो हमें मिल नहीं रही है। अगर वो आदिवासियों की जमीन मिलेगी ही नहीं तो वो क्या पकाएगा, खेती क्या करेगा और क्या खाएगा। और हमारी दूसरी मांग है प्याज के जो हमी भाव है वो उसे अच्छा मिलना चाहिए, ताकि जो आज देख रहे होंगे आप किसान ट्रक से ट्रक जो वेजिटेबल्स है वो ऐसे रास्ते में फेंक रहा है।
One of the women out here who is in fact in the protest will get some more reaction. आपको लगता है कि सरकार आपकी बात सुने?
हमको योग्य दाम देना चाहिए और कांदा है और पेंशन हमको अच्छे से देनी चाहिए, ऐसी है हमारी मांग है।
So you just heard the reactions out here from this very protest. The women have in fact joined in large numbers, as I would request my video journalist Samir Shelke to roll the camera and show. It is around 15 to 20,000 of farmers who are in fact on their toes.
Viewers, we're live and breaking on India's #1 news network. Rijiju leads the government's charge against Rahul Gandhi, says Rahul echoing Tukre gang. And demand for an apology from Rahul Gandhi grows louder. Logjam in Parliament for the 4th day in a row. Viewers, getting some more breaking news coming in right now. There's a big buzz over Nobel panel comment after the deputy of the Nobel Committee has backed Prime Minister Modi, saying that India is a superpower in this century and that Prime Minister is giving time to resolve the conflict. Getting this a big breaking coming in right now. Now what we know is that the Nobel Committee deputy leader has backed PM Modi and has said Clearly, PM giving time to resolve conflicts. For more, our executive editor Niranjan is getting us more details. Niranjan, over to you.
Well, the Nobel panel deputy leader has made a very significant comment, and this is a comment that has been made on record. He's gone on record to back the leadership of the Prime Minister, and the fact that he's gone on to sort of back the Prime Minister's leadership, he has said, and I quote, he's one of the most credible faces of peace in the world today. So this is a statement that has been made on record, which makes it all the more significant. He's basically backed the leadership of the Prime Minister of India. This is Ashley Toje, who's the Nobel Committee deputy leader. He's gone on record to say that India's intervention to remind Russia of the consequences of using nuclear weapons has been extremely helpful. Saying that India didn't speak in a loud voice, didn't threaten anybody. They just made their position known in a friendly manner, and that we need more of that in international politics. A statement made on record. Let's see if we have the soundbite. If we have the soundbite, we can play that soundbite as well. It's a comment on record. He's spoken to news agencies, the Republic TV as well in a short while from now. And all of this is happening. All of this is happening at a time when India has been urging both Ukraine and Russia to show restraint. And he's gone on record to praise the leadership of the Prime Minister, and I think that's the most significant comment coming in. And you know, we have the Nobel Committee leader. He's in India, and he has said on record that he is one of the most reliable faces of peace in the world. Also calls him an elder statesman. Talks about India's leadership, calling India a superpower of the century. Let's listen to what Ashley Toje said while on his visit to India.
Well, I think that Prime Minister Modi's statement was more an expression of hope than of reality, because unfortunately two great powers, Russia and the United States, are very close to coming to blows. And I think the signal from India is this is not the way we should resolve disputes in the world today. And I think that he has the vast majority of the world's population behind him in this statement. Well, I think that Prime Minister Modi's statement was more an expression of hope than of reality, because unfortunately two great powers, Russia and the United States, are very close to coming to blows. And I think the signal from India is this is not the way we should resolve disputes in the world today. And I think that he has the vast majority of the world's population behind him in this statement.
All right, viewers, we're getting that big comment come in there where we just heard that the deputy of the Nobel Committee has backed the Prime Minister, saying India is a superpower in the century and that the Prime Minister is giving time to resolve conflicts, which is a very big comment coming in. Also, this is in a way, it is saying that the Prime Minister is a credible face when it comes to peace. That's what they are saying. Let's go ahead to Savio Rodriguez, who's joining us on the phone line. Very big comment coming in. Very big comment coming in from the Nobel Committee there, Savio.
Well, it's a fabulous news and a fabulous comment made by Ashley Toje, the deputy leader of the Nobel Peace Prize Committee. In fact, Ashley was in India a couple of months ago as well, and had interacted with several people from India and was understanding the work that was done by the Prime Minister and as well as the government, and the efforts taken by Prime Minister Modi to ensure world peace, to ensure that there is a democratic way of functioning not only in India but also in other parts of the world that are in conflict, is one of the reasons why he is the strongest contender for the World Peace Nobel Peace Prize. And it's a great feeling because he's really endeavoring. If you see the efforts of the Prime Minister on conflict-related issues in the region, as well as the Indian subcontinent, as well as outside the Indian subcontinent, the stand taken by the government as far as the Russian-Ukraine conflict is concerned, the efforts taken by the government during the COVID crisis on how it extended its reach to other nations as far as the vaccines were concerned, and many such efforts of the Indian government that has been led by Prime Minister Modi. So it's an absolute honor for India and for the Prime Minister to come under this for the Nobel Peace Prize Committee to consider him as a strong contender. I think it's a well-deserved opportunity for the Prime Minister.
Right. Thank you so much, Savio Rodriguez. Also being joined by Shehzad Poonawalla, who's joining us on the phone line. And like Savio was telling us, Shehzad, the Nobel Committee, they give out and they recognize those who have made significant contribution to promoting peace and resolving conflict. So this is a very, very big statement which carries a lot of weight, Shehzad.
Look, the general sentiment across the globe is that India, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is a center of hope. Whether it is economic front, whether it is diplomatic front, whether it is global peace. You've seen the Mexican president back for Prime Minister to champion the cause of world peace. You've seen the Eastern Bloc or the US Bloc. You've seen the Quad and the other blocs, all of them saying that India has a very important role to play. IMF has said that the world's largest, fastest growing economy is India. So whether it's on the economic front or any other front, India's story in the last few years has been able to cement itself a position of great pride and eminence because of the leadership that we have, and this statement is yet another validation of that. Anyways, most prime ministers and leaders of the free world, when they come to India or when they speak about India, they speak in glorifying terms. The Italian Prime Minister, you heard on multiple occasions the US leadership, the UK leadership. So I think it is a general sentiment that has now become all pervasive that India under Prime Minister Modi's leadership is now attaining new and greater heights. And I think this particular statement coming in is only an endorsement, reflection and validation of that sentiment that the entire world recognizes today.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP, joining us there. Taking a very short break, viewers. Much more coming up on the other side of this very short break. Rijiju leads a government charge against Rahul Gandhi, says Rahul echoing Tukre Tukre Gang.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
अच्छा अनूप जी एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? बोली दाल चावल। सोचने का गौरव भाई हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they
सभा की कार्यवाही शुक्रवार दिनांक 70 मार्च 2023 को प्रातः 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, viewers, we are seeing that ruckus continues there in the Lok Sabha. A short while back, we saw that the House of the Parliament was adjourned a short while back because of a ruckus. Remember that the government versus opposition on Rahul Gandhi's apology and the Adani issue has stalled the Parliament again and again. So we are seeing the disruptions in Parliament as the BJP is asking for Rahul Gandhi's apology on remarks made in the UK over India's democracy. And the opposition keeps demanding a joint parliamentary committee probe into the Adani Hindenburg row. Now it's continuing for the fourth day today. Now both houses a short while back, they were adjourned till 2 p.m. And looks like that the both houses are adjourned once again here. Getting these back-to-back updates coming in at this point of time. Remember that also Law Minister Kiren Rijiju has stepped up the attack on Rahul Gandhi, viewers. Now with 3 days of complete washout in Parliament, the demand for apology from Rahul Gandhi is only growing louder. And after touring and ranting on foreign soil, Rahul Gandhi has now arrived back in the Parliament. Listen in as he evades and ducks questions.
राहुल जी लगातार बीजेपी आपसे माफी की मांग कर रही है। माफी की मांग कर रही है, मांगेंगे क्या? राहुल जी माफी मांगेंगे क्या? राहुल जी सब आपसे माफी मांगने की मांग कर रहे हैं सब लोग। राहुल जी सब लोग कह रहे हैं माफी मांगो, माफी मांगो, माफी की मांग कर रही है, मांगेंगे क्या? राहुल जी माफी मांगेंगे क्या? राहुल जी लगातार बीजेपी आपसे माफी की मांग कर रही है। माफी की मांग कर रही है, मांगेंगे क्या? राहुल जी माफी मांगेंगे क्या? राहुल जी सब आपसे माफी मांगने की मांग कर रहे हैं सब लोग। राहुल जी सब लोग कह रहे हैं माफी मांगो, माफी मांगो, माफी की मांग कर रही है, मांगेंगे क्या? राहुल जी माफी मांगेंगे क्या?
All right, we're getting some more updates coming in this point of time. We're getting some updates that Indian Army Cheetah helicopter has crashed. Now, this has happened in the hill region of Arunachal Pradesh. Search operations for the pilots have started and more details are awaited at this point of time. So, an Indian Army chopper has crashed. That's what we're getting through our sources right now. Still waiting for more details to trickle in to try to understand what really happened and what could be the reason behind this crash. Now, what Army sources have told us is that the Indian Army Cheetah helicopter has crashed now in a hilly region of Arunachal Pradesh. Search operations are on. Search operations are on as we speak for the pilots. Now, more details are awaited at this point of time, viewers. We're getting these back-to-back updates coming in where the Indian Army chopper has crashed. Search and rescue operations right now are on. The efforts are on to look for the pilots. Now, what we know is that this is a chopper crash in Arunachal Pradesh. Getting these big details coming in, we'll soon be joined by our colleagues who tell us more about what really happened and what could be the reason behind this crash. Now, what we know so far is that the crash happened near the Mandala Hills in Arunachal, and it's an Army Cheetah chopper which has crashed. We also know that the Army chopper has crashed in Arunachal. We know the search operations for the pilots has also started at this point of time, viewers. So getting these back-to-back updates coming in at this point of time where the crash has happened in the hilly region of Arunachal Pradesh, viewers. So this is a top story we're tracking for you right now where we know a chopper has crashed. Still waiting for more details to come in on this developing story. Now remember that in the past also Indian Navy choppers have made emergency landings, but right now we know that this Army chopper has crashed has crashed. Let's go across to Aniruddha, who's joining us on the phone line. Aniruddha, we know that this chopper has crashed, and we will connect back to Aniruddha in just a short while. So Aniruddha will tell us a little bit more about what really happened and what could be the reason behind the crash. Let's go across to Niranjan, who's joining us on the phone line. Niranjan, just take us through exactly what we know so far about this army chopper which has crashed in Arunachal Pradesh.
Well, what we are hearing as of now, and this is completely going by the reports that we have, there is no official statement from the Indian Army yet. It was an Army aviation chopper, is what we're given to understand. And we are hearing as of this minute that this crash took place very close to the Dirang area. This is an Indian Army Cheetah helicopter that has crashed near the Mandala Hills area of Arunachal Pradesh. And the search operation, we are told, is on for the pilot. And as we speak, there is no official confirmation. These are Army sources who are speaking, but nothing on record. So we are waiting for an official word from the Army before we, confirm any news. We don't have much details as of this minute. What we can tell you is it was an Indian Army aviation chopper. Indian Army aviation chopper. And the chopper crashed near Dirang in Arunachal Pradesh in the Mandala Hills, what is called the Mandala Hills. And this is what we know as of this minute. We're waiting for more details. And we believe that there were two pilots on board. And the search operation is on for the pilot. Some reports suggesting that the chopper crashed this morning. We don't have the full details of that, but we are told that the chopper crashed this morning at around, or rather post 9 a.m. So these are the details available with us, and we should be able to get some more information in a short while from now. The topography of the area is if you can take the surface device, you will get an idea. Completely a dense forest area with a wildlife sanctuary around it. This is an area which may be a little difficult for the forces to sort of launch a search and rescue operation and try and locate the pilots. But that operation, we are told, has been on since morning. We're waiting for some official word from the Army so that we can confirm to you. But as of this minute, no official word yet from the Army. But this is a crash that happened this morning. It was once again a Navy aviation chopper, a Cheetah helicopter that is reportedly crashed in Arunachal Pradesh near Dirang.
All right, so Niranjan, they're getting us the details of this chopper crash which has been reported in Arunachal Pradesh. It was around 9:15 a.m. We're given to understand that the chopper lost contact with the ATC. It is also reported to have the chopper seems to have crashed near the Mandala area west of Bomdila in Arunachal Pradesh. Search parties have been launched. An Army aviation Cheetah helicopter flying at an operational sortie near Bomdila area in Arunachal Pradesh was reported to have lost contact with the ATC at around 9:15 a.m. So we are yet to get an official statement as to who was on board, but we're given to understand that the search operations have been launched for the pilots as well. So it's a Cheetah helicopter that crashed earlier this morning. The timing that we understand in this case seems to be at around 9:15 a.m. when the chopper lost contact with the ATC. Let's go back to Niranjan for more details. Niranjan, once again, if you can take us through the details of this chopper crash which happened at around 9:15 a.m. when we understand that the chopper lost contact with the ATC. And more details that are just coming in at the crash site has been is Dirang area of Arunachal Pradesh. That's of course the latest coming in. The location being Dirang. In this area, the search operations have been launched to find the pilot, the co-pilot. It lost contact with the ATC near Bomdila area of Arunachal Pradesh at around 9:15 a.m. The crash near Mandala Hills of Arunachal Pradesh. So it's an Army Cheetah chopper that crashed. We are yet to get more details. Let's quickly take a word from Major General SP Sinha. Also, Major General, unfortunate news that is just coming in of this chopper crash which has happened. If you can help us understand better the topography of this area, could it be the inclement weather which probably resulted in this crash of the Army chopper?
Yes, flying in this area is very, very troublesome, I can tell you. I've served in that area, and there are difficulties like
inclement weather, then mountainous terrain, at times poor visibility, at times sudden appearance of clouds, and the helicopter getting into clouds. So these crash can occur because of many reasons. A, technical failure. Second, pilot error. Thirdly is sabotage. We remember the case of CDS General Rawat. It is my belief that it was a case of sabotage by Chinese. So you see, when the navigation system gets neutralized, then the helicopter is not able to perform to its optimum, and that is where the problem starts. So I think it is too early to say anything. Only the court of inquiry will pinpoint what happened. But I do not know whether what is the report on the physical safety and well-being of Army Chief. That is a very important factor.
Yes.
Because that is a worrisome point. That is a very worrisome point. But the fact that the pilot lost contact, that means some sabotage has taken place, and the communication system, command and control system have been sabotaged. And this is only possible by China. And the hand of China cannot be ruled out. So I think we'll have to wait for some time till the fog clears and we are able to know the extent of damage that has befallen. And I think it's a serious matter. And another thing I would like to point out that somehow I feel that the quality of our helicopters in Indian Army, they need relook. We have to enhance the quality. I remember Chetak Cheetah are no good, and still we are continuing. They are like flying coffins. So other helicopters also need to be upgraded. Even if it's to go for the buy option, export, we should do it immediately. And especially for VVIPs like Army Chief and Army Commanders, Corps Commanders. It has to be 100% safety oriented. We cannot play around with a lot of difficulty. Officers are trained, and when they reach the level of Army Chief or Army Commander or Corps Commander, they are a very talented lot. Losing them is a big blow.
General, just stay with us. Let's quickly read out the details that are just coming in of a statement that has also been put out by the Lieutenant Colonel Mahendra Rawat, PRO Defence, Guwahati, where he has said that an Army Aviation Cheetah helicopter flying at an operational sortie near Bomdila area of Arunachal Pradesh was reported to have lost contact with the ATC at around 9:15 a.m. this morning. It is reported to have crashed near Mandala area west of Bomdila in Arunachal Pradesh. The search operation has been launched to find those who are missing. In fact, China border is very, very far from this place, we're given to understand. But just to take our viewers through the latest that's coming in, we understand that the chopper lost contact with the ATC at around 9:15 a.m. this morning. The exact location of this crash is said to be Mandala area west of Bomdila in Arunachal Pradesh. All right, tracking closely all those updates that would come in on this army chopper crash which happened in Arunachal Pradesh. But moving on, talking about the farmers' protest which have been happening from Nashik to Mumbai. Latest update coming in that the farmers would be meeting the Deputy Chief Minister and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde today.
Massive protest has been called by the farmers of Maharashtra, and in fact a long march is being carried from Nashik towards Mumbai, and in fact today is the 5th day of this very protest. As you can see, the 5th day of the protest, and in fact this protest is gonna move from Shahpur to Mumbai. And in fact yesterday Dada Bhuse, the cabinet minister, and Atul Save from the Maharashtra cabinet in fact had met the farmer leaders out here, and after meeting them, a meeting is in fact is being scheduled with the farmer delegation in Mumbai today at around 3 p.m. We'll speak to the women farmers in fact who have joined out here and will get their reaction. आज जो है आप लोगों का शिष्टमंडल मुख्यमंत्री से उप मुख्यमंत्री से मुलाकात करेगा, क्या कुछ उम्मीदें हैं?
उम्मीद तो बहुत सारी है कि हमारी सरकार ने, हमारी ही सरकार है वो, हमारी सरकार ने किसानों का ये जो दर्द है वो समझना चाहिए और जल्दी से जल्दी सारी मांगे किसानों की पूरी की जाए। जो हम आदिवासियों की वन जमीन है वो हमें मिलनी चाहिए, वो हमें मिल नहीं रही है। अगर वो आदिवासियों की जमीन मिलेगी नहीं तो वो क्या पकाएगा, खेती क्या करेगा और क्या खाएगा। और हमारी दूसरी मांग है प्याज के जो हमी भाव है वो उसे अच्छा मिलना चाहिए, ताकि जो आज देख रहे होंगे आप किसान ट्रक से ट्रक जो वेजिटेबल्स है वो ऐसे रास्ते में फेंक रहा है।
One of the women out here who is in fact in the protest will get some more reaction. आपको लगता है कि सरकार आपकी बात सुने?
हमको योग्य दाम देना चाहिए और कांदा है और पेंशन हमको अच्छे से देनी चाहिए, ऐसी है हमारी मांग।
So you just heard the reactions out here from this very protest. The women's have in fact joined in large numbers, as I would request my video journalist Samir Shelke to roll the camera and show. It is around 15 to 20,000 of farmers who are in fact on their toes.
Alright, moving on to more news break coming in. This one of Farooq Abdullah, the former JNK Chief Minister, who along with the party leaders including Congress, CPI, CPIM as well as the PDP held a meet with the Election Commission of India and demanded elections to be held in JNK. Of course, the statement that has also come in from Farooq Abdullah, where he said that all the parties have agreed on issues of restoration of statehood in JNK and assembly elections that should be held. We all are ready to visit Srinagar to share the pain of people of JNK and give them assurance as well. So that's the latest coming in. The parties coming together demanding restoration of statehood in JNK and demanding elections to be held at the earliest. Let's go across to Gursimran as well, who's joining us with the news break. Gursimran, once again, if you can take us through the finer details as to what exactly was discussed in this meet that was held with the ECI.
See, there is a two set of meetings that are scheduled. First meeting was with the political parties, such as opposition political parties, and JNK opposition delegation that was led by Farooq Abdullah, including the representative from the People's Democratic Party, Congress, Shiv Sena and other political parties in Jammu and Kashmir. They have met the political parties, the opposition political parties, including the leaders, including Sanjay Singh, Sitaram Yechuri and other RJD and other party leaders that have met the JNK delegations. And the JNK delegation have shared with them that the people in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir are suffering. This is what the opposition parties have claimed, and they said that there is an immediate need to hold the elections in Jammu and Kashmir post-restoration. So the first demand remains to be the restoration of statehood, followed by the immediate assembly elections in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. What the opposition parties are saying that Jammu and Kashmir is being kept away from the democratic structure and there is no elected representative in Jammu and Kashmir, and that's why the people of Jammu and Kashmir are suffering. They are also scheduled to meet the Election Commission of India. In the meeting, they will take up the issue when it comes to the holding the elections in Jammu and Kashmir. That remains the prime focus. Apart from that, Farooq Abdullah, during the all-party meeting that was held a couple of days back at his residence in Jammu, has said that we will also be taking up the issues of the scams that are taking place in the recruitment in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir with the leaders of the opposition parties in the national capital, and will also be storming into inside the parliament with the issues of Jammu and Kashmir. So this meeting, this two set of meetings, first with the opposition leaders and then with the Election Commission of India, has the two-point agenda mainly. First is the issues of the people of Jammu and Kashmir as per the political parties, and second is holding the elections in Jammu and Kashmir on priority.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for taking us through those details. So that's, of course, the latest that's coming in. Farooq Abdullah, along with leaders of parties, including the CPIM, PDP and the Congress, holding a meet with the chief, with the Election Commission of India, demanding restoration of statehood in JNK and saying that elections should be held in JNK at the earliest. We slip into a very short break for now, but on the other side, we'll get you all the latest that's making news. In fact, remember, Rahul Gandhi, who's there in the parliament session, of course, having resumed, remains to be seen whether Rahul Gandhi would tender an apology for the remarks he made in UK and how would he justify the kind of statements he'd earlier made. We slip into a very short break, but we'll get you all the latest on the other side. And trouble mounts for Kejriwal's deputy as after Liquorgate, Sisodia now booked in snooping gate. And in dock for Liquorgate, K Kavitha skips ED summons, cites breach of privacy by the ED.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
अच्छा अनूप जी एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? बोली दाल चावल। सोचने का गौरव भाई हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If you look at the history of this scam, there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
Alright, let's get you news from poll-bound state Karnataka, where the Congress and the pro-Kannada organizations have been staging a protest over the toll tax that's levied on the Bengaluru-Mysuru highway. In fact, today, JDS workers also gathered in large numbers to protest over the toll tax that's levied on that expressway from Bengaluru to Mysuru. Take a look at this report.
So some dramatic scenes that are being visualized as well. So if you could just go that side and clearly go on and get a clear view. He's being detained by the cops and he's being taken away as well. So this is some massive drama that is breaking out here on our screens on the Bengaluru-Mysuru Expressway toll plaza, where even the police are finding it to be a very Herculean task to go out and clear out the protesters as well, because all this while it was only a sitting protest that we were noticing, but now we are looking at more ruckus breaking out. Many more JDS workers are being taken off, even as this van is leaving here. And right now, these are live visuals from the Bengaluru-Mysuru Expressway, where Nikhil is being taken away, and all the protesters are being detained as well. All the JDS protesters being detained here too. So these are visuals where more and more number of people are being taken away, and all the JDS workers are protesting and stating that no matter what, we will not leave this, we will not rest until there is a permanent solution.
And coming up on the other side, demand for an apology from Rahul Gandhi grows louder. Logjam in Parliament for the 4th day straight.
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए, राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन 2 को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई, विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जो मांग इन लोगों की है, इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी
And news in brief from across the globe, a massive clash broke out in Naples on Wednesday ahead of a Police Champions League last 16 second leg against Frankfurt as supporters set a police car on fire and threw stones at buses in the city centre in Naples. And in news from Colombia, where at least 11 people have been killed in a coal mine explosion in central Colombia, the governor of the province said that rescue workers raced to save 10 other miners who were trapped underground. And we slip into a very short break for now, but getting you on the other side details of Nobel panel member who's lauded Prime Minister Modi.
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी, दूसरा हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए, राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी, एक भी रख सकते तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब, जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन 2 को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई, विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जो मांग इन लोगों की है, इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। पेपाई के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा अनुप जी, बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है, इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, चौका होगा सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस है। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूँ। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना है, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए हैं। मैं बताता हूँ, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहाँ?
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not at all to use the baton and other things.
Viewers, we're live and breaking this Thursday afternoon. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Now, we just got some news a short while back that an army chopper has crashed in Arunachal. Now, what we know so far is that the crash happened in the morning around 9:15. We're still waiting for more details to come in. The chopper was flying at an operational sortie. It lost contact with the air traffic control around 9:15. It has crashed near Mandala. The search parties have been sent to the spot. So we're still waiting for more details to come. Now you can clearly see that that is also a representational image of the chopper which has crashed. That's the image right over there. Now what we know so far that the search operations are on. Now these search operations, these rescue operations are on to locate the pilots. That's what we know so far, viewers. The chopper was flying at an operational sortie. It lost contact with the air traffic control around 9:15 a.m. That's what we know so far. Now, this crash has happened in the hilly region of Arunachal Pradesh. That's one of the details we're getting for you right now. And it's a Cheetah helicopter of the Indian Army which has crashed near Mandara in Arunachal Pradesh. A defense spokesperson has confirmed this news. Now, what we know so far, viewers, is that the Indian Army chopper, which has crashed, for this, the search and rescue operations have already begun, and the entire effort right now is on. The entire effort is right now on to find the pilot, to search the area, to go to the spot. So right now, the search parties have been sent to the spot. We are still waiting for more details to coming in on the story, but the search operations are underway as we speak. We are getting these back-to-back updates coming in right now on India's #1 news channel. We're also getting more details that image that you see is of it's a representational image of the chopper which has crashed. Now, I just want to go across to Aniruddha, who's joining us on the phone line. Aniruddha, now we are still waiting for more details to come in. Now, what we know so far, this search operation has been launched. Search parties have been sent to the spot to look for more details, to look for more pilots. Can you just take us through exactly any progress has been made to find the pilots of this chopper?
Yes, exactly at 9:15 a.m. to be very precise. It was at that point in time when the chopper lost connection with the air traffic control, and thereafter alert was raised, and subsequently it was reported that some local people have seen a chopper crashing near the Mandala Hills in Dirang area in the Bomdila district of Arunachal Pradesh, and teams have been dispatched towards the location. We have confirmation also from the SP of the district who has confirmed this incident and have informed that such parties have been moved towards the location where this crash has taken place. We are getting to know that 2 pilots were on board the chopper, both from the Indian Army, and it crashed at the Mandala Hills near Dirang when it was on a regular operational sortie. This is the latest information that is coming in as of now, Shivangi, and yes, Army has also confirmed the incident and have informed that such parties have been moved towards the crash site, but the local sources have also informed that even though the aerial distance to this location is not very far, it will take considerable amount of time because only on foot and by tracks this rescue operation, the rescue teams are marching towards the locations where the crash have taken place. We are also getting to know that local resources have been is being utilized by the Indian Army, and the teams of SDRF and NDRF have been mobilized towards the location. Shivangi.
All right, Thank you, Anirudh, for getting us all the details. So what Anirudh is telling us is the chopper crash in Arunachal Pradesh that happened in the morning, and we also know that the search is on right now for the missing pilots. All right, let's move ahead to the other stories we're tracking here on Republic TV. Union Law Minister Kiren Rijiju slammed Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over his UK remarks and said that nobody has the right to abuse or defame the country. Rijiju said that people have rejected Rahul Gandhi and Congress, but that does not mean he should defame the country.
और इतना अनाप शनाप बातें उन्होंने पार्लियामेंट में बोला, झूठ बोला पार्लियामेंट में, बेकार के बातों को पार्लियामेंट के सदन में बोला और फिर लंदन में जाके बोलता है कि उनको पार्लियामेंट में बोलना नहीं दिया जाता है। इस तरह का झूठ ये हमारा देश के लिए बहुत नुकसान होता है।
Speaking to reporters over BJP's demand that Rahul Gandhi apologizes for his UK remarks, Congress President Liquorgate said that it's BJP's conspiracy to not let the parliament run and ignore their demand for a JPC probe in the Adani issue.
अभी अपोजिशन के उठते नहीं बोलने के लिए, लेकिन सरकार के लोग पहले ही उठते हंगामा, माफी मांगो माफी मांगो। ये क्या है? क्या खुद इंस्टिगेट कर रही सरकार और दूसरों को डेमोक्रेसी जो बात सुनाती है। माफी मांगने का सवाल ही नहीं। चलो
With 3 days to go, a complete washout in Parliament, the opposition held a key meeting to strategize ahead of Parliament proceedings. Ahead of the key meet, Government versus Vadra Congress face-off erupted, with Union Minister launching an unrelenting attack against Rahul and the Vadra Congress coming to Rahul Gandhi's defence once again. Viewers, there is a big breaking coming in right now. After K Kavitha said she will not appear today, we're getting some more details where ED notice to Kavitha has come in. She has been asked to appear on the 20th of this month. That is right, viewers. Getting this back-to-back updates coming in right now, where we know that a new notice has been served to K Kavitha. Now remember, the BRS leader had skipped ED summons in the Delhi excise policy case today, and she has already approached the Supreme Court for an urgent hearing. But what we know so far, after that she has gone ahead, she has not turned up to the ED office for quizzing. What we have learned is that Kavitha has been summoned once again. This time K Kavitha has been summoned on March 20th. That is the new date for K Kavitha to appear. March 20th. That is the new date coming in, viewers. We're getting these back-to-back details which are coming in. Now, Kavitha did not turn up for the new round of questioning, conveying to the probe agency that matter is still pending before the Apex Court. So we're getting these back-to-back updates coming in right now here on Republic TV, where the ED notice to MLC Kavitha has been sent to appear on 20th of this month, viewers. Now, she's being probed in the Delhi liquor policy case, and fresh summons have been sent to K Kavitha to appear. Now let's go across to Aneri, who's joining us on the phone line. And Aneri, ED has asked Kavitha to appear on March 20th. Now this coming in after K Kavitha refused to appear today in the ED office, citing that she is willing to get the investigation or the probe to answer questions on it at her residence. But ED wants her to appear once again. New date coming in. March 20th is a new date. Aneri.
So that's right, Shivangi. We have been seeing how there are a series of events which have been turning out to be since morning, as K Kavitha was to appear before the Enforcement Directorate today. But then she has sent a person with all the documents, while she has also in that letter stated that it was not really mentioned that she has to come in person and attend the questioning today at the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital. And now just after hours of letter that was submitted at the Enforcement Directorate to the Enforcement now we are seeing that the ED has once again summoned K Kavitha on the 20th of March. That is 4 days later. K Kavitha has once again been summoned. So now a major question remains is that whether she will appear before the ED once again or not, because the matter is also to be heard in the Supreme Court on the 24th, and that is the reason which was cited in the letter as well, that as the matter is pending in the Supreme Court and will be heard on 24th, that is the reason she would not be able to attend. And also at the same time, now we are seeing that Enforcement Directorate has issued one more summons to K Kavitha, the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister, on the 28th of March. Well, will she be appearing before it or not also remains to be seen.
Right. And any response coming in from K Kavitha after the summons? Because earlier she said that she is not running away, but the matter is pending before the apex court. And earlier in the past, she has said again and again that I will cooperate with the ED. But today she did not turn up, Aneri. So any more reactions coming in from K Kavitha's side after the new summons?
Well, Shivangi, not yet, because we have been seeing that K Kavitha, who is in the national capital, and also at the same time, she has she did not attend the summons which was issued today, and she also had stated that being a woman, she's also ready to cooperate with the investigation. Officers can visit her residence, and also she will be able to attend the questioning through audio or video calls as well. But then the Enforcement Directorate did not agree to that, and then that is the reason why now we are seeing one more summons being issued to K Kavitha, that is for the 20th of March. But yes, definitely the face-off between the BRS and the BJP continues, whereas we see that the BRS has been saying that it is all vendetta politics which is being played out by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and to use the central agencies against the opposition parties.
Right, I'm also being joined by Mr. Reddy of the BRS, who's joining us on the phone line. Now we are seeing that Kavitha has been summoned on March 20th, but she did not turn up today for the quizzing. What is the strategy right now, do you think, of K Kavitha? Because she's saying on one hand that I'm open to questioning at home. On the other hand, she's saying that the matter is pending before the top court.
See, we already made it very clear to the ED, whatever the due procedure supposed to be followed when you are asked for questioning, the ED is not following. Intentionally, they are trying to trouble her. And, as per the rules, women are not supposed to be questioned after the sunset. That was happened last time. And the phone was taken without any prior information. That is also not as per the procedure. And we have filed a case before the Supreme Court saying that, the ED is doing all these things intentionally. They are not following the due procedure that is laid out in the sections. So we have requested, because they are using all kind of wrong practices to pressurize during the questioning. So as a citizen, whatever rights we have legally, whatever we can take, the ED is not actually not ensuring that. So we have gone to the court. On the other end, Kavitha ji already made it very clear. She is ready to cooperate the investigation, but the due procedure must be followed. Hence, we have sent the legal counsel of Kavitha ji today.
Mr. Reddy, hold on for a second. Mr. Reddy, hold on for a second. I'm also being joined by Krishna Sagar Rao of the BJP, because I would like if Mr. Rao would respond to you. Mr. Rao, could you respond to Mr. Reddy of the BRS? He is saying that the allegations against Kavitha, they are being made up. That's what the BRS has been saying. That's what K Kavitha has been saying. But at the other hand, K Kavitha is not even coming for questioning today.
No, that is not a part of legal process, right? I mean, she was actually conducting press conferences to say that she has the courage to face the law enforcement agencies because she has nothing to do with the case. Now, I don't know why she has taken the U-turn. And this cannot be a permanent solution. If she is innocent, she has to prove it through the law enforcement agency's interrogation and cooperate, as she rightly said that she would. Now, these are band-aid tactics. It will not work for too long, not for long term. And as a party, we believe that she would change her mind and cooperate with the case all over again.
Mr. Reddy, would you like to respond to what Mr. Rao is saying right now? Because a lot of demands being made right now for K Kavitha to actually come out and speak and be questioned on the entire Delhi excise policy case, because K Kavitha has rubbished all the allegations which have been made against her. There has been a lot of, in fact, the statements from her former aide. He has said categorically that there was some communication which had happened between Kejriwal and the former Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia.
See, this is a fabricated case from the day one we are seeing. This is political vendetta. They are selectively targeting the opposition leaders, particularly BRS and AAP leaders in this particular case. And there is no evidence in it. Absolutely, there is no base for the case. Even after that, the CBI questioned, we have cooperated. Last time, I think Kavitha ji already once appeared before the ED, and that day they have not followed the due procedure that they are supposed to be followed. As a citizen, whatever rights we have, we can claim. Today, that's what we have actually questioned, and we have sent the information to ED as well, and we have already gone to court, appraising all the facts and put the facts before the case. It is not wrong. Even now, we are not saying we are not going to cooperate with the investigating agencies. But if their intention is only to implement the agenda of Bharatiya Janata Party government, then people are understanding why only opposition leaders are arrested or investigated, questioned, why BJP leaders are not actually, despite many economic offenders who have joined recently, have huge cases, bigger frauds, including Adani, Sujana Chowdhury, CM Ramesh, Himant Biswa Sharma, and Narayan Rana. There are many who joined BJP were facing bigger charges where the quantum of money which they were claiming is far bigger. Adani scam, you have seen 12.5 lakh crores worth of money wiped out, and you have seen the coal scam, and you have seen many other things of Adani also today, facing many questions. But government in the parliament, of the parliament, even in these cases, they are running away, they are protecting their people. But here in opposition, they are intentionally trying to damage the image through these cases and others, only to see that they get some political mileage in these. They wanted to intimidate and get the hold in our states, which can never be a successful thing in BJP case. Let them do anything. They cannot get any hold in our state.
All right, Mr. Reddy, yes, Mr. Reddy, thank you for joining us. Mr. Reddy of the BRS and Krishna Sagar Rao of the BJP, thank you for joining us here as a fresh summon has been sent to K Kavitha. She has to appear on March 20th. Now, we're getting some more breaking news coming in. Right now, viewers. Now, what we know so far is that just minutes before Rahul Gandhi's press conference, the government has demanded an apology once again. That is right. The government is seeking an apology once again, viewers. We're getting these back-to-back updates coming in. Remember that Rahul Gandhi is adamant not apologizing on the remarks made in UK, and he keeps saying that he did not speak anything anti-India. But there has been a lot of uproar and ruckus, a lot of pressure on Rahul Gandhi to apologize because he had commented on democracy of India at an event in the UK, and he had questioned the democracy of India. He had said that India's democracy is under brutal attack. Now, just before a press conference which is expected from Rahul Gandhi, the government is once more saying that Rahul Gandhi should apologize. Taking a very short break right now. Much more coming up on the other side. It's a very short break, viewers. Stay tuned to India's #1 news network. Trouble mounts for Kejriwal's deputy as after Liquorgate, Sisodia is now booked in the snooping case. Stay tuned.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जो मांग इन लोगों की है, इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। पीएफआई के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा अनूप जी एक बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है, इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, छोका वोका सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस है। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए हैं। मैं बताता हूं, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहां?
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so, they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resorted to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
अच्छा अनूप जी एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? बोली दाल चावल। सोचने का गौरव, हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी। दूसरा, हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए। राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा था। तो इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ रकम रखनी थी। एक भी रख सकते हैं, तो 2 रुपए, 10 रुपए, 5 रुपए लगा कि हाँ एक ऐसी चीज है जो आदमी स्वाभिमान के साथ में देता है। और 5 रुपए जब देता है तो उसके चेहरे का सेटिस्फेक्शन देखिए साहब। जिससे भूख लगती है वो आता है, पूरा खाना खा के जाता है।
चौक से पार्लियामेंट सेशन को जहां कार्यवाही स्थगित हुई विपक्ष के भारी हंगामे के बाद नारी के मुद्दे पर जो मांग इन लोगों की है, इसके साथ ही जिस तरीके से विपक्षी नेताओं पर लगातार ईडी और सीबीआई की मार पड़ रही है, उसको रोकने के लिए और उस पर सवाल उठाते हुए इन लोगों का ये मार्च है। इसमें करीब 17 से 18 विपक्षी दल है के हाथों में अलग अलग तरह तख्तियां हैं। पीएफआई के बारे में इस पर लिखा हुआ है, तमाम स्कैम्स का यहाँ पर जिक्र है। ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की मांग करते हुए ये लोग यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम मुद्दे लेकर विपक्षी दल आज यहाँ पर ये मार्च कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा अनूप जी एक बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है, इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना
So some dramatic scenes that are being visualized as well. So if you could just go that side and clearly go on and get a clear view. He's being detained by the cops and he's being taken away as well. So this is some massive drama that is breaking out here on our screens on the Bengaluru-Mysuru Expressway toll plaza, where even the police are finding it to be a very Herculean task to go out and clear out the protesters as well, because all this while it was only a sitting protest that we were noticing, but now we are looking at more ruckus breaking out. Many more JDS workers are being taken off even as this van is leaving here. And right now these are live visuals from the Bengaluru-Mysuru Expressway, where Nikhil is being taken away, and all the protesters are being detained as well. All the JDS protesters being detained here too. So these are visuals where more and more number of people are being taken away, and all the JDS workers are protesting and stating that no matter what, we will not leave this, we will not rest until there is a permanent solution.
Viewers, much more coming up on the other side as the government repeats apology demand. Rahul to address media shortly. Stay tuned.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,700 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
अच्छा अनुप जी एक बात बताइए, ये 5 रुपए का होता किस तरीके से है, इसकी कॉस्टिंग कैसे होती है, ये मैं नहीं समझ।
जैसे आज की डेट में मैं 5 रुपए में देसी घी का खाना होता है, रोटी भी दे रहे हैं।
देसी घी का खाना?
देसी घी का होता है, छोका होगा सब देसी घी। दूसरा रोटी भी होती है, रसगुल्ला भी है, पेड़ा भी है, फ्रूट्स हैं, बच्चों के लिए मंच है, टॉफीज हैं, बिस्किट्स हैं। इनमें से कोई एक चीज आप ले सकते हैं, चॉइसेस है। एक आदमी जो वहां आ रहा है वो नीडी होना चाहिए, ग्रीडी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये तो हम इतनी सारी चीजें दे रहे हैं, ये मैं नहीं दे रहा हूं। किसी ने अपना जन्मदिन मनाना है, उसने कहा रसगुल्ले मेरी तरफ से हो गए, किसी ने कहा पेड़ा मेरी तरफ से हो गया। आज बहुत लोग मेरे साथ जुड़ गए। मैं बताता हूं, देने वालों की बहुत लंबी लाइन है, लेने वाले हैं कहां?
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resorted to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resort to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
अच्छा अनुप जी एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? तो बोली दाल चावल। तो सोचने का गौरव भाई हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूंगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए।
Viewers, it's time for Superfast 50. I'm Shivangi Shakwal. Let's get started. After facing all-out criticism over anti-India comments made on foreign soil, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi returned to Parliament. However, he refused to take questions or apologize.
लगातार बीजेपी आपसे माफी की मांग कर रही है, मांगेगा क्या? राहुल जी माफी मांगेगा क्या?
This comes hours after BJP launched a fresh salvo on Rahul Gandhi for his democracy remark, with Union Law Minister and Party Leader Kiran Rijiju alleging that the Congress leader was speaking the language of anti-India forces and a gang which had conspired to defame India.
तो जनप्रतिनिधि है, जनता का हित में जो भी है हम बोलते हैं, लेकिन कुछ लोग जनता और देश कोई मायने नहीं रखता है, इसलिए जो एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस है, जितना भी भारत के विरोधी ताकतें हैं, वो सबका भाषा एक है।
Kiran Rijiju further said in a quote here, Gandhi lied about India in London first. He said that he was not allowed to speak in Parliament, which is totally incorrect, as he spoke more than the allocated time and he spoke freely. Whatever he spoke had no substance.
और इतना अनाप शनाप बातें उन्होंने पार्लियामेंट में बोला, झूठ बोला पार्लियामेंट में, बेकार की बातों को पार्लियामेंट के सदन में बोला और फिर लंदन में जाके बोलता है कि उनको पार्लियामेंट में बोलना नहीं दिया जाता है। इस तरह का झूठ ये हमारा देश के लिए बहुत नुकसान होता है।
After being questioned over Prime Minister Modi's remarks made in foreign countries, Kiran Rijiju said, and I quote here, that the Prime Minister only spoke about the acts and deeds of the previous governments. Modi did not become PM on his own, but due to the blessings of 140 crore people, even the world acknowledges Modi's role in shaping the future of India.
सत्ता में अपने आप नहीं आए, मोदी जी अपने मर्जी से प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बने। हमारे लगभग 140 करोड़ का आशीर्वाद से मोदी जी इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री बने हैं और आज पूरा दुनिया कह रहे हैं कि मोदी जी का विचार, मोदी जी का दूरदृष्टि और मोदी जी का काम करने का तरीका ये देश के लिए और दुनिया के लिए मिसाल है।
Rijiju also slammed Rahul Gandhi over his statements about the minority communities in India. Rijiju said, and I quote here, Rahul said minorities are not safe in India. Whatever he said is completely false. I belong to the minority community. We, the minorities, are living in India freely without facing any difficulty.
जो पार्लियामेंट का मेंबर है, अगर वही पार्लियामेंट को इंसल्ट करेंगे तो हम कैसे चुपचाप बैठ सकते हैं? आप भी सोचिए। देखिए, मैं खुद एक माइनॉरिटी हूँ, मैं इस देश का कानून मंत्री बना, मैं खुद माइनॉरिटी हूँ और हमारे देश के आसपास में जितना माइनॉरिटीज के साथ जुल्म होता है वो भारत आते हैं और वो जाकर के बोलते हैं कि माइनॉरिटी इंडिया में सेफ नहीं है।
Meanwhile, Badra Congress has once again come to Rahul Gandhi's defense. Liquorgate Kharge has reiterated that there is no question of Rahul Gandhi apologizing.
अभी अपोजिशन के उठते नहीं बोलने के लिए, लेकिन सरकार के लोग पहले ही उठते हंगामा, माफी मांगो माफी मांगो। ये क्या है? क्या खुद इंस्टिगेट कर रही सरकार और दूसरों को डेमोक्रेसी बात सुना दी। माफी मांगने का सवाल ही नहीं। चलो।
Moreover, so Rahul Gandhi's anti-India rant intensified further after Union Minister Anurag Thakur once again leveled a scathing attack on Rahul. Anurag Thakur reiterated centre's demand for Rahul Gandhi's apology.
कम से कम संसद का अपमान तो ना करें, सांसदों का समय बर्बाद ना करें और देश के बारे इस तरह के विचार रखना ये दुर्भाग्य है जी। ये पार्टी जो खुद 60 साल सत्ता में रही और अब उनको भी विदेश में जाकर किसी ने ज्ञान दिया कि जब इंदिरा जी भी विदेश आई थी तब देश के बारे में कुछ नहीं कहा था, लेकिन आप उनसे ही कुछ सीख लीजिए।
BRS MLC K Kavitha skipped the summons by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the money laundering case, which is related to the Delhi excise policy case, citing her pending plea before the Supreme Court, where she has sought protection from arrest and quashing of summons in the case. Meanwhile, the BRS leader has now been summoned on March 20th. Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi extended Enforcement Directorate's custody of Arun Ramachandra Pillai. Now, the alleged frontman of BRS MLC K Kavitha run, in fact, it has been in ED custody for questioning regarding his links with politicians. Meanwhile, the CBI has filed an FIR against former Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia and 5 others in the feedback unit, which has allegedly was keeping a tab on opposition parties, government officials as well. CM Eknath Shinde and Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis will meet the representatives of the protesting farmers at 3 p.m. in Mantralaya today. Now, this comes amid the ongoing farmers' march under the leadership of All India Kisan Sabha and the Communist Party of India. Ahead of ED questioning for BRS leader K Kavitha, now posters have come up in Hyderabad against BJP National General Secretary B.L. Santosh. The posters depicted P.L. Santosh as criminal, declared him wanted. As infighting over tickets continues in Karnataka, Y. Vijendra has warned Yediyurappa's detractors, asking them to learn about B.S. Yediyurappa's contribution before commenting on him. Now, Yediyurappa's son Vijendra has also hit out at C.T. Ravi, warning him not to criticize mass leader Yediyurappa, saying that Yediyurappa never thought about his family while building the party. Pro-DMK political outfit is holding a protest against the governor of Tamil Nadu for not giving assent and returning the prohibition of online gambling bill to state government. DK has planned to send ash of the people who committed suicide due to online gambling by post to the governor. DMK Rajya Sabha MP Tiruchi Siva's house and car were allegedly vandalized by supporters of Tamil Nadu Minister K. Nehru. Now, Tiruchi Siva supporters were reportedly upset as Siva's name was not being mentioned at the event and he was not invited to the said event. Siva supporters allegedly also showed black flags to Minister K. Nehru. After Congress workers and pro-Kannada organization JDS workers are protesting about the toll levied on Bengaluru-Mysuru Expressway, the JDS workers are questioning the cost of toll for short distances, also asking the lack of exits towards districts. Meanwhile, Karnataka High Court has taken a suo motu cognizance of this and has asked the NHAI to respond within 3 weeks. In what seems to be a major development in the Umesh Pal murder case, Prayagraj police has accessed another CCTV tape. Now, on tape, attackers are seen chasing Umesh Pal as Pal is seen trying to defend himself. Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar has written to the DG prison seeking action against PA of Superintendent of Jail. Sukesh claimed that they were harassing his wife Leena Paul in jail. PDP chief Mehboob Mufti has triggered a massive controversy by drawing a parallel between India and Pakistan. Mufti said in a quote here, nothing new is happening in Pakistan from what has happened in India. Here, ED and CBI are arresting Sisodia, K Kavitha, Lalu and other leaders.
यहाँ तो लोग मिनिस्टर्स, एक्स मिनिस्टर्स, होम मिनिस्टर उनको अरेस्ट करके जेल में डालते हैं, तो ये तो मसला तो कोई मुझे लगता है डिफरेंट नहीं है. अगर वहाँ पर इमरान खान को वो बंद करना चाहते हैं, जो एक्स प्राइम मिनिस्टर है, जो ईडी और सीबीआई का जिस तरह से गलत इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, जितने भी अपोजिशन लीडर हैं उनको जेलों में डाल दिया जा रहा है, तो ये तो मुझे लगता है कोई पाकिस्तान में कोई नई बात नहीं हो रही है जो यहाँ नहीं हो रही.
Meanwhile, People's Democratic Party chief Mehboob Mufti on Wednesday visited a temple in the Pooch district and offered prayers. In fact, the BJP has termed Mufti's temple visit a political gimmick.
मैं भी मंदिर से आ रहा हूँ, जल चढ़ा करके आया हूँ. खबर उन लोगों की बनती है क्योंकि कारण ये है कि वो कुछ अलग सा कर रहे हैं. तो स्वाभाविक बात है जब समय इस प्रकार का आता है या इलेक्शन वगैरह सामने आते हैं तो वो इस प्रकार की बातें करना शुरू कर देते हैं. अगर सच में वो इस प्रकार से कर रहे हैं, भगवान उनको सद्बुद्धि दे और वो देश के हित में काम करें और जम्मू कश्मीर के हित में काम करें, ना कि पाकिस्तान के समर्थन में हमेशा से जो उनका एक फेवर रहती है या मिलिटेंट्स के समर्थक बनकर वो करती हैं. मैं यही भगवान शिव से प्रार्थना करूंगा कि उनको सद्बुद्धि दे.
Assam Finance Minister presented the state annual budget for the year. Speaking on the budget, CM Himanta said that he's sure that the budget will propel the journey of resurgent Assam toward the destination of glory and progress. Mumbai's police arrested the daughter of the deceased by registering a case against under the section 302. All right, viewers, getting you more details right now. Around 80 persons were rescued while 10, including 3 children, were hospitalized after a fire broke out at a 7-story residential building in Mumbai. Now, according to the official, the fire was confined to electric wiring, electric installation, electric mail cables and all meters, all switches in a common electric meter cabin on the ground floor plus upper 7th floor residential building. A fire has broken out at a factory in an industrial area in New Delhi. Over 12 fire attendants rushed to the spot to bring the fire under control. No casualties or injuries have been reported. Cause of the fire still being ascertained. A video of a man who was booked for alleged unruly behavior and smoking on an Air India flight has now surfaced. This comes 2 days after the accused refused to pay the bail amount to the court, saying that he is ready to go to jail. Police arrested a man named Kunal Singh. Now this is the arrest which happened in Bihar and seized an AK-47 rifle, 25 AK-47 cartridges, 9mm country-made pistol, 2 9mm magazines from him. 17 cases including murder, extortion have been registered against Kunal Singh in several police stations in Bihar itself.
AK-47 के 25 गोली मिला है इनकी मैगजीन से और 9mm पिस्टल के 2 मैगजीन हैं, कुल 20 गोली बरामद हुए हैं। इनके पास 6 वॉकी टॉकी भी सर्च ऑपरेशन में मिला और इस टीम ने काफ़ी बहादुरी से इस कार्य को अंजाम दिया है। जी अभी कुछ घंटे हुए हैं इनकी गिरफ्तारी के, तो अभी कह पाना कठिन है। पूछताछ चल रही है कि क्या ये योजना बना है, इसके बारे में पूछताछ चल रही है।
A horrific incident was caught on camera in which a drunk ticket inspector was seen misbehaving with a 24-year-old lady passenger. The incident reported at KR Puram in Karnataka. The Railways has suspended the ticket inspector, taking suo motu cognizance of the crime. Congress Central Election Committee will now meet in the national capital tomorrow, March 17, to pick the candidates for the upcoming Karnataka Assembly elections. According to sources, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi will visit Belgavi on March 20th to campaign for the polls. Goa CM Pramod Sawant launched the first artificial intelligence signal in North Goa, which is one of the busiest junctions in the coastal state. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant, after launching the signals, said that the AI signals will not only help traffic management but will also be helpful for security purposes. A P-8I aircraft of Indian Navy arrived at United States on March 14th to participate in Exercise Sea Dragon 23, the third edition of the Coordinated Multilateral ASW exercise for long-range aircraft conducted by the US Navy. According to the Indian Navy, the exercise scheduled from March 15 to 30th would stress on coordinated anti-submarine warfare among other participating countries. Flash floods kill at least 14 people living in tents and container housing across Turkey's quake-hit region, piling up more pressure on President Recep Tayyip Erdogan ahead of a crunch election. Several more people were swept away by the rushing water, which turned streets into muddy rivers in areas hit by last month's 7.8 magnitude quake. A massive clash broke out in Naples on Wednesday ahead of Napoli's Champions League last 16-second leg against Frankfurt, as supporters set a police car on fire and threw stones at buses in the city centre. Italian authorities have banned fans living in Frankfurt from travelling to the stadium for a match amid concerns about possible violence, but a group of the German club's supporters made the trip to Italy anyway. At least 11 people have been killed in a coal mine explosion in central Colombia. The governor of the province said that rescue workers raced to save 10 other miners who were trapped underground. With only a few days left for Ramzan, the Pakistan government has raised the price of petrol to Pakistani rupee 272 rupees per litre, adding that more pressure on the country's inflation-weary people. The Finance Division, in its fortnight bulletin, attributed the price hike to the depreciation of the Pakistani rupee against the US dollar and an increase in the prices registered by the Platts Singapore. A Pakistani court judge said that he would halt the arrest of the country's former Prime Minister Imran Khan in the Toshakhana case only if Khan surrendered in the court. The bench of Additional District and Sessions Judge Zafar Iqbal has made the above remarks while hearing the reference of the Election Commission of Pakistan that sought criminal proceedings against Imran for hiding details of Toshakhana gifts. Nepalese Prime Minister Pushpa Kamal's official Twitter handle was hacked in early hours on Thursday. In his Twitter account, instead of the profile, there was an account which is a non-fungible token marketplace for pro traders was seen instead in its place. Amid the spiraling controversy over an alleged collision between an American surveillance drone and a Russian warplane over Black Sea, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke to his Russian counterpart on Wednesday about incidents which brought the two countries closest to direct conflict since Moscow's invasion of Ukraine a year ago. It was the first call between Austin and Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu since October. The US-India Strategic Partnership Forum and US-India Business Council has congratulated the former mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, on his confirmation as the new envoy to India. Iranians held scattered anti-government protests during an annual fire festival with ancient roots. Visuals show protesters in different cities chanting against the country's ruling clerics and hurling firecrackers as security forces during celebration of the festival there. And North Korea fired a long-range ballistic missile toward the East Sea on Thursday, March 15, on the hours before the leaders of South Korea and Japan meet to discuss the regime's evolving threats and other shared challenges. Notably, this is the third missile that has been launched this week. Viewers, it's time to get to all the sports action at this point of time. Royal Challengers Bengaluru has now continued to fight for another day as they notched their maiden 5-wicket victory over UP Warriors after 5 consecutive defeats in the Women's Premier League in Navi Mumbai on Wednesday. India fielding coach T. Dilip has officially confirmed that middle-order batsman Shreyas Iyer has been ruled out of the upcoming 3-match ODI series against Australia starting Friday due to recurrence of lower back injury. England all-rounder Will Jacks, bought by Royal Challengers Bangalore, has now ruled out of the edition of the Indian Premier League. As per ESPN, RCB is currently in talks with New Zealand all-rounder Michael Bracewell as a potential replacement for Jacks. The West Indies cricket team has decided to appoint separate red and white ball coaches for the senior men's team after conducting an independent review of the team's farcical performance at the T20 World Cup last year. Union Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports Anurag Singh has inaugurated the IBA Women's World Boxing Championship at the Indira Gandhi Sports Complex in New Delhi as India gets ready for a mega boxing festival. Star boxer Nikhat Zareen will kick off India's challenge at the IBA Women's World Boxing Championships today as the country's pugilists were handed a mixed draw. The reigning champion Zareen will have an easy start when she faces Azerbaijan's team in the 50 kg round of 64, but defending her crown might get challenging with the potential opponents. India beat Australia for the second time in 3 days as the home side emerged victorious in the penalty shootout in the second leg match of the FIH Pro League on Wednesday. Now, the two teams were locked 2-2 during regulation time. Sunil Chhetri may be playing the last season of the illustrious career, feels Indian football team head coach there, who is hoping that his star player would be saying his best for the last in the coming months. The 38-year-old Chhetri is all set to play in his third continental showpiece, the most by an Indian after playing a pivotal role in the qualification tournament in Kolkata last year. There was no end to PV Sindhu's poor run as the star Indian shuttler made a first-round exit from the All-England Championship after losing Zhang Weiman of China in straight games in Birmingham on Wednesday. Carlos Alcaraz advanced to the Indian Wells Open quarterfinals as he led Jack Draper when the Briton was forced to retire with an injury. Now, Draper was forced to retire with an injury that first affected him late in his Monday win against Andy Murray.
The side of police is taking toll on the protesters, and according to my sources, the police have reached exactly at the main gate of the Imran Khan's residence, and in doing so they have to resort to use water cannon and shelling of tear gas as well, because police was not resort to use the baton and other things as well, but they resorted to the tear gas to disperse the crowd.
अच्छा अनूप जी, एक बात बताइए, ये दादी की रसोई का आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
तो एक बार मदर की थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब थी, हम लोग डाइनिंग टेबल पे बैठे थे। मदर ने कहा मेरे हिस्से का जो खाना बचता है वो किसी जरूरतमंद को खिला दिया करो। सडनली मेरी बेटी के मुंह से निकला, पापा दादी की इच्छा है, दादी की रसोई क्यों नहीं शुरू करते? तो एक सेंटी सा डायलॉग था कि हाँ दादी की रसोई भी हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। तो हमने कहा अच्छा मम्मी क्या खिलाना है? तो बोली दाल चावल। सोचने का गौरव भाई हमें मौका भी नहीं मिला, तो सडनली हुआ। फिर अब ये बनाना तो आता नहीं था, तो हमारे पीछे एक होटल था, उसका हमने कुक बुलाया। मैंने कहा ऐसे ऐसे मदर की इच्छा है, कुछ करना है। बोला मैं बना दिया करूँगा सवेरे 1 घंटा। पहले दिन ही सोशल सर्किल ठीक ठाक है, तो 150-200 आदमी आ गए, और वो दिन और आज का दिन है।
Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. He had acquired these pieces of land. If we look at the history of this scam, there were 8 people from whom this 1 lakh square feet of land was obtained by the Yadavs. Amount that they paid for 1 lakh square feet of land was only a mere 26 lakh rupees. Whereas that point in time, that is around 2000, between 2004 to 2009, it amounted to 4.25 crores. So there are a lot of evidence that have been presented by the CBI. So the BJP has been questioning that if it is political vendetta, why are you not able to fight it out at the court?
मुझे एक बात बताइए ना, आपसे पूछा नहीं लोगों ने कि 5 रुपए का खाना कैसे कर देते हैं आप? 5 रुपए में तो क्या ही होता है, ये 5 रुपए में कैसे कर लेते हैं?
तो इस पहले दिन हम लोगों ने जब डिसाइड करा था, 2-3 चीजें हम बच्चों के साथ ही बैठ के जब करा था। एक तो ये कि हमने एक जगह फिक्स करी थी। दूसरा, हम फ्री के बहुत खिलाफ है। फ्री किसी को कभी कुछ नहीं देना चाहिए। राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन हम लोगों ने फैसला करा।
Welcome back, viewers. Protests broke out in Tamil Nadu against Governor R.N. Ravi over alleged delay in approving the bills for prohibition of online gambling. Here's more.
Ravidar Karakam, a pro-DMK political outfit, held protests against the Tamil Nadu governor. Protesters alleged that the Tamil Nadu governor R.N. Ravi delayed approval for bill seeking prohibition of online gambling to the state government.
Getting some details coming out right now, where we have got this video which has come. Remember, this is a video of a drone face-off, viewers. Let's go across to Niranjan. Niranjan is joining us live. Niranjan, take our viewers through exactly what our viewers are seeing on their screens.
Well, this is the reported video, the alleged video of the Russian plane, the Russian Sukhoi jet. This is the US which has released the video of the Russian Sukhoi 27, a fighter jet, which they claim collided with the MQ-9 drone. Now, what is very clear is how close the proximity. This is the video first on Republic TV. You saw the Sukhoi 27. Sukhoi 27 jet coming extremely close to the MQ-9 Reaper drone, and that's perhaps for the first time. If you look at that, it comes so close to the drone, and at that point of that's almost near collision. Of course, America called it a collision, but what is extremely clear in this video also is that there is a fuel dumping that is happening. You can see that the Russian Sukhoi 27 is dumping fuel. There is no collision, it appears, but there is some sort of glitch in the video just as the Sukhoi 27 nears the drone. It's an MQ-9 Reaper. This is a video that has been captured by the drone. You can see clearly in this video the Sukhoi 27 veers close to the drone, and just when it appears closer to the drone, you can see the plumes of the smoke that you see there. Basically, is a jet dumping fuel. The jet dumping fuel, and when that fuel is dumped on, for example, in this case, the drone, that's when it becomes dangerous. And there are different accounts. The Russian account is different from the American account. America claims it's a collision. It's a provocative. It's a deliberate. They claim it's a deliberate act by Russia to sort of provoke them over the Black Sea. And America's version is completely different. And just to give you a little bit of a background on this particular case, both the U.S. and Russian military chiefs have also resumed contact to discuss the drone. That was the last update we had this morning. And the Defense Secretary of America, Lloyd Austin, also spoke to his Russian counterpart about the destruction of the U.S. drone over the Black Sea after the encounter with Russian jets, which brought the two countries closest to direct conflict since Russia's Ukraine operation. Now, it was a call between Austin and Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu earlier today. But this video, I think this is a video in focus. And if you look at this video closely, it appears that this U.S. surveillance drone, which appears to have captured this video, you can see there's a jet, that's a Sukhoi 27, coming very close to the drone, and it just as it comes close to the drone, it takes that sharp turn in the skies, and the smoke that you see there is basically the jet dumping fuel, and it appears when America claimed that the propeller was damaged, it appears that the damage was one, because of the proximity, and secondly because of the fuel that was dumped. This was near Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula, which Russia had annexed earlier. Now, both countries have also, in the last few days, tried to de-escalate issues and have pledged to avoid any escalation on this particular issue. But as far as America is concerned, they've gone back to give they've given their own version. They claim that the drone was hit. There was a clear collision. And what the U.S. says is that, and this is both the Pentagon and U.S. European Command, they claim that two Russian Sukhoi 27, they claim that at least two Russian Sukhoi 27 aircraft dumped fuel on the MQM, which was conducting a routine surveillance mission over the Black Sea in international airspace. They said that the Russian jets flew around and in front of the drone several times for about 30 to 40 minutes, and then one of the Russian aircraft struck the propeller of the MQ-9, causing U.S. forces to have to bring the MQ-9 down into international waters. So this appears to be the moment when the collision happened, or a near collision, but that is not clear, because at that point when the jet comes extremely close to the drone, there is absolutely no signal. There is a glitch in the signal, which is clear in the video that is shot. What is also clear is that the jets were extremely close to the drone, and looking at the maneuvering of the jets, it appears that they knew exactly what they were doing. U.S. Air Force generals, commanders of the U.S. Air Force in Europe and Africa also saying that the Russian jets' actions nearly caused both aircraft to crash. Pentagon, meanwhile, saying that the collision likely also damaged the Russian fighter jet. The Sukhoi 27 was able to land There's no confirmation on where it landed. The Pentagon said the drone was well clear of any Ukrainian territory but did not provide details. A U.S. defense official also went on record to say that it was operating west of Crimea over the Black Sea. The officials speaking to the media have confirmed that this was deliberate. Now, what is also interesting, and we will try and get some aviation experts on the phone line, a few fighter pilots perhaps who served in the Indian Air Force, who can give us a better perspective. But this is a video that shows how close both Russia and the US came close to what could have been a bigger confrontation. These are the first pictures of the confrontation over the Black Sea, the mid-air confrontation over the Black Sea that happened. On your screen, that's a Sukhoi 27, dumping fuel on the jet, and then the video just goes blurred. So we don't know at that point whether the propeller was damaged, whether the drone was incapacitated. But what we do know is after this, the US deliberately brought down the drone. Perhaps they shot the drone down so that there was no transfer of technology. Perhaps they feared that Russia could get access to the drone if it fell in their territory. So they claim that they brought down the drone. So these are the first images coming in, and this is the video that was.
All right, Niranjan is getting us all the details. So that's a video released by the US of the drone face-off where you can see how a Russian fighter jet dumped fuel on an American drone over the Black Sea. And then you can see that there's a collision which takes place after that. The US European Command has said that the two Russian fighters intercepted the unmanned MQ-9 Reaper over international waters and one clipped its propeller. Let's go across to Niranjan. Niranjan's getting us more detail. Niranjan, now that video has been released from the US. But what is Russia saying about this confrontation which took place?
Well, what I can also tell you is that there is another video that is doing the rounds, and I'm just trying to show you that video as well. There is a video of Russia or pro-Russian forces that perhaps put out another video earlier that claimed that it was actually the video shot by the Russian planes of the drone, but we will have to verify that. But what we can tell you is that there is a Russian version to it as well. A Russian version, of course, giving out a completely different angle to this entire episode. We will try and get some experts on the phone line. But the Russian video shows, and I can show you the Russian video. The Russian video shows. Okay, I think we have Wing Commander Praful Bakshi on the phone line. We'll try and go across to him. Wing Commander Bakshi, this video clearly shows, sir. This video shows that they knew exactly what they were doing, first of all. And this jet comes extremely close to the MQ-9 drone, the American Reaper drone comes close. And the plume of smoke, of course, we see that is perhaps the jet dumping fuel. And it appears to be deliberate, at least maneuvering suggests that. General Bakshi, if you look at this. Oh, Wing Commander Bakshi. Yes, sir.
Yes, I can understand. I know the situation. By the way, Chinese have also done this to Americans. The similar way, what they did, they nearly hit their aircraft once. Chinese, so similar cases out here, where the Americans are doing it to Russians. And they have dumped the fuel in front of the drone. Otherwise, the fuel does not fall. Yes, they can happen in case they come very close. And due to the jet wake of the aircraft, the drone can go topsy-turvy and can crash. There is no doubt about it because drone is very light. And this is a twin-engine fighter with a very heavy thrust. So this is quite possible that if you fly very close, in fact, even in fighter flying, when you come behind the other fighter aircraft, the wake is so strong that you can get topsy-turvy at some times. So this has happened here. First, if they have dumped the fuel, which is quite a possibility, then the drone will, of course, probably start malfunctioning. And if they hit the drone, like probably they have touched the drone, the tail has touched the propeller, as they say, well, there's no doubt about it that the drone will crash.
It's clear, sir, because it appears, the Americans said that the Russian jets, and it wasn't one, they claimed they were two. They claimed that the Russian jets flew around and in front of the drone several times for nearly 30 to 40 minutes. And then one of the Russian jets struck the propeller of the MQ-9. It's quite possible looking at, the proximity of the jets. They're right above the drone's tail. And it is a possibility that perhaps they struck the propeller. But what is emerging now is if there were two jets, and if this is the video, then there was a provocation.
Obviously, there's provocation, but let me tell you one thing very clearly. No jet pilot will try to touch the propeller of any aircraft. There were chances that the tail section of the fighter aircraft would have been written off. He must have gone and made an emergency landing himself. It is not a joke that if you touch with your aircraft a propeller and you come back safe, it is only God's gift to him that that pilot has returned if he has touched the aircraft. So this is
One minute, sir, just be with me. Sir, be with me, sir. I have another breaking news update coming in. There is a second video. I repeat, there is a second video that I have right now, which I will play out right now. And that video is released. It's unverified. First of all, it's unverified, so I'm putting it out there. It's unverified. It's an unverified video. And this unverified video shows an MQ-9 Reaper drone put out by Russian sources. This is by Russian Telegram channels. This is a video put out by Russian Telegram channels. It's an unverified video. So it's an unverified video. It shows that the MQ-9 Reaper drone is seen and jets are flying fast. So clearly it's some kind of a warfare going on by both sides. Very, look at this video. This is the second video. In fact, Group Captain Agustin Vinod also joining us. The second video, Group Captain Agustin Vinod, unverified video by Russian sources, Russian Telegram channels, Russian media houses discussing this video. We can't verify that, but it shows that jets were flying fast. They were flying fast around over. They were simply just doing sorties around this MQ-9 Reaper and figuring out what it's up to. So it appears that there's much more than to this episode than what is being reported. Group Captain Agustin Vinod.
Yeah, Niranjan, I was looking at the video just as you guys connected with me. See, this is not the first. I mean, the Russian tactics of buzzing aeroplanes very close. In fact, I don't know, our viewers may not know about it. The Russian tactics during Second World War was to bring down another aeroplane by, sort of bumping into the enemy aeroplane, into the control surfaces of bomber and bring them down. So this is part of the Russian tactics, and it has always been part of Russian tactics for over 50, 60 years. So it shouldn't come as a surprise to us that they are resorting to older tactics, because if you look at surface warfare also, they are already into trench warfare, which was, which we had done and dusted in World War I. But the trench warfare is still going on. So, somewhere down the line, Russian fighter pilots are probably taught to bring down aeroplanes by bumping into them or hitting their propellers. In the bargain, yes, you will damage your airplane as well. But you're sure to bring down the enemy airplane down. But in this case, to me, it appears that it was more of a unintentional maneuver than an intentional maneuver from both sides. See, when the MQ-9 Reaper spotted this aeroplane, see, MQ-9 Reaper is not a combat UAV. It's not a UCAV. It is a surveillance drone, which is over Black Sea to look at what is happening, on the surface. So then in the field of view, if you see a fighter aeroplane, the pilot on the ground, the drone pilot on the ground would try to sort of, steer away from that particular aeroplane. And that is what, in my opinion, led to this collision. But was there an intention from the Russian side to bring the aeroplane by coming closer and buzzing and stuff like that? I suspect yes. Why am I saying? Because it is part of Russian tactics. You can pull out some old Second World War videos. You can see what I'm saying. So the unique way of Russian tactics to bring enemy aeroplane down by bumping into them is something is very, very unique to Russia. No other air force in the world did it, and no other air force in the world has in its SOP to do it. So all these together makes me suspect that was the intention. But